Drupa, the world's leading trade fair for print and print technologies. My name is Tanya Higgins, and it is my pleasure to guide you through the conference program on Stream 1 today.
And my name is Chris Brow. I'll be your host for Stream 2, and we'll be streaming in English every day from 10:15, so starting now until 6 p.m. And that, of course, not only today, but also tomorrow. And Tanya, may I say, you look fantastic again today.
Thank you. I'm in corporate identity colors
You
to
sure
match.
are.
So, Chris, I find it is so quiet here in the Messezentrum, in the Trade Fair Center here in Düsseldorf.
Absolutely. It is absolutely quiet. Normally, there'd be 250,000 visitors, 1,800 exhibitors from around the world, from 180 countries. And of course, they wouldn't only be here at the fairgrounds, but they'd also be exploring the wonderful city of Düsseldorf with the so-called longest bar in the world. Unfortunately, no chance to see that this year, but maybe next time.
But you know, must go on. And so the Drupa team and also the event partners have worked incredibly hard to condense those 11 days of Drupa into 4 days in virtual Drupa for you. And we've got great content for you, and also we hope a direct line to the relevant players in the print market.
And virtual Drupa has sparked a lot of interest, obviously. Alone yesterday, we had over 260,000 page clicks. All right, again, 260,000 page clicks. And the conference area had over 5,000, no, even 6,000 visitors. Wow.
From 55 countries, so you're very international. And just a few more stats. We are delighted to have over 19,000 registered visitors. So thanks to you for registering and joining in. And we have 212 exhibitors for our very first virtual Drupa. Most of our exhibitors are from Germany, followed closely by China, USA, Switzerland, and Italy, very international. And over 80% of you, the visitors, are also from abroad, from outside of Germany.
And we've bundled valuable insights and knowledge transfer here in the conference area with 130 presentations. And you can also take advantage of the chance to ask questions live after our sessions in the so-called Q&A sessions where our experts will try to answer as many questions as possible.
Over in the exhibition space, our exhibitors have been busy since 8 a.m. this morning. So you can check the web sessions, the live web sessions out in the exhibition space. You can see the latest technologies and products from the exhibitors there, and they start every morning at 8 a.m. So make sure to set your alarm for those tomorrow morning. We'd also like to take the opportunity now to mention our event partners, starting with the Platinum event partner, Leonhard Kurz.
Followed by our Gold event partners, DuPont.
Electronics for Imaging.
Eastman Kodak Company.
Komori Corporation.
And our Silver event partners, Blue Crest Incorporated.
Cloud Lab Sales and Management.
Fujifilm Corporation.
Hybrid Software.
Koenig & Bauer.
Mimaki Europe.
OQ Chemicals.
And Zycon Manufacturing.
That was a short message from our sponsors. And now back to our program. Now in the networking plaza, you will be able to join our virtual meeting rooms. And here Virtual Drupa has come up with a fantastic tool, the matchmaking tool. Remember to sign up for it. You can use it to contact exhibitors and generate leads. And this is available for you until October this year.
Back here in the conference area, we have 2 live streams for you every day. In Stream 1, that's my stream today. The theme is the connected consumer.
And on Stream 2, we will be focusing on the circular economy. So that means each of the streams will have a different focus on each of the conference days. And just in case you're wondering, what happens if I miss a session? Don't worry. Everything is available on demand on the Virtual Drupa site. There's a video library, and we hope, of course, that you're able to join us live. But once again, just in case you do miss it, everything is available on demand. Once again, like I said before, there will be interesting Q&A sessions, so take advantage of that. And remember to write your questions in the chat after each session.
In just a few moments, we will be kicking off with our keynote. That's from 10:20 to 11 a.m., again tomorrow. But today, it's World Earth Day. And this was started in 1970 to demonstrate support for environmental protection. We have the perfect keynote today to commemorate World Earth Day, coming up in just a few minutes.
And besides the keynote, also a lot of sessions evolve around the topic of sustainability. So once again, Virtual Drupa is taking this topic very seriously. Now, tomorrow, on Friday, we will hear from the Wall Street Journal bestselling author of The Digital Helix, Michael Gale. His keynote will focus on the AI opportunity.
So we have lots of sessions for you in both the streams for you to gain insights for your business. We have a total of about 15 presentations in each of the streams and approximately 20 minutes each. And then there'll be 5 breaks in both of the streams for you to grab some coffee and look into the web sessions. What are you going to be doing in the breaks, Chris?
Well, coffee is always a good idea, but how about embrace the future? I'm going to stop singing now, don't worry. But every time I hear that song, I do want to start dancing and singing. And once again, you'll have a chance to obviously also step out, get some fresh air and do whatever you have to do to come back fresh and ready for our next sessions. And the sessions in general are divided into 5 special forums. We have the so-called Drupa Cube, Drupa Next Age, Touchpoint Textile, 3D Fab and Print. I know you like that expression, and Touchpoint Packaging.
Our keynote today has been chosen in conjunction with World Earth Day, as I mentioned. Now, World Earth Day, I find the term sounds a little bit cute, but actually it's a very serious topic as the world is facing irreversible consequences as climate change is having disastrous effects on our planet Earth. We are, as our keynote speaker will mention, in a climate crisis. So it's time to find solutions to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. I'm really looking forward to hearing our keynote speaker today. She will be talking about solutions to the implications of climate change for the printing industry. It is an honor for me to introduce our keynote speaker. I find she embodies a unique combination of skills and knowledge. And she also has a deep connection to nature, as seen in her books such as Antarctica. She's also a scientist with a PhD in chemistry and a professor both at Cambridge and Princeton universities. She's also an expert, a strategist, a journalist in climate change and sustainability with over 25 years of experience. And she's a businesswoman, a founder and director of Valence Solutions. A very warm welcome to Dr. Gabrielle Walker.
Thank you very much. What a lovely introduction. And I definitely like the idea of the embracing the future. That sounds really good. I am gutted that I'm not in Dusseldorf today. I really wish I were. I'm sure that we all do. But I'm delighted that we have this technology and this opportunity still to be able to connect and to have this conversation. And it is World Earth Day. I feel like I want to say happy World Earth Day. And in a way, every day ought to be Earth Day too. But it's not really necessarily quite such a happy thing, because what I'm going to show you now is some of the reasons why there's such an incredible focus on climate change right now, why that's really got more attention really than I expected in the last 18 months or so, and why the momentum is really starting to feel like it's unstoppable. And some parts of that are really quite alarming. I'm going to show you that climate change is already here with us. But some parts of it, I think, are also very exciting, because the momentum, the energy and the possibilities, what we can actually do about this, open up so many new ways to do business, that I think this is the investment opportunity of the century. So I will take you through the alarming things, but I hope I'll also give you a chance to see the inspiring parts of it as well. So let's start. This is actually me. And I'm out looking at the night sky, and I'm starting this talk about climate change in a slightly unusual way, because I want to give you a sense of how this is real. This is real. It can seem like something that's just kind of just a bit about nature on the side, or something that we don't really need to worry too much about. But I'm out at the night sky looking at one of my favorite planets, which is Venus. That's the thing you can see up in the sky. And let me show you why I'm showing you a picture of me looking at Venus. Here we go. So this is planet Earth, my actual favorite planet, World Earth Day. Congratulations, happy day. It's a beautiful planet. It's got lots of water. It's got lots of life. It's a lovely place to live. It's a very comfortable temperature on the surface. This is a planet Venus. It's actually to scale. Venus is our sister planet. It's about the same size as the Earth. It's also a very similar distance from the sun. Venus is a little bit closer to the sun, and the Earth is a bit farther away. So you'd expect them to be quite similar temperatures. But in fact, while the Earth is very comfortable to live, Venus, its surface is hot enough to melt lead. Venus's surface is 450 degrees C. And so obviously you'd ask yourself, why would that be? Why would it be so hot when it's our sister planet? It's only a little bit closer to the sun. The answer is Venus has large amounts of greenhouse gases in its atmosphere. This is what happens to a planet when you do what we're doing to the Earth and you pour greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. I just wanted us to have that in our heads when we're thinking about Earth Day, but we're also thinking about climate change and business. It's not a joke and it's not a game, it's really serious. So don't take my word for it. This is Sarah Breeden from the Bank of England. And here's what she said. Last year, she said, climate risks are uncertain, but predictable. Now look at this. They will affect every consumer and every corporate in all sectors and in all geographies. This is a big sea change. When I was first writing about broadcasting about climate change 20, 25 years ago, it felt like it was niche. And then in the last 5 years, it started to get a bit more serious and a bit more widespread. I think in the last 18 months, it's really gone mainstream. And it's become evident that the climate risks will affect every consumer, every corporate in all sectors and in all geographies, big, small, everywhere in the world. This is not something that you can escape by saying, okay, my sector isn't affected. I'm too small, I'm too big, I'll be okay. So bearing that in mind, let's have a look at what some of those risks are like. This is Mark Carney. When he was still governor of the Bank of England, he framed climate change as presenting significant risks for global financial stability. And this is one of the reasons that climate change is being framed now, not as something that you do if you're green or if you're nice or if you care about nature, but something that actually has a material impact on our ability to do business. And there are two reasons that Mark Carney said that's the case. One of them is that it's direct physical risk. So is your factory, is your building, is your supply chain likely to be affected by direct risks associated with climate change? The other one is risks from transition costs, because we're already in the middle of a great transition to try and solve this problem. And if your business model depends on the old rules, it depends on the old regulations, it depends on the old way of doing business, then are you still going to be in business when the new ones take hold? I'll look at both of those in turn. First of all, direct physical risk. Brace yourselves, because this gets quite ugly. What I want to show you here is what's been happening to the temperature over the last, 130, 40 years. We're starting in 1880 because that's the first time that temperatures were actually available globally. Ships were going all around the world measuring temperatures with thermometers. Before that, we could kind of infer what the temperatures were, but this is the oldest, longest, widest record of global temperature. I'm going to move it forwards in time. And as I do that, if it gets a little bit bluer, it'll be getting a bit colder in some parts of the world. If it gets a bit yellower or even redder, it's going to be getting a bit warmer. Let's see what happens. So you can see it's quite varied. That was quite a cold period in the early part of the last century. Then it went a bit warmer in the north, a bit colder in the south. That was quite a warmer period. And then you get to the 1960s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. I wanted to show you this to show that it's not subtle anymore. Climate change over the last 30 years has increasingly been coming for us, and now it's absolutely here. And that's already having quite a few consequences. Look at this. So wildfires. I actually thought at the beginning of last year, I thought that it was going to be the year of climate change, and the biggest story of the year was going to be the wildfires that went across Australia. Do you remember those? Year. Obviously, COVID took over, but nonetheless, it's actually quite hard to choose which fires I should show you here. There's the fires that devastated California. There's the ones that destroyed such large parts of Australia. There's been the fires going across Sweden, across Russia. There have been fires in India and fires in parts of Africa. This is increasingly happening, and this is increasingly a direct risk to structures that we need to use and supply chains that we need to use to do business. Heat waves. This is something that's very striking, I think. because this was a heat wave. It was not last year, the year before in Europe. And Paris hit the hottest temperature in its history at 42 degrees Celsius. And also look at this. This is what happened in the US that same year. It was record October heat. This was actually the second heat wave of the year in Australia, in the USA, and it was in October. Then those heat waves are having some consequences when it comes to drought. We're already seeing that food production is dropping in the tropics. And that's having a consequence beyond just food production. And this is something that's actually a big consequence for global geopolitics, which is migration. If you think about the different parts of the world that are now suffering from the effects of migration and the effects that that's having on the geopolitics, certainly in Europe, or around the European borders, in the US and North America, from the southern border. And the reason I'm saying that is that if you look at where the migrations are coming from into Europe, so you've got Syria, you've got Darfur in North Africa. Those are very complicated places. Those are places where civil wars are playing out. Guatemala in South America and Central America. In each of those three cases, the troubles started with an extended drought. And the drought is what started people moving. Now, I've spoken to some military generals who have said that what we're experiencing now in terms of migration is a walk in the park compared to what will happen if climate change really starts to take hold. This is a little bit more comical. It's a light relief for you. This is Venice being flooded. This is Venice being flooded, and we know that Venice is susceptible to floods. What was interesting in this case was, while this was happening, the local council were actually meeting in their debating room just around the corner to have a conversation about whether they should implement policies to try and avoid future climate change. They decided that they should not do that. They vetoed these policies. And this is what happened 2 minutes later. The chamber flooded for the first time in its history. Another thing that I really wanted to highlight, and that is very, very alarming, is the mega hurricanes that are now sweeping across the Caribbean every single summer. Now, I was talking about these hurricanes 18 months ago when we were still allowed to travel. I was speaking to some retail investors in Toronto. And I showed a different hurricane then. When I first started this game, as I said, it was kind of hard to find pictures to illustrate what I was worried was coming. And now it's actually quite hard to choose. And I chose a different hurricane. And after I spoke to this group in Toronto, one guy came up to me and said, no, you should show this one, Hurricane Dorian. When you're speaking about this in the future, show Hurricane Dorian that's just gone across the Bahamas. I said, why? And he said, I used to have a house in the Bahamas. He said, I don't anymore. He said, it looked like a bomb had hit it, a nuclear bomb had hit it. And by the way, that's not a bad analogy, because the amount of extra heat that we're putting into the atmosphere because of the greenhouse gases that we're putting in from coal and oil and gas and burning trees and all the rest is the equivalent of 4 Hiroshima bombs every second. That's how much extra heat energy we're putting in the atmosphere. And that's why it's having this devastating impact on storms. By the way, this guy said to me, he said, I used to be a climate denier. That was his words. He said, I'm not anymore. I've seen it. Now I'm hearing that kind of thing more and more. And if you look at this, you can say, well, hurricanes have been with us for forever. Sometimes they get stronger, sometimes they're weaker. That's not necessarily a sign of climate change. Well, look at this. This is Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines in 2013. It was the strongest tropical storm ever recorded in the Eastern Hemisphere. This is Hurricane Patricia in Mexico in 2015, the strongest tropical storm ever recorded in the Western Hemisphere. And this was Cyclone Winston in Fiji in 2016, the strongest tropical storm ever recorded in the Southern Hemisphere. Are we seeing a pattern yet? And this is why investors have really started to get worried about climate change. It's already here, it's already with us, and it's a very direct risk. Now, this is Lance Armstrong. What's he doing there in this talk? He obviously won the Tour de France 7 times, and he was also cheating. He was taking drugs, steroids. So he's holding up 7 fingers for the number of times that he won the Tour de France. And you might say to yourself, okay, he's holding up 7 fingers. Which of those times when he won the Tour de France was because he was on steroids? Was it the first time? Was it the 3rd or the 4th? What you can say instead is actually he was making all of those wins more likely because he was on steroids. And ladies and gentlemen, we are putting our atmosphere on steroids. And we're making all of those disasters, so-called natural disasters, more likely by doing that. So that's the first part, which is the direct physical risk. What about the risk from transition costs? I don't want to talk too much about this specifically because I'm going to be telling you in a little bit about some of the transitions that are actually happening in policy, in what sectors are leading the way, and how businesses are responding to this threat. But I'm just going to put in one comment about the risk from transition costs. The question is, and investors are looking at this saying, is my money safe? Am I investing in something where the business model is going to stay in business? And here's one of the big initial early concerns, which is coal. So in August last year, Peabody wrote off 1.5 billion from the largest coal mine in the USA. And last year, oil and gas companies reported downgrades on asset values of around 55 billion. And this was just the start. Assets are going to be stranded, business models are going to go out of business, and it's already starting to happen. And that's one of the reasons that this has really mainstreamed. I'm hearing from business executives who are saying we're still acting on this in spite of everything because the investors are putting pressure on us. And I'm going to say a little bit more about what investors are doing in a moment. So this is Larry Fink. He's the CEO of BlackRock, the world's biggest asset manager. And every year in January, he sends out a letter to all the CEOs that BlackRock invests in, and he publishes this and says, this is what we're setting as our important goals for this year. And in January last year, he wrote this. He said, climate change has become a defining factor in companies' long-term prospects. I believe we are on the edge of a fundamental reshaping of finance. That's a very, very big change. The world's biggest asset manager is saying we are on the edge of a fundamental reshaping of finance because of climate change. So he brought out another letter this January, just a couple of months ago, and here's what he said in that. He said, in March, the conventional view was that the COVID crisis would divert attention from climate. But just the opposite took place, and the reallocation of capital accelerated even faster than I anticipated. The pandemic has reminded us how the biggest crises, whether medical or environmental, demand a global and ambitious response. We can say a little bit more in the Q&A about COVID and what the implications of COVID have been for climate action, but I do think this is really interesting. The reallocation of capital has accelerated, and the pandemic has reminded us how we need global and ambitious responses to issues like climate change. That was in January this year. So what else is happening? So yesterday, looking at how the investors are acting on this, I've put this up, COP26 and the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. The Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero was invented and actually announced yesterday. And this is 43 global banks who are getting together with an organization that already exists, which is the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, that together are saying we need to get to net zero. Net zero emissions means for any emissions that go out into the atmosphere, they have to be taken back in again. You can't actually have any net emissions. And I'm going to say a lot more about the whole net zero approach because they're saying that they want to be net zero by 2050. And that means everyone they lend to in the banks. It means for the asset owners, it means every asset that they own, the pension funds, the big investors, they're going to be net zero in climate. Let me say a little bit more about net zero. Because net zero by 2050 seems like it's a long way away. And the United Nations has this thing they're calling the race to zero, where they're actually collating different commitments. And this point is not about 2050, it's about today, because already those challenges, those commitments are being put forward. So there has been an incredibly rapid rise over the last 18 months from almost no commitments to net zero by 2050 to a massive number. At the moment, 73% of global GDP generators and 53% of global emissions are now under net zero regimes. So that means this is now mainstream. Net zero emissions by 2050 has become the defining target. If you don't have a net zero target, you're not at the table anymore. And if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And that's why so many players are now scrambling to say, we need to be part of this. We need to have this target. Now, what does net zero by 2050 mean for today. So this was the governors of the Bank of England and the Bank of France issued a letter about this. They said this: in order to get to net zero by 2050, carbon emissions have to decline by 45% over the next decade. And in what I think is a massive understatement, this requires a massive reallocation of capital. We're talking about 9-10 years, 45% carbon emissions. This is a very radical change to every single sector, every single company. And look at this. If some companies and industries fail to adjust to this new world, they'll fail to exist. This is the governors of the Bank of England and the Bank of France. Now, if you think that looks mad, they're saying carbon emissions have to decline by 45% by 2030, right? Look at this. I said this isn't about 2050, this is about today. 3 days ago, the UK government said, okay, sorry, not 3 days ago, today, the USA is going to say, and we don't know, it might be 50%, it might be 55%. They haven't actually announced it yet. Joe Biden is having a big summit. President Putin is going to it. President Xi from China is going to it. And it's widely touted that they're going to say that they're going to set a target of 50% or more reduction from 2005 by 2030. Now, the USA has obviously been a long way away from all of this until recently. It's another big sea change. But watch out for that announcement that could be coming in just a few hours. Then look at this. The EU emissions reduction, yesterday they said, EU emissions reduction by 55% by 2030. So remember, the governments of Bank of England and Bank of France said it's going to have to be 45%. The EU has committed to 55% reduction across the EU by 2030. And then 3 days ago, the UK said, okay, we're going to do our emissions reduction of 78% by 2035. This is massive. And this is really hard. And this is where both the challenge and the opportunities, I think, really lie. The governments are saying that they're going to do that. They don't have the policies in place yet. And the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment has said, watch out, there's going to be a very big policy shift as more and more governments realize they actually have to put better regulations in place to be able to deliver on those massive commitments that they're just making. Maybe between now and 2025, there's going to be some very big policy shifts. And it's going to be important to be engaging with this and also to be ready for it, to be climate ready in every single business. This is Pierre Andorran. He's a hedge fund guru. He's made a lot of money out of hedge funds, out of going long and short over the last 5 years. They are going long on high carbon prices in the EU. We're comfortable, he said, over a 5-year horizon, the price has to go up. It's a guarantee. When the hedge funds are saying this is a sure thing, this is a one-way bet, you know that it's about now. It's not just about 2050 or even 2030. So that means that there's also a need for better standards. And the big four accountancy firms have been working really hard on figuring out exactly how companies are going to need to report. What sort of numbers do you need to deliver, and how can you align the standards? At the moment, it's like an alphabet soup of different acronyms and different ways that you can do it, and everyone can choose their own. So watch out for this, because already they've started to bring out alignment and streamlining on this. That has some other consequences. And this is the cost of credit being linked to sustainability measures. Here are just a few examples of where this is already happening. JetBlue has a revolving credit facility of $550 million linked to their sustainability plans. Nokia, $1.5 billion, Danone, $2 billion, Crown, $3.25 billion. Every single global bank I've spoken to has said that they are now looking at this, linking the cost of credit, making it cheaper if you have a good sustainability plan and more expensive if you don't. So this is Mark Carney and Mike Bloomberg and their task force for climate-related financial disclosures. Companies with a combined market cap of more than $12.6 trillion are now supporting the TCFD recommendations. What are those recommendations? They're saying you have to relate your climate-related financial risks alongside your financials. So not in a CSR report and something on the side, but you have to declare what are your emissions, what's your sustainability plan. Now, at the moment, this is voluntary, but yesterday I saw this as part of John Kerry's conversations in China and also conversations with the European Union. There are starting to be hints that the USA and the European Union might get together and make these disclosures of carbon emissions mandatory for certain sectors, as the United Kingdom's already done. So what are businesses doing about this? What are other sectors doing? And some unexpected sectors. Just look at this. This is Bernard Looney, the CEO of BP. Last year, he said, we have to change and change profoundly because the world is changing fast, and so are society's expectations of us. So they have actually launched BP Net Zero, where they're actually changing their entire strategy, their entire structure. They're doing a massive reset to say, how are we going to have a business model where we can actually provide energy without creating emissions? We're working on that right now, and lots of other oil and gas companies are now following suit on that. Look at this, the Getting to Zero coalition. This is in shipping. So this is now a big coalition across shipbuilders, across fuel providers, across ports, across customers of shipping. And they've created this Getting to Zero coalition. The plan is to have zero emission ships on the high seas by 2030. There's also now a whole set of principles called the Poseidon Principles that a lot of banks got together to say, this is how you should lend into shipping so that you can actually handle the climate goals. This is a set of principles. And I'm seeing this happening in more sectors as well. It's coalitions getting together within the sector and relevant stakeholders to say, we need a plan. How are we as a sector going to get to zero? What can we do about that? Seeing much more of that now. Mission Possible was a report brought out by the Energy Transition Commission, and this heralds something that I think is particularly relevant to the print industry, which is a big new focus on more kind of heavy industry and higher emitting, particularly heavy transport, heating, cement, chemicals, aluminium, steel, those kinds of things. I think there's been a lot of focus on climate change in just electricity, electric vehicles and electricity. And now there's a realization that emissions come everywhere, and particularly with heating as well. And something needs to be done about that. This report actually set out pathways to get to net zero in those sectors by 2050 in developing countries, in 2016 developing, the other way around, and the cost to economy of less than 0.5% of GDP. I think I'm seeing more and more attention now on never mind just getting renewable electricity, but what do we do about the hard stuff? And let's give new attention to that. So obviously now, if we're looking at some of the things that need to happen, you know what needs to be done. In part, it's moving to clean electricity, solar and wind and so on. It's also look out for this. This has gone from nowhere 2 years ago to being massive, and that's hydrogen. Hydrogen for heating, hydrogen for providing electricity and power. It's very clean. You burn it and it only gives you water. It's not available at high enough levels at the moment, but I think there's a big, excited scramble to turn this very, very quickly into a big industry. So that's one to look out for. What can businesses do individually? And this is a big business. This is Hilton. And this is Chris Nassetta, President and CEO of Hilton. He said, more and more of our customers want us to lead. So this is what Hilton actually did. And I use it as an interesting example of leadership separately from the rest of the sector that has now become a defining benchmark for the sector. What Hilton did 10 years ago was they built a proprietary tech called Lightstay to measure the environmental footprint across all their hotels. And that enabled them to reduce, first of all, energy use by 22%, carbon emissions by 30%, water use by 22%, and waste by more than 30%. What's interesting here is it's by measuring the footprint first that they were actually able to reduce them. And then look at this, they ended up with a cumulative saving of $1 billion. So at first, the investors were rather skeptical, and now, of course, they love it. Next thing, target to halve environmental footprint by 2030. And now other hotel groups are looking at Hilton and saying, we have to do something about this. This is set a leadership position. Back to me again in another adventurous situation. This is me in the rainforest in Madagascar. And I've put this in because this is something else that I know is going to come up later in the day, and is going to be something that's very relevant for the print industry, which is the circular economy. And why do I have a picture of me in the rainforest for the circular economy? I don't know if any of you have been to a rainforest, but when you're standing there and you're looking around, you see that on the ground, leaf and mulch is being recycled. You can see that trees are letting things fall. You can almost hear the munching of the animals as they're recycling the leaves, and then it's going into the soil and back into the trees again. They're perfect recycling environments. And that's not because nature is noble, it's because nature isn't stupid. Nature knows that waste is actually a dangerous thing to do if you want to stay in business. And so this is my way of moving into this question. How do we turn something linear into something circular? And I think it requires a completely different mindset. Look at this for the circular economy. You've got all these different elements of it. You've got the design and manufacture, you've got the retailers, you've got the consumers, you've got the opportunity to reuse or recycle, the whole recycling sector, and back to the beginning again. And the reason I put this in is it's not just about reuse and recycle. It's not just about using different materials that have been recycled. It's also about thinking about the design from the beginning so that you can build in some kind of circularity in the thinking. Here are some of the different companies that are working on this way. IKEA has said it's going to design all its products using circular principles and use only renewable and recycled materials by 2030, and also reduce the total IKEA climate footprint of products by 70% by 2030. That looked like it was crazy when they first said it, but that's not far off the UK target for 78% by 2035. That's IKEA. Philips, aiming for 100% revenue from circular solutions by 2025. That's only 4 years' time. And carbon neutral operations and 100% renewable electricity by last year. Microsoft, look at this. Carbon negative they want to be by 2030. They want to remove their historical emissions by 2050, and they've put a $1 billion climate innovation fund in there. Well, they can afford to do that. But I'm putting this in because I think this is setting a new standard too. It's not just that they're going to stop their emissions. They're not just going to stop the problem getting worse. They've said that they're going to find ways to take the CO2 back out of the atmosphere and remove their historical emissions. Something that looks like this, taking the CO2 back out of the air. Watch out for this one. At the moment, it's very small. It's going to be very big. I think there's going to be more and more attention into that carbon removal space for how you can actually balance the emissions you're putting out by taking it back again. I'm going to finish now, and we can have any questions. And I want to finish on this. When I was still allowed to travel, also about 18 months ago, I gave a talk in Iceland, also to some investors. And it wasn't very far away from this glacier, which is called the Ok Glacier in Iceland. And it's a lovely place in the heart of Iceland. And this is what the glacier looked like in 1986, Ok Glacier. And this is what it looked like in 2019. It had gone. And the Icelandic government, the prime minister and various ministers and also various activists, they actually had a funeral for the glacier. They climbed over the rubble to get to the middle of it, and they left this plaque. And I just want to leave you with this plaque now. This is what it says. It's up there on the glacier, on that mountain right now. It's called a letter to the future. It says, Ok is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. In the next 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know if we did it. August 2019, 415 parts per million of CO2. I think this is really striking because we do know what's happening and we do know what needs to be done. And every business, however big or small, is going to have to be part of this answer. And it says to the letters of the future, only you know if we did it. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gabrielle Walker, for your overview and insights into the impacts of climate change. Now, something you mentioned now in your keynote was the effect of the pandemic on climate change. I think a lot of people would generally say, oh, there was no one was flying, so emissions are bound to have gone down. What sort of effects did the pandemic have on climate change?
A great question. And first of all, I thought last year was going to be the year of the climate. And then, and especially with those fires in Australia, which is always hard to remember. It feels like it was decades ago now. And then of course, COVID hit. And among the many other reasons that I was worried about COVID, I was also thinking, what are the implications of this going to be for climate action? And then two things happened. One was, people have been saying for years, we can't get very rapid policy change. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be grown up. That's not how businesses work. You're not going to get planes grounded overnight, are you? And then we did. We really did. And so many other things happened during that time. And it did mean that the emissions went down temporarily. Now, that's not a good solution. You can't do business in that kind of environment. We can't actually continue to make our living in that kind of environment. It's not what I think needs to happen. But it was very striking that that happened. The other two things that happened, though, were, I think in a way, it changed the mindset, because we had been saying there's going to be some very dramatic policy shifts. Watch out for them. And I'd been hearing back, yeah, but we're going to have a lot of time. It's maybe 10 years or 20 years. We'll have plenty of time to deal with it. And now suddenly we felt what it's like to have very dramatic policy changes happen overnight and having to deal with them. And I think that's made people realize this can happen, this can be real, both policymakers and businesses. Another thing that's happened is we felt the visceral shock of what happens to the economy when you get a big, interconnected, systemic crisis. And climate change will bring us a series of those if we don't deal with it. And so I think it's enabled more people to take it more seriously. And the third thing that's happened is investors, if anything, I think because of some of these reasons, have accelerated their action and put more pressure on. And I've spoken to so many senior executives. I said, why are you still acting on climate change? Why are you using this time to make this big reset when everything's so crazy and we're just trying to survive? And they've all given me the same answer. The investors are still pushing for it. If anything, they've accelerated. So I think it's been a really, in a way, COVID is like a kind of warning shot of what it will be like if we let climate change take hold. And maybe it's been an appalling 18 months and it's going to get worse, but it's a shock that maybe we needed.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Another question is that you've mentioned in a keynote that I've heard somewhere else, that actually the global issues, and I really like this way of thinking, because you have a very business way of thinking and not a hugging trees kind of image. You've mentioned that global issues are actually a business opportunity in disguise, or finding the solutions for the global issues are a business opportunity in disguise. Now, what kinds of opportunities do you see in providing solutions, perhaps specifically now for the printing industry? What kind of business opportunities do you see in providing solutions that address climate change?
I think that's a really interesting, this is my way of thinking about it. And all of my work, all of my strategy work is about where can we find the opportunities? This is an exciting time to be alive and to find the solutions. And one of the reasons it's so exciting is that for many of the solutions that we need to come up with, the world is your market. Everybody needs it, without exception. And so that really means that it's not sort of scrabbling for market share in one corner. It's if you can find solutions that are needed for this, the world needs them. And I think for the printing industry, there's this kind of focus on what do we need to do to try and get our emissions in check, all of the obligations that are going to come, the regulations that are going to come, and even the way that we need to position ourselves to be ready for that. How do we make sure we switch our energy use, and how do we make sure we can actually reduce our emissions, recycle, whatever. But I think this is also an opportunity, if you look at the colliding mega trends of climate and the digitalization, to say, where can the print industry play in this, where it can actually be part of solutions that everybody's going to need. And that could be anything. I don't really know this, but it could be anything from, there's going to be so much more need for labeling and packaging and tracking. We need to know what the history of a product has been, to know what emissions it's caused along the way. And that's going to be something everyone's going to need it. A couple together with something like blockchain or some way to make sure that you can track it. Then using new materials. What kind of new materials can you use that can actually give different capacities so that you can be more creative about how you use them, as well as making sure that they have their low emissions? What role can recycling play? And how can you set a leadership role for that other people will then have to come along and follow? How can you actually set that agenda? And I think there's also lots of ways that if you're reducing waste heat, there's a new attention now to having industrial clusters where if your processes generate heat and someone else needs them, you find a way to pass them on. You can sell your waste heat instead of just letting it disappear into the atmosphere. And those extra efficiencies can also provide revenue models. So I think it's a mindset change. It's thinking, okay, we're going to have to do this. So how do we make sure we can dance while we're doing it, and broaden our market and broaden our opportunities and make our industry really fit for the 21st century? And one comment I'd make about this is I have said that other sectors are doing coalitions to look at that. What can it look like? How can we take the opportunity? And I think that's probably a good way to start.
Fantastic. So plenty of impulses there for our viewers. Thank you very much, Dr. Gabrielle Walker. Unfortunately, we've run out of time now. A very interesting topic. And I wish you every success for, are you going to be at COP26?
I will be at COP26, and I say happy Earth Day and watch this space. It's a buckle your seatbelts. It's going to be busy. It's going to be very exciting.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, dear viewers, lots of impulses there for sustainability and, as Dr. Gabrielle Walker said, business opportunities in finding solutions for the printing industry to reduce emissions and get to net zero emissions. Now it's time for our special forums, dear viewers, here in Stream 1. The next three, 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 the next.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We've now split into Stream 1 and Stream 2. Welcome to Stream 2. Today, everything is about circular economy, and we're going to start it off with climate neutral printing and the business value of sustainability. And consumers, businesses and organizations alike are demanding sustainable products and services. And while the printing industry has becoming more and more sustainable, there is still potential for improvement when it comes to its carbon footprint. Now, in this session, you will learn how to, or how your company, your products and services can become climate neutral, and how this can help create value for your customers and your business alike. This is going to be a panel discussion with some interesting guests, and this will be hosted by Markus Wittmer from Mondi Paper Sales, who I'd like to welcome now. So Markus, are you with us?
Yes, thanks very much, Chris, and
all right.
Welcome to our session.
So it's all yours. Go for it. We're already excited to see what you have to say.
Yeah, I think we can build nicely upon the keynote that we all just heard about the challenges of climate change and seeing that as an opportunity. And we want to talk about one particular opportunity that we see for the printing and paper industry to address climate change and turn climate change, that challenge, into an opportunity for our businesses and also into a competitive edge. And in this session, especially, we want to talk about climate neutral printing as one option to address this challenge of climate change. And we have a panel of experts put together whom will ask the following questions. What is climate neutral printing? How does it work? And why should you look into climate neutrality as a member of the printing or paper industry? Apart from these questions, please also post your questions into the chat while we are talking, because we want to address your questions after we finished. But first, I'd like to ask our panel to introduce themselves, starting with Nicole, please.
Yeah, hello. Thank you, Markus. Welcome from Vienna, our Mondi headquarters. My name is Nicole Brandl, and together with my team, I'm responsible for office papers, office paper brands like IQ, Maestro, but also our recycling paper range, branded as Nautilus, and of course, the whole area of product sustainability. So I'm extremely happy that we could get our partners, Climate Partner and Ödingbrink on board to host this session today.
Nice segue to Daniel, please.
Thank you, Markus. My name is Daniel Pointner. I'm with Climate Partner. Climate Partner is an international climate consultancy, and we are enabling companies to offer climate neutral products. So, for example, also climate neutral print products. And I'm very happy to be on this panel discussion together with two of our long-standing partners, Mondi and Ödingbrink today.
And finally, Roland.
Yeah, hello. My name is Roland Maxula, and I am responsible for sustainability at Ödingbrink. Öding is a sheet-fed offset printing company and a leading provider for sustainable printing solutions in Germany.
And that is our panel. Myself, as Chris mentioned, my name is Markus Wittmer, and I'm also part of Mondi, and I am the head of our customer experience team also here in lovely Vienna, Austria. Before we start properly, I think we need to define some terms because the term of climate neutral printing includes the term climate neutrality. And I think, Daniel, you're the best person to define what this actually is.
Okay, great. Thank you, Marcus. Absolutely. I think also it's relevant to make everyone aware of the topic and of the term climate neutrality again, and what we mean when we say something is climate neutral, when we have a climate neutral print product. So climate neutrality basically means, and it refers to a state in which human activities have no net effect on the climate system. So this is an internationally recognized concept that says companies or a product are climate neutral if their carbon emissions have been calculated and offset by supporting international recognized carbon offset projects. So in addition to avoidance and reduction, offsetting carbon emissions is an important step in an effective climate protection and climate action strategy. So I've prepared one graph here that I wanted to show you. So when we take a look at this graph on the next slide. Not sure if you're able to see it. Yeah, here it is. Perfect. So here when we take a look, we see that climate neutrality basically consists of three important steps. So first of all, and it's the most important step, is measuring. So you have to measure your footprint to understand the emissions you're causing and you're responsible for. And this, in a second step, will then enable you to set short, mid, and long-term targets to reduce your emissions. And this is really crucial on your way to climate neutrality. And everything that you cannot reduce or avoid right now at this point in time, you can offset with high quality certified carbon offset projects. And offsetting means that you finance an additional carbon saving that only takes place because of your additional financial support. So without your funds, this carbon saving would not take place. And all of this enables you to reach climate neutrality for your company or for your product. And this approach is also aligned with the United Nations, with the UN Climate Neutral Now initiative. It also says measure, reduce, and offset now. And I want to stress the now here. It's really urgent and it's really time to take action. It's nothing we can say we'll do in 20 years and 30 years because then it would be simply too late. So we've defined the term climate neutrality now, and in the next slide, I also wanted to show you who can take action. And we're talking about climate neutral print products today. And here you see all the different stages that a print job goes through. So on the left side, you see you have the author or you have a brand owner who actually want to have a climate neutrally printed marketing material or climate neutral book, and they go to an agency, a publishing house or a printing company that is able to print climate neutrally. So they calculate the emissions of the print product and they compensate for. And the print company in turn can also go to a paper manufacturer that is already selling climate neutral paper. So you see everyone can take action in the whole value chain, supply chain, however you want to call it, and everyone should take action for the emissions they're responsible for.
And we have one of those print companies here, and its representative, Roland. Oeding Print was an early adopter in this whole process of climate neutral printing. When did you make that decision, and why did you make it?
Well, thank you, Marcus. Back in 2007, 2008, there was a big public debate about climate change here in Germany, and it challenged us as a company to take a look at our own processes. And by doing that, we basically realized three things. First, that we as a company are responsible for a considerable amount of greenhouse gas emissions and are therefore part of the problem. Second, we cannot just wait for others to act. We are also responsible to reduce our footprint, and we have to put a stake in the ground and become part of the solution. And third, climate neutrality has to be part of our overall sustainability strategy and will be essential for the future success of our company. So that's why we started back in 2008 with little experience, but a lot of enthusiasm. And in order to generate momentum, we decided to start off by offsetting our emissions through the climate neutral printing process. And in retrospect, it was a perfect catalyst for many other activities. With the help of Climate Partner, the first carbon footprint was calculated, which showed us for the first time exactly the emissions related to every step of the production process. And at the same time, it helped us to identify the greatest potentials to reduce our overall emissions. For example, energy and paper consumption as the two biggest contributors. We basically had a perfect roadmap at hand. And if you would like to share the next slide, please. Here are just two examples. The overall energy consumption reduced from 1,800 down to 690 kilowatt hours per ton of paper. And the overall carbon emissions in the printing process reduced from 395 down to 70 kilograms per ton of paper. And over the past 10 years, we have, of course, planned and implemented many other actions to reduce our footprint. But climate neutrality continues to be a key part of our overall strategy.
Thanks, Roland. Yeah, let's go one step further down the value chain and look at the printing materials, especially paper. And here, Nicole, I would like to ask you, what is the role of paper in the process of reaching climate neutrality?
Yeah, the role of paper is very important, actually. Based on the calculations from Climate Partner, we calculated that paper itself accounts for 50 to 75% of all CO2 emissions of a ready printed and converted book. So it is quite obvious that paper is the biggest lever and should be the starting point when reducing CO2 emissions. So it's very important for printers and their customers like agency and brand owners. Mondi puts sustainability at the heart of what we do. So already back then in 2009, we started our cooperation with Climate Partner, and we also acted as a kind of first mover because back then we set our color copy, our paper for digital color printing, as CO2 neutral. So since then we are selling CO2 neutral papers. But based on the strong rise on the market and strong demand from our customers, we in 2021 take a considerable step further because we also decided to put per Grafica, our design paper, as CO2 neutral. And on top, it's now optionally possible for our customers. They can choose and participate in climate action because they can choose to set a wide range of our portfolio as CO2 neutral. Among these papers, for instance, Nautilus, our recycling paper. So our offsetting is focused on one specific project, and we are really proud that we are the exclusive supporter of this project. This is a hydropower plant in Pesqueiro in Brazil. You can get more insights on our website. But this hydropower plant produces electricity for about 40,000 people in that area. So really proud and a really nice project. But offsetting is the one side. The other side is that, of course, the paper making process itself is an industrial process. So it is unavoidable that emissions are already emitted during the production of paper. So it is crucial that we also focus our efforts already on the starting point, actually, of the whole supply chain. So Mondi has set very ambitious targets in the framework of the Mondi Action Plan 2030 with regards to CO2 emissions reduction program. So the next step, or we have defined two, let's say, milestones. The first one is to reduce CO2 emissions for scope 1 and scope 2 by 2025 by minus 34%. And the second step is that we would like to reduce by 70 or more than 70% up to 2050.
Okay, Nicole, thank you very much. Let's go to a more practical level and back to Roland here, because I would like to know, how did you, in practice, how can you sell CO2 neutral print jobs, and what is your day-to-day CO2 neutral printing activity?
Well, let me start by saying that it has become a largely automated process, which you can basically split in two main parts. First, you have to create the baseline. So you have to provide a detailed overview about your machines, printing materials, energy sources, and consumption data to Climate Partner to calculate your company's carbon footprint. And based on this data, specific emission values are linked to every step of the manufacturing process and stored in the so-called footprint manager. And second, to calculate the print job related emissions. So when a print request comes in, job-specific parameters such as paper type, format, paper grammage, print run are combined with the stored data in the footprint manager to calculate the exact carbon emissions for this specific print job. And the customer then decides whether to offset these emissions or not. And he also has the option to choose among about 100 different carbon offset projects. And the emissions are calculated either manually in the online footprint manager or directly in the print estimating software through an interface with Climate Partner. And we, for example, have been working successfully with the integrated interface in 2013. And at the same time, logos and certificates are also available, different versions and languages, and can be conveniently forwarded to the customer through the estimating software. And on top of it, each order receives a unique tracking ID, which can be used to access all the details on a public portal, and that adds a lot of transparency for the client. So altogether, a highly automated process, which can be fully integrated in your overall production workflow.
Yeah, that sounds pretty straightforward when you are there where you are, but you were an early adopter. So my question to Daniel is now, if you're starting out on this process as a printer, as a print company, how do you get there? How can you become a climate neutral printer?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, a lot has been said and a lot of perfect points have been made. I think there's not a lot more I can add here. It has been said, like, the paper is most important part of the carbon footprint. And of course, switching to renewable energy always makes sense. With our help, we have this print calculator, as Roland Makula mentioned. You can calculate the emissions of a print product, and you can also already offset it, and you get your label for your print product. So I think that's it to sum it up. It's not rocket science here. This is also maybe something important to say. It's not that far away. It's actually quite an easy solution that does a lot of good.
Okay, so it's also a pretty straightforward process. So theoretically, nothing should stop you from becoming a climate neutral printing company and offering climate neutral print jobs. But the big question, maybe to sum up to you, Roland, is it worth it? Has it paid off for you and your company?
Well, absolutely. 10 years ago, we basically had to educate and convince our customers. And today the market has changed completely. We no longer have to push the solution into the market. The market started to demand climate neutral products. And so to be competitive, printers have to provide solutions to meet the growing demand for eco and climate friendly printing products. And as an early adapter, we have positioned ourselves as a leading provider right there. And I'm confident and I'm convinced that climate neutral printing will be standard in the future.
Awesome. So that's us, that's the panel. Let's go to your questions. And by the way, don't hesitate to contact each of those experts individually, because it's also always a very individual based decision to make for every company. But one question I see here in the chat is that we haven't talked a lot about recycling papers. And the big question is, isn't it always more climate neutral, more sustainable to choose a recycled paper quality? Maybe Daniel, you can take this up, or Nicole?
Nicole, do you want to go for it, or? should I say something?
No, I think we can add. I can add.
Exactly. So yeah, I think that the discussion shouldn't be virgin fiber-based paper versus recycled paper. It's like the carbon footprint is not the ideal concept to make a comparison here. There is certain other parts where it makes sense to use recycled paper, and it's definitely a resource we should use, but the footprint per se does not necessarily have to be better than for virgin fiber-based paper.
And maybe let me add here, you always need, for the production of recycling paper, you always need fresh fiber and you always need recycled fiber. So we at Mondi, we place very much importance that we source our fresh fibers sustainably. So first of all, PFC or FSC produced paper, and then we all have to make a big step and look for recycling of the paper so that it is then collected, and that out of the collected paper we can produce recycling paper. And
Thanks so much.
Europe has the biggest recycling rate, by the way.
All right, and I think that's a good point to end our discussion. Our time is up, and I'd like to hand over back to you, Chris.
Right. Thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you also to our experts here for these valuable insights. And yes, let's switch to the Q&A. So this is basically your quick chance to ask one or two questions. Looking at the time, we have time for, well, maybe one more. So this one would go to Roland, if he's still in. Roland, are customers willing to pay more for a sustainable print job?
Well, to be honest, no. As we all know, it's a highly competitive market, and our customers are not willing to pay any premium, with the exception of the cost for offsetting the emissions. That's the only thing, but in general, no.
In general, no. Okay. And we also have another question here from our audience. We'll take that also. Should we also be considering use of water, plastics, and other wastes? Again, should we also be considering use of water, plastics, and other wastes? How do we include these in the sustainability debate?
Is this a question directed to me?
It's not. It doesn't have a certain specific expert. It's.
Yes, sure. Because climate neutrality is a part of the overall strategy, and water consumption, waste management, the recycling process, everything else has to be part of this overall solution. So yes, sure, climate neutrality is important. It is part, but not everything.
All right, and last but not least, how widespread in the world in the climate neutrality used? That's how the question is posed here. How widespread, I'd rephrase it, how widespread is climate neutrality used throughout the world?
That's a topic for Daniel, right?
I guess so. I think like in Europe, we see the demand is very strong, and also in North America, we see more and more customers and more partners coming to us, especially in the retail segment, and also in the fast moving and slow moving consumer goods segment, who want to do something, who want to offer climate neutral products. So the demand, especially in the last 1 to 2 years, is growing immensely, and this is mainly driven by consumers out there.
All right. So this concludes then our session. Just looking at the time, we would have a few more questions, but we're going to have to wrap it up here. So I'd like to thank you all once again for joining us. Enjoy the rest of virtual Drupa. Stay safe, everybody, and hope to see you again next time in person.
Thank you, Chris. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it going. Welcome to Stream 2 here at Virtual Drupa. Today, everything is about circular economy. Our next topic is about sustainability in action. And the sustainability journey can take companies on different paths to reach significant outcomes, to reach their goals. I think a famous saying goes, there are 1,000 ways that lead to Rome, right? As a sustainability program evolves, companies evaluate their situation and set new goals. Now, we're going to go behind the scenes with printers certified by the Sustainable Green Printing Partnership, in short, SGP, and be inspired by the steps they took to reach zero landfill. Learn how to benchmark and develop your own sustainability program. And for this, we are welcomed by the chair of the Sustainability Green Printing Partnership, Jonathan Graham. Jonathan, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you feeling today?
Doing well. Thank you, Chris, for that introduction. And before I get started, I just want to give a shout out to Monica and Marcus. Mondi sponsored me for a trip a couple of years ago into their facility, and we also took a tour of one of their production facilities. So they're doing great work, and it was nice to hear the interplay with Roland and others. So that was a very interesting session, and one that had a lot of aspiration in it. So certainly one that we can use as we talk about sustainability in action. Chris, like you said, I'm Jonathan Graham. I'm with the Sustainable Green Printing Partnership. And I want to start out a little bit differently. Today is Earth Day, and there's a huge amount of pressure on all of us in the printing industry on a lot of sustainability topics. I want us to stop a little bit and reflect on what we're doing correctly. And to do that, I want to take us outside of the printing industry and introduce you to Bea Johnson. Bea Johnson lives in Pleasant Hill, California, and she's the author of Zero Waste Home, which is an amazing book. I don't know if you guys can see me because I'm holding the book up as well. It's an amazing book about her journey on going to a zero waste home. Now, a zero waste home is very interesting because it means no recycling either. It means no waste coming out of the home. It's a hugely challenging project. And honestly, when I first heard about it, I'm like, this is one of these superheroes, phenomenal people who's doing something that just is frustrating for the rest of us. But actually, as I found out more about Bea and read the book, I found out more about her journey. Well, believe it or not, you're seeing right now the combined waste of 1 year of the family of four. That's it right there. Just a small jar is all the waste they produced. Now, to get there, it wasn't that easy. First of all, you can find out about it in her book, but it's about refusing. Don't let things into your house, because once they come into your house, you have to manage that. You have to manage that as waste. And we're talking about also recycling. So the first and foremost idea is to refuse. Sounds easy, right? Well, actually, it's quite sort of, at least I can give a sigh of relief because it wasn't that easy. For example, refuse. They invite friends from San Francisco. They come over on a train with a bottle of wine. And guess what? They cannot bring the wine in the house because if the wine bottle comes in the house, it has to be dealt with. And remember, we're talking about zero waste, not even recycling. So unfortunately, their friends were sent back home on the train. Dinner was canceled because they could not accept this gift. Well, actually, it's maybe even more complicated. As her family did a great job on achieving zero waste, they refused birthday cakes, flowers, all kinds of things because they would have to manage them. And it could be as simple as just a string on a bunch of flowers that would have to be managed in the waste stream. So this got to be a little bit difficult. Bea is originally from France, and every year she goes home to see her mother. And after a couple of years of zero waste home activity, she went home to what she calls a normal home. And in that time, she realized my whole family is working totally on a zero waste home. This is socially, let's say, negative. It's impossible to have a social life when you have to refuse to bring anything in your home, as well as it's a time-consuming effort. Her boys barely had time to do their homework because they also had to manage their waste streams as well. So what B came up with, and what I want us to think about today as we are hearing all these great stories, is that we really, while we have big goals, similar to what B did, we also have the small steps today. And at SGP, as we've got some of the leading sustainability printers in the world certified, we have to appreciate the small steps, because not everyone is going to be able to hit those goals. So sustainability is about improvement. It's not about hitting those highest goals and being the top of the top. It's about doing better than you did before. And with that, I want to talk about something that may start pulling you back, and it's exactly what Chris talked about. And I've recast this presentation as I've talked to some printers, and it's about zero.
Do you have your presentation on? I'm sorry to interrupt, but we don't see it.
Oh, well, that's really nice, because you did. Okay, you don't see my presentation.
Exactly.
All right, so excuse me. I wish you had interrupted me, because I will quickly go back. Here we go.
Got it.
Share. And
that looks good.
Okay, you know what, guys? This is the beauty of Drupa in action. I do need to show you some of these slides like this. Here's B and her family with their jar of waste for the year. That's the 2008 jar of waste. Like I said, zero waste home. You already saw me hold the book up. Refuse, that was the big thing. So then I have a nice little graphic just showing you all the things they refuse. And look at that beautiful clean kitchen. It's definitely, B is the world's leading expert in zero waste home, but she also says be pragmatic. And that's what I want to bring to us today is the printing industry. Let's continue to have ambition and big goals for sustainability, but let's also make sure that we appreciate the smaller steps that take us to get there. And Chris, it's an interesting point that you stopped me on, because this is where some people are going to turn off. And that's when we talk about no waste going to landfill. This is a big topic for printers, and one that for some is virtually impossible. There's no way they can divert all of their dumpsters from landfill into other waste streams. And if you guys would just give me a few minutes, I want to tell you this story. So don't get turned off, because I don't want to talk about one printer in a million. I want to talk about what one printer's journey to zero landfill was like. So the first big challenge with zero landfill projects, you've got to do an incredible amount of planning. And you need to analyze your waste streams, and you need to actually analyze waste. And that's easy on a production floor, but that also means you may need to spend 1 or 2 months doing a daily analysis of all the trash in the break rooms and the bathroom. So it's a really comprehensive project. And at the heart of it as well would be partners who can help you divert some of that waste, whether they repurpose or they have some energy recovery programs. But you probably, key part is going to be finding the right partners. This printer, this SGP certified printer, did everything right. They had a program, and it looked like they were on the path to a really good zero landfill program. But you know what? Things happen. And for this printer, they had a big problem, because one of the partners that was going to take 20 to 30% of the waste that was going to landfill and use it for other repurposing moved location. They went out of business in the region, and essentially it shut down the entire zero to landfill project. Very discouraging for the printer. But I want to tell you something. As a leading SGP, I am very impressed with what happened, because as the printer wasn't able to meet those goals, all of a sudden we saw an amazing change in the behavior of the employees in that print shop. Everyone because of that training and that time to prepare for zero waste, started managing waste better. They started looking for other solutions for waste. They really became more sustainable in the journey, as well as departments looked at innovative ways to manage waste. They also looked at what was coming into the print shop in terms of packaging and other materials that they could reduce before they even get in, very similar to B's refuse kind of principle. And while there was still some big dumpsters full of waste, it was reduced. And I tell you, it's a great story because they made a difference. The journey to zero landfill brought them some significant, let's say, cultural as well as business improvements. And starting with, there was a 60% reduction in landfill waste. Guys, that's huge. So 60% reduction in landfill waste. They also developed repurposing projects for supplies and materials. And there is a spirit of innovation and sustainability within the departments and the people that when you go in that print shop, you will have the confidence that they're doing everything they can to be as sustainable as possible. So once again, I want us to think that we can have our big goals, but let's also focus on those daily improvements that continue to make us better. I'm going to try to run through this because I really would like some questions at the end. I want to tell another story. This one is a success story. The metrics are a lot easier. It's about Chalmette printers. They're in New England. They're an SGP certified printer, and they started a community garden. Simple process, but actually it's interesting because that picture is Kristen Spaniard. She's one of our SGP directors. Those are her grandparents who started Chalmette in their basement. It has a family community vibe, and a community garden is sort of an excellent way to go. For a printer to be SGP certified, one of the first things they need to do is start a sustainability committee. And this sustainability committee will help guide them through the certification, and it needs to continue throughout the entire certification time because they are looking at a continuous improvement projects. And at Chalmette, they made a decision to go for zero waste for food. Okay, so in the break rooms in the cafeteria, all the food waste needs to be composted. So it was natural that they started a small garden and they used some leftover pallets. People brought in some supplies. They started a small garden. That was like the first year. But guess what? This project grew into something really amazing in terms of social engagement. Not only did employees get involved with it, their families got involved, retirees got involved, even people who had no connection with Chalmette wanted to come and help with the garden. Now it's really a full part of what Chalmette is doing. And right now, as growing season started, most likely when you call someone from Chalmette, they're going to talk about what's going on in the garden. It's a lot bigger. It's been expanded this year. And there's some fun activities, such as even the employees are voting on which vegetables to grow. And a surprise winner this year is habanero pepper. So very hot, burning spicy peppers is one of the new things that they're growing in the garden. The vegetables are shared with the community food bank as well as employees. So this is really, let's say, a spirit of sustainability that is taking things a little bit different. It's not just the straight environmental, it's really about making employees part of something bigger. And I would encourage all of you to try to start a community garden. If you can't start a community garden, what about taking a patch of lawn and making a wildflower garden? Or if you can't do that, could you at least grow a vegetable or tomato in the windowsill inside the building? Those small steps make a difference. But this is also the concept that we like to embrace, that everyone can be a sustainability superhero. Those short 3 examples, from the community garden to the zero landfill to the zero home, all of those met with varying levels of success. But you know what? Each one of them on its journey made improvements. And sometimes we have to reset expectations like B. Johnson did. Sometimes we don't make our goals, but there's definitely, we see that, especially with the zero landfill, lots of improvements were made on the way. So I would like to encourage all of you today to not get flustered or frustrated at these super ambitious goals, but to really live each day more sustainably within your company. And that's what it's all about. And that's what the Sustainable Green Printing Partnership really we work on as a community. We are committed to making the world a better place than we found it. And we do that through small steps and building a sustainable future. We want to give you an opportunity to do that as well. We are a nonprofit, all volunteer group, and we certify sustainability for print shops. And that's the certificate number actually for Shawmut. That's their actual certificate number that they get after they go through about a year of work to meet the criteria of SGP certification. Our certification model is based on people, planet, and profits. Oftentimes people ask us how this compares to ISO 14001 certification. Well, we're covering all aspects of the business, whereas ISO 14001 is an environmental management system. So it's focused on those environmental activities. SGP is dedicated to a sustainability management system, going much further and beyond what we see with just environment. We're committed to the industry. We have a strong network in our community, and we'd like you guys to share in that and our expertise. And something that's super easy for all of you to do is get a copy of our sustainability criteria for print shops. It's publicly available. It's the same document that our certified printers walk through. You can use that wherever you are in the world to help baseline your sustainability program. And actually, since this is platform independent, any print process works, we also let people know you need to start where you are today, okay? You need to start and grow. Make goals, but work from where you are and your perspective to increase your sustainability area into a place where you can say, we're making the world a better place than we found it. And as you get bombarded with all kinds of great, ambitious superhero companies, just remember those small steps can really make a big difference. And while we definitely like the big goals, we also appreciate those small steps that we make on a daily basis. I'd like to thank you guys for your attention. I also, please connect with us with our website and also social media. You can find all kinds of resources. You can also sign up for our webinars. They're open to the public. You can join our community. So I appreciate your time today. And now I want to make a major announcement. We're issuing a press release today where we actually are looking at our new virtual audit program, and we are going to be doing a pilot program with printers from around the world who are interested in going through our actual certification, because now after the COVID time, we have started working on virtual audits. In the past, you used to have a auditor, an independent auditor, come and spend several days at your facility. There's going to be more on that, and it's going to be launched later in the fall. So please look forward to that. Also want to just say thanks to the contributors for today's presentation. You're what make us work. And also we added a new member here today, EMG, the European Marketing Group in the Netherlands. They are announced today as a gold patron. So welcome aboard, and glad you can be on the team. With that, I'm ready for questions, Chris.
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much. Super interesting. I think it's great to see what you can do, basically, like you just said, with small steps, things everybody can do. You know what I mean? Planting a seed, watching that tomato grow. And once again, these small steps contribute to the bigger picture. I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day, right? So thank you very much once again for that.
Thank you.
And we have a few questions. Looking at the time, we don't have a lot of time left, but this is an interesting question here also. Is the SGP a global initiative? How many members do you have, and how can companies join?
SGP is a North American-based initiative because we have independent auditors that need to go and audit print shops. So in the past, it's been restricted since 2008 to North America. Now with our virtual audit, we are looking at the expansion into the other regions. So we are on the cusp of being an international certification body based on our pilot project. We have around 100 members, certified facilities, or applicants. So we're hovering around 100, and we're, of course, always looking to expand that. And we also have a very active patron group of suppliers to the industry who are actually providing funding and help sponsor those audits and the whole organization.
For companies who are interested in joining, just get in contact with you over, I don't know, LinkedIn or wherever you had your contact details there before, right?
Yes, and I don't know if we're sharing the presentation. You can contact me on LinkedIn or just go to our website at www.sgppartnership.org, and we will help you any way we can. So please reach out to us, and more than happy to support any of you in your sustainability journey.
And since this question is also so interesting, just to let you know, we're gonna, let's just go for this one. We can make it a quick answer maybe. Which printer companies impress you most with their sustainability initiatives and approaches to climate change?
You know what? Just like a parent, you love all your children. Some please you more than others. Anyone who is on a journey trying to improve, that's who I love. And as on the board of SGP, I see amazing things from unexpected places. So the answer is do anything you can that improves your situation, and that's my favorite.
That's a great answer. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
To end the presentation, and you stay safe and hope to see you again next time in person. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jonathan Graham. What a great topic here. What a great session. And we're going to continue with another great session, once again, about sustainability. I mean, it is World Earth Day, right? And this is all about sustainability in the printing and packaging industry, trends, politics, and leadership. And as you all know, we live in a fast-changing world driven by mega trends such as population dynamics, digitalization, shifting production patterns, resource scarcity, and climate change. And the question is, what will the world look like in 2050? Hard to imagine, actually. But how can the global printing and packaging industry engage in and help shape development which is truly sustainable and meets economic, social, and environmental needs? This talk will encourage leaders in the printing industry and packaging industry to embrace sustainable development through visionary leadership and bold transformative action. I'm interested to hear more about this with the help of the independent advisor of the United Nations, Dr. Achim Halbhab. Hello, Mr. Halbhab. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chris, I hear you well. Good day, everybody.
We see your presentation also and hear you very well, so the stage is yours.
Yeah, wonderful. And I can sense by listening to the last presentation already and earlier this morning, you're in the middle of sustainability discussions. And I think it's becoming clear that the topic has become mainstream. It's affecting not all of us as citizens, but as consumers and as professionals. In my presentation today, okay, I'm trying to switch the slides, but it does not seem to work. It worked 5 minutes ago. This happens, right? I'm going to share again. Sorry about that.
Sorry there. You're not the first one that's happened to.
Yeah, you see that's what life is all about, right? You have to improvise in the moment. The switching functioned in the test 5 minutes ago, but now I am not able to switch anymore. Can anyone help me from the technical team? What could have happened?
That's a good question. So we'll redirect that question to our technicians, see if we can get some feedback. Seems to be coming from your PC. Maybe just close it once again and open it once again. Just
Yeah.
sometimes that's the solution. And like you said, otherwise we'll just improvise. I'm pretty sure you can tell us a bit about it.
Okay.
So or so.
All right. I think we have a solution. I don't know. Magic came in. Wonderful. Can you all see now the second slide, presentation overview?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Thank you to the elf somewhere. Okay, so today in my presentation, I will give you an overview of why is sustainability and the circular economy really becoming an imperative. I'm going to highlight a few policy developments that are happening at the global level, at the regional level, try to zoom in a bit on what does it mean also in terms of implementation in the packaging and printing industry, and conclude with a few practical steps building on what we just heard. I personally have been involved in global environmental issues now for 30 years, and I'm going to take you to Rio de Janeiro in 1992 to a conference on sustainable development. And at that conference, a 400-page blueprint was adopted, which is the Agenda 21. And if you read across it, you do find references to printing, to packaging, to sustainability. So what we are talking about is really nothing new. I was extremely excited at the time, but also over the decades have learned how challenging it is to deal with some of the issues that I'm going to describe right now. If you don't want to read all the major reports that have been prepared by international assessment bodies like the one dealing with climate change or biodiversity or international resource issues, I would like to point you to one single report that was just issued in 2021 by the United Nations Environment Programme, and that is Making Peace with Nature. And that's a scientific blueprint summarizing the various scientific findings of where do we stand. And the report gives us some reason to be concerned. It gives a clear indication that we are right now on a track to a minimum of 3% Celsius degree increase above pre-industrial level, way beyond of what we have all agreed in 2015 in the Paris climate change agenda and agreement. We are seeing now that a significant amount of the burden of disease is now affected by environmental risk, including animal-borne diseases such as COVID-19 and also pollution and toxic chemicals. But we also hear in that report that we do have the knowledge, the ingenuity and the technology, and with the right cooperation can transform society. So there is a bit of a positive message. At the same time, I want to take you now to an article that came just out a few weeks ago, and I was looking at the carbon dioxide emissions and where do we stand. And despite the reductions that we see in the global economy, we do not see a decrease in the global carbon dioxide levels. And that is a little bit of a concern. Here are some measurements taken from a volcano located in Hawaii. And for many decades now, scientists have looked at the CO2 concentrations, and you see a continuous, almost exponential increase. And the latest 2021 data are on the top, and they are increasing despite economic downturn that we have seen in the past year. At the same time, a report in the Financial Times and many other financial and economic newspapers tell us that only a few weeks ago, BlackRock issued the largest ever investment fund focusing on green and sustainable investment. And within a few hours, more than $1.5 billion were raised. What BlackRock does, they look at some of the standard indexes, and they look at environment, social, and governance factors and how companies perform, and then they overweight or underweight the companies depending on their sustainability performance against these criteria. So the good news is funding investment is skyrocketing, so we do have a window of opportunities. Now, where are the challenges coming from? And Chris introduced that. I'm talking a little bit also where will the world be in 2050? And this is, I think, a very important graph. And again, I'm coming from a global perspective, showing you data that cover the whole world. And here we see the amount of material extracted from the earth and turned into products of various kinds, whether it's housing, nutrition, healthcare, mobility, basically material goods that we find in our world. And you have a graph starting from 1900 all the way to 2050. Now, by 2050, the International Resource Panel estimates that this annual material turnover will go up to 184 billion tons per year. Right now, in 2015, we are at 92. So we're seeing a doubling again projected. And these are trends which assume a business as usual. So the conclusion is business as usual is not an option. Now, in the trend, you also see in the red line the carbon story. And the carbon is not going up as exponentially as the overall material flow chart. It just shows us that companies and societies have become more resource efficient, but it's still going up. So the message from the global level is we are doing a lot, but we are not doing enough. We're also seeing that these growth material charts and increases are projected now for all regions in the world. Of course, we started with the OECD countries as the major growth engine, but we are now in the BRICS countries are catching up, have become the growth engine for the world, but Africa is equally on the track. So it has become a matter of global collaboration and global commitment. One important story, and that affects in particular the packaging industries, is of course the global plastic production. It mirrors basically the material resource chart that I have shown to you, with now 2017 having or seeing more than 400 million tons of plastics production per year. Now, this is then interesting for the industries here in the room, in particular the packaging industry, because we are seeing that 39.7% of all the plastic produced does go into the packaging industry. So this is important, I think, to note. It is not a minor share, it is a major, if not the largest share. And here again, we look at plastic production, and we see also in the blue sector below the packaging dimension of it. It is a historical path until 2015, but you do see on the bottom also the growth patterns of packaging in the plastic production sector, and the trends are not yet reversed. This is always a similar message. I'm showing you a similar message through different lenses, and the packaging line provides the same conclusion. Now, if we go into the projected future growth, also per region, we are seeing again a plastic production growth in all regions in the world, more than tripling, quadrupling of what we do have. And assuming that packaging and of course printing is integral part of packaging is an important dimension of it, the trends again are clear. Now, we're assuming that a lot of the packaging right now is recycled, and there are some data showing that in Europe it is indeed 41%, but it is only 41% because 60% goes then into other pathways. There's significant trade of plastic waste, including packaging material, from European countries to the rest of the world. This is a bit of a complicated graph, but you're seeing that the major blue area is China, and it decreased over time because many of you know that China a few years ago banned importation of plastic materials. But on the other hand, some of the other countries, and you see the little arrows on the bottom, are seeing an increase in plastic waste importation. So we do have a global dimension where some of the non-recycled plastic materials in one region are getting exported to another region. Now, that could be potentially not a problem if all countries in the world had sound recycling, packaging laws, and waste management infrastructures. Here is a chart prepared by Roland Berger Company that just shows the majority of countries in the world do not have legislation in place to deal with packaging waste. So the global policy dimension of this topic is becoming more and more important. Now, what implications does it have? There are many, of course, studies about the amount of plastic and plastic waste found in the oceans. And here we do indeed see that most of the releases of plastics into the ocean does occur in Asia, in particular India, Southeast Asia, and China. And the result is of all of this is that the National Geographic concludes that microplastics have moved into virtually every crevice on Earth. And you can go 10,000 meters below the ocean to the Mariana Trench, and you find an amphiport full of microplastics. This is a visual way of showing the problem that we are facing globally. Now, the international community realized that business as usual is not an option. And you all know this picture, the global goals for sustainable development. They are universal. They have been adopted by government, industry, and NGOs. They are moving us to a target-oriented approach. So the more soft approach to sustainability that was adopted in Rio in 1992 is now being replaced by a much more robust sustainable development approach, and it's great to see how it trickles into policies, into corporations, and I think many of you in the room are leaders in this area. So governments and corporations have understood we need to change. We are now seeing zero pollution targets, talking about carbon neutral economy, we're talking about circularity, sustainable material management, and all of these topics can be measured much better than the broader topic of sustainable development. And we are seeing policy leadership, in particular by the EU, and hopefully also in North America, in light of the change that there. In all areas, we're having new industry regulations coming, and I'm not going to go into detail, but in the inkjet industry, for example, mercury is being phased out, climate change is being addressed, new hazardous material protocols are being dealt with to reduce volatile organic emissions and make also the printed materials more sustainable and non-toxic. So from all of this, and that's why I'm so excited that the conference here, the Drupa, has embraced the circular economy. We see a clear need to move away from the take, make, use, dispose, pollute model to the recycle, make, use, reuse, remake model, or the circular economy. This is the imperative which is changing all of our life and policies and activities in the years to come. And we have leaders. You may know about the European Union Circular Economy Action Plan, which is an important dimension of the European Green New Deal. It is a targeting life cycle of products, product design, industrial processes, consumption. It's trickling through the whole value chain. And it includes legislative and non-legislative measures. So it is not anymore just voluntary, it is becoming legally binding. And packaging is one of the 7 sectors that are targeted by this action plan. Many of you know that, of course. I'm not going to go into detail, but this action plan has teeth. There are many legislative proposals now in the pipeline with clear time targets. So the European Union is moving forward. And the whole idea is that also that the companies that are active in Europe through supply chain relationships are bringing better technologies, better products into other markets and pulling the laggards with them. There are also very practical initiatives happening at the global level. For many years, circular economy was a no-go word at the United Nations level. But at the recent meeting of the United Nations Environment Assembly, it became one of the top topics of highest interest, and a new global alliance was founded. You have front-runner countries here, and you'll be seeing many more countries joining it. And there are momentum developing for a legal instrument on plastic pollution, in particular ocean. So the global policy framework is getting stronger and stronger, building upon the regional initiatives that I have just mentioned. Many companies are now joining also a new plastics economy global commitment by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Packaging is an integral part of this, and if you have not yet joined it, I am encouraging you to join this partnership, because it gives you exposure. It does not mean everything is perfect, as we just heard, but you are committed to implement the 5 targets of this global partnership. It ranges from elimination of problematic and unnecessary plastic packaging to transparency, in particular for the consumer. There are detailed scoring reports, and I must commend the companies that are, signing up for this. It just enhances trust in their products. Although in not all cases the progress is fast, it is showing there is momentum to deal with this situation. So concluding, coming towards the conclusion, I think that sustainability and circularity is likely to define the future of the packaging industry. In the first wave of sustainability, it was more the chemical industry with the explosions and the dead fish triggering change. But now the consumers, in particular, also with increased online purchasing, have realized the importance of also making packaging and printing sustainability. And it's the young shoppers who are in service indicating really that it matters for them what they purchase. It's also likely to make your company more innovative and profitable. There is research showing that the front-runner companies are outperforming the laggards right now in economic terms. So sustainability is enhancing profitability. This is something which has not always been the case. A few questions to conclude for you to think through, because you are working as leaders in your companies, and you may want to ask yourself, has your company fully committed to the 2030 agenda? Is a robust environmental, social, and governance policy in place, and are senior managers appointed to implement it? Are you aware of the life cycle impacts of what you produce in your production processes? Have you introduced sustainable supply chain management policies? And if you know your life cycle impacts, have you set reduction goals and the metrics in place to define how you improve? Going through these things are very important, and I think that the consumer will reward you. Policymakers will encourage you and provide guidance, support, I'm sure, and ultimately it makes a difference for sustainability. So the time has come to become sustainability leaders. The budgets and company research are showing for sustainability are going up. It's a matter to take advantage of this moment, and time is right for you as leaders to advance global sustainability collectively. Thank you very much.
That's a call to action here at the end. Thank you very much, Dr. Achim Halpap. And yes, we do have a question here. What do you see as the biggest challenges to overcome at corporate level in the printing and packaging industries to develop an effective corporate strategy for sustainability and climate change in the circular economy? Pretty long question, but...
That's the tough one. And I think the previous speaker already gave an answer to this. We are not going to change overnight. I think corporations need to put in place clear accountability of who is responsible for sustainability and give senior leadership support. And then you will have within companies, of course, also those that are, I don't want to call them laggards, but of course, production manager may have just invested a year ago in a new packaging facility or in a new printer press, and there will be tensions. So managing them in a constructive way, but always having a clear vision and showing the targets can help to get all employees in a company together in the same boat. So these long-term visions and targets help a lot, whether they're at the global level, at the regional level, or at the company level. So set targets, but give people a bit of time to implement.
Now, I would assume that one of the biggest challenges for companies might be the mindset shift in the company to actually get that through until it trickles down to every employee. You know what I mean? It's hard to initiate change if half of your employees aren't on board. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that also points to opportunities to change performance reward systems. And I think it is relatively easy at the company level with senior leadership to make sure that every single company staff within their responsibility brings in some sustainability topic or dimension and bring up that change from the bottom, but have global leadership to change reward structures also for promotion.
All right. So thank you very much. Our time is up, unfortunately, but it was great to have you with us. Very interesting, and hope to see you again soon in person. Stay safe and enjoy the rest of virtual Drupa.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention so far, but I think you deserve a break. How about a 20-minute break? We'll be back here again at 12:30. In the meantime, why don't you visit our exhibition area? Once again, with our live web sessions. Actually, our gold partner, Electronics for Imaging, is on display there right now in the exhibition area. And then at 12:30, we'll be back here with a session focusing on cutting automation in the textile industry. But now get yourself a drink and some popcorn and relax. And once again, be back at 12:30. Thank you.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into
the capital of print technologies.
Embrace the future.
Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
Embrace the future. The world of print is getting here to digital. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We embrace the future.
Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
We embrace the future.
Oh, can I listen to you one more time?
We embrace the future. We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town.
We embrace the future. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our stream. Welcome back to Virtual Drupa 2021, day 3 on this wonderful Thursday. I don't know how it is outside, but inside our spirits are up, and we're going to keep the energy flowing with our next topic, cutting automation in the textile industry. Now, a digital transformation is rapidly taking hold in the textile industry, and the requirements in cutting are undergoing a profound change, like many things in the world here today. Formerly single cells in the manufacturing workflow, cutting operations are now becoming fully integrated. In this session, Zünd Systemtechnik highlights the possibilities of integrating cutting in a web-to-print manufacturing process, including automated feeding and picking and sorting. Let's hear more about it from the segment manager textiles at Zünd Systemtechnik AG, Rolf Köppel. Rolf, you with us?
Absolutely, and congratulations for the great dancing, Chris.
Oh my gosh, did you watch my dancing? Was I on already?
Missed that one.
All right, so I'm going to quit dancing now, and we're going to enjoy your presentation, though.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So yeah, hello everybody, and welcome to this presentation. I'm glad you're taking some time. I know it's lunchtime probably for a lot of you, so I definitely appreciate you're taking some time for me and a quick journey into the world of digital textile cutting. So in the past few years, we've already been partnering with the Denkendorf Institute in Germany for showing up this, what we call the digital textile microfactory. It was really a concept bringing together industry partners and showing ways how to automate and how to integrate all the different production steps in a modern or in a such microfactory production concept. So we had the pleasure to be the cutting partner in this microfactory concept. And before I get you deeper into the technology, I would love to quickly introduce my company, Zünd. And it's just a few words about it. We are a family-owned business, really focusing solely on digital single-ply cutting. So our headquarters is in Switzerland, but by now we are a family of 11 subsidiaries, and also we have a network of over 60 independent partners worldwide to give us a global coverage. Obviously important, but from the heart important is sustainability, also for our company, also for the owners of our company. By now we produce about 50% of the energy we require by our own solar modules, by our solar farm on the roofs. And we believe one major aspect of sustainability is longevity. So producing goods, and in our case, cutters, what live longer, what are versatile, retrofittable, and therefore do their job for a longer time. This is one of the biggest impacts we can do to improve sustainability. So when we started producing digital cutters years back, over 35 years ago, we have been mainly driven by the graphic industry, by the graphic market, because that kind of market already challenged us back then to provide solutions, what enabled them to do short runs, to provide short lead times for commercial stuff, for events, for example. These guys have a huge and ever-expanding universe of materials they want to print, or they want to route, or they want to cut out of cardboard, whatever. And forever they have been in a digital workflow to design and print and cut as digitized way as possible. So that's why we have been coming up with a range of cutting system for different sizes of material, for different performance level, for different cutting technologies, obviously. And even more important nowadays is having different software products, or the right software product to embed this cutting process into the workflow of our customers. And obviously that can be pretty different in the workflow point of view. So a graphic customer obviously has a different workflow to a packaging customer, what has a different workflow to a textile customer, for example. But why are we talking, or why am I talking about this? We are in a textile session here at the Touchpoint Textile, and let me formulate my question a bit differently. What is the difference between a graphic customer and a fabric producer or a garment producer nowadays? I truly believe that difference is not as big anymore as it was a decade ago. Probably all industries nowadays are requested to offer short lead times for their products. Ideally, run size 1, maybe not 1, but short runs for sure, and an ever-expanding selection of materials, woven materials, non-wovens, jersey material, lace, and recently face shields. So obviously, as important is to integrate that entire process into the cutting room, into the cutting process by software and other interfaces. So we have shown that in the past microfactory exhibitions, and I'm sure for those of you who have seen such a showcase before, you know the integration of data. Nowadays it's there, it's done. We can generate data from design and feed it right through the printing and the cutting process. So this year we have decided or brought this entire integration to a whole new level. We have decided to first of all put the cutter in line with the printer and go from a classic roll-to-roll operation towards a fully integrated production line where traceability of a job, of an order, is much easier than it is in the roll-to-roll process. Also, we have integrated new software interfaces to communicate with robot. And as we are aware, to get the most efficient nesting, markers are laid out quite chaotic. So one shape can find itself anywhere in the marker. So communicating what shape is where and where it belongs to is essential for that process. We had the plan to show you this live at Drupa, but obviously circumstances demand a bit a different solution, and that's why we have made a small video about that solution, and I'm glad to show you this video right now. So please sit back, lean back, and enjoy it.
Hello, my name is Rolf Köppel, the segment manager for textiles at Sünd. You might know Sünd as one of the leading suppliers of digital cutting solutions. For over 35 years, our aim has been to meet our customers' cutting needs with an unwavering focus on speed, versatility, and productivity. What has become the gold standard for cutting in the graphic industry is quickly gaining traction in other areas, such as technical textiles, home textiles, or even the garment sector. You have almost certainly seen us and our digital cutters in the past at industry trade shows, or perhaps we were able to host you for an event at our facility in Switzerland. If so, you already know Sünd digital flatbed cutting systems are the perfect choice for your cutting room. And this for a good reason. Among other things, because of their ability to reliably recognize patterns and cut patterned parts with superior precision. Sünd systems are equally reliable in recognizing and registering graphics and adjusting cut paths to match them. You can even have the system automatically generate cut contours for you based on graphic it captures on the fly. Lately, we have been getting more and more customer requests for taking the integration of our cutting systems to a next level. We are regularly being asked whether Sünd cutters can be made an integral part of a microfactory setup. Here is what I can tell you today. Yes, they can. And that is precisely what I would like to show you in the next few minutes of my presentation, the many different integration options Zünd Systems can offer for you. In cooperation with well-known partners in CAD, production planning, and RIP software, we have developed proven solutions for seamlessly integrating production data in the digital cutting workflow, as well as centrally monitoring and controlling cutting processes. But wouldn't it be great if you also had the option to feed material directly into the cutting workflow? If, instead of having to deal with a roll-to-roll production, you could switch to inline production and completely integrate digital printing with digital cutting. The advantages of such an integration are obvious, from increased productivity and throughput to seamless tracking and tracing capabilities throughout the production process. To make this possible, we have created new interface options that support digital printers, feeding devices, and their seamless integration with Zünd cutting systems. Through a printed QR code, the system knows which job is being processed and automatically pulls up the corresponding cut file. The Zünd cutter then begins to cut the parts in perfect registration. Another important component of an automated production line like this one is the automatic removal of cut parts. This is a challenge, especially in textile applications, where markers contain a nest of parts varying greatly in terms of their shape and size. With the new pick-and-place software interface, we can transmit data to the robot regarding size and position of the cut pieces, as well as instructed where to place them. This data is also used, for example, to activate the necessary suction cups in the actuator. My colleagues Lars and Alex are going to explain this to you in greater detail. Check it out.
In this example, the metadata contains information about how the customer wants his product shipped. Even that jobs from different customers are nested together in the same print job, the robot will sort the final printed and cut parts based on the courier service chosen by the customer. Well, our new pick-and-place interface made that possible.
As you may know, robots are normally very good at repeating the same movement over and over again. But please note that what we are demonstrating here is completely different. Here we are controlling the robot dynamically to pick up the cut parts and drop them into different bins. The robot you see here is not simply repeating the same pre-programmed movement. Every part can be in different location, have a different orientation, and may be placed in a different bin.
Like everything else here at Zünd, the system is modular and scalable. Our new interface allows you to choose almost any industrial robot from a local supplier. The communication between the cutter and the robot is done via a standard Modbus interface. Here we are using a fairly small robot with a small array of suction cups, but everything you see would be just as easily possible with a larger robot for picking larger parts or completely different materials. Our new pick-and-place interface works with all S3, G3, and D3 cutter models. It can be used to separate the cut parts from the waste material, and it can sort the cut parts into different bins or place the parts into one or more stacks.
To integrate a Zünd cutter with a robot, your robot supplier must consider the material and the size of the largest part you want the robot to move. This will define the array of suction cups or grippers to be used. The integrator also needs to consider where to position the robot and where you want it to drop or stack the cut parts. This will define the size or the required reach of the robot. But then you may have other constraints, like the size of your room, and you must have some sort of safety fence to protect your operators as well. Almost every integration ends up being unique, but thanks to the new pick-and-place interface, this task has become a lot easier.
So in this setup, we have gone to the extreme. We made this small and very compact setup to illustrate just how clever the interface is. As you can see, our robot has a very confined space to move in order not to hit the safety fence or the cutter itself. The new pick-and-place interface takes all these constraints into consideration when determining how to best pick up a part of any given size, shape, positioned anywhere, or close to the physical barriers. It all happens automatically and dynamically.
Our digital cutting and workflow solutions give you a wide range of options for quick and easy integration in your automated production cells. To facilitate this process, a variety of hardware and software interface options and additional software features are available to you and your integration partners. I hope you have enjoyed this brief excursion into the world of highly automated cutting and you feel inspired by it. You can find more information on this and many other aspects of Zünd digital cutting systems anytime at www.zünd.com. If you have any question or would like personal consultation, please don't hesitate. Give me a call or send me an email. Thank you for watching, and we hope to see you again soon. Take care.
Okay, back live. Thank you very much for watching. Actually, presentation is over. I hope was some helpful information for you in there, and I'm open for questions now.
First of all, for this presentation, and yes, we do have a couple of questions, so let's get right to it. And also, once again, this is your call to action to anybody watching. Use this opportunity. Take advantage of the chance to ask our experts your questions directly, live and direct. Once again, this is as live as it's going to get, okay? So let's go for it. Can a robot unloading system help a customer to produce more cost efficient?
Yes, fair question. And the answer for sure is yes. The question probably is, how big the cost saving can be. We believe that probably 2/3 of potential cost saving comes from material savings in the single ply process or reducing the labor, especially in the material loading side, because typically a production cell like this is nowadays operated by one single person only. But for sure, for example, people delivering to the automotive industry where parts and materials are similar and there's a big pressure on higher efficiency, this unloading can offer some more percents of cost saving, what can be a huge difference at the end of the day.
All right, thank you for that answer. And maybe you can also tell us in what markets can digital single ply cutting be competitive with high ply cutting?
Oh, that's a tricky question. Yeah, good you ask. We believe a single ply cutting has a lot of benefits, especially when it comes to more expensive materials and higher labor cost countries, where obviously nowadays we can say a single ply cutter can replace a high ply cutter to a stack height of 5 to 10 layers. So if you are below about 10 layers, a single ply can be as fast and more efficient. If labor is cheap and the stack heights are higher, definitely high ply cutting is the way to go now and probably also in the future.
All right. Well, thank you very much. First of all, you said you enjoyed my dancing. I wish you a wonderful day. Dance through the day, so to say, here at Virtual Drupa. There's so much to explore, not only for you, but also for our visitors. Okay, so take the opportunity to see what our exhibitors have on display. And you have a nice day and hope to see you again next time in person.
Thank you, Chris. Have a nice day.
All right. So let's move on to our next topic, ladies and gentlemen, talking about collaborative networking for textile on-demand production. Now I'm going to give you a quick intro here. Mitwill Textiles Europe was founded in 2013, is basing its activities on collaborative cloud-based proprietary IT platforms to develop, print, and garment collections for the fashion industry, serving from young designers and capsule collections to leading brands on the European market. This is really interesting because the design competence is based on a culturally diverse approach that networks with graduates from European textile design universities. And the vision is to have a digital, fully integrated production flow from pattern and style matching to prototyping and full garment production with a low carbon footprint. Once again, a big vision, high ambitions, but we want to know more about this with the help of the CEO of Mitwil Textile Europe. Here is François Havé. François, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All
Can you
right.
hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, we can see you. So the time is yours. Enjoy.
Okay. Wait a second. Technical issue. Hang on.
So
Do you
just
see my
just a quick
presentation?
information. Screen sharing you must end screen sharing.
Okay. Is it okay now? Do you see my screen?
I think it's okay. Yes, I see you for sure, and I see the screen on the bottom right-hand corner. Yes, all good.
Okay, that's good. So actually, my background is fashion and global fashion. I am working in the fashion industry since 30 years, and probably, as you know, you are well informed about digital printing. But I have to give some information about the fashion industry, which is really the industry which is delocalized, which requires production excellence in sourcing, in logistics, in monitoring, and so we are working in a world industry with industrial partnership with networks, and where the communication and the interface are quite important. So we are in touch with customers in creating a lot of products. We are doing a lot of prototyping, and our main USP is to have high reactivity on collection, on resort collection, and we have to mix long-term and fast fashion.
Now I have to interrupt you real quick one more time because we do need you to share your screen now again.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption, but when you share it now again, go on screen sharing, then we should see everything.
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay. And now I'm going to leave you alone, François.
Sorry about that. Is it okay? So this fashion industry has new needs in a few years. So we have to, the pressure on the prices is quite high. So we have, we need an optimization of, and we need high efficiency on small lots. And one main issue is as well global color management, which is important for us. So this is a high factor and a high bias on the textile industry, because we have a fragmentation of the added value chain. We have high impact on non-automated tasks, and we have high, and the last communication about the textile industry shows that we have a high carbon footprint, which we have to reduce. So, of course, we in the fashion industry can use new opportunity, which are e-sourcing, e-learning, cloud-based computing, and collaborative cooperation tools. And so I am now, actually, I speak with you from Portugal, where we have a lot of production running. And the Corona last year means of booming of digitalization of the digital printing and automatization and robot. So our business model, as you said, we created a company in 2013, is based on 3 bubbles, which is on one side the designing, the logistic, and the production. So we do believe that we have to meet the requirement of the fashion industry with a new way of designing the product, which means that we have created an international design community. We have a collaborative web platform which we plan for us. Then we developed our own ERP system to integrate the supply chain and to enable a global sourcing. And we decided from the beginning that this is going to be done with a microfactory in France, which means rapid prototyping. And linked to this microfactory, we have a new European production network. So people means creativity. I do believe that Europe has a main role to play in the fashion industry and the home textile industry because of its creativity. So we have in each country designers working for us because they are adapted to the customer needs in each country. We since 2014 we increased the number of designers working for us. Then we have a web platform which you see at the bottom of the presentation, which is the way to coordinate jobs when we develop new collection. We have an archive from around 50,000 design in the meantime, and we have a tool for customer customization. And this platform is linked to our ERP. So that's how it looks like. For instance, if today one customer wants to speak with us about summer paisley, and we develop high-end design for all our customers over the world. So the digital microfactory in France is a 1,000 square meters surface where we have recreate a local production with all new technology, digital printing, and we use the local cluster, which is in eastern of France, where there is a high experience in printing. So this international network is linked to our microfactory, and we did already present the microfactory in different fairs, and we developed this microfactory as well with partners like the ETF in Germany. So we have 3 types of ink used in this microfactory: reactive, sublimation, and pigment, which covers all the type of product you need actually for our market. And we have a fix and watch preparation and finishing system as well from Setema. We have a printing capacity of around 200,000 meters a year, 100,000 meters a day. But what is important for us as well, we link this with an end-shot pattern desensitization. I will show you. We do garment simulation, so we try to virtualize the product from the beginning, and we use VDA, Clo 3D, so we can do a rapid prototyping in a very short term. So we are developing now with with a European project what we call S2G, Style to Garment, which is a platform for virtual garment, so that we have here the opportunity to offer to small SMEs the use of 3D simulation of garment or other product. So it means that we have in this S2G platform a garment pattern library, we have a fabric and print library, and the 3D simulations. This S2G platform will be ready end of this year. So, which means that we develop from the garment pattern 3D simulation, we do the production sizing, and we do the finished garment. So this is the best way to reduce the footprint of the sampling, which is one of the main issues in our textile business. So we can then offer to the customer a 3D simulation of the product which is going to be produced. A nice product needs to have high designing, high qualification of the designers. And we believe that designing is one of the main issue, and digital industry, digital printing give you the opportunities really to diversify your offer. And that's why designing is the main issue.
Basically about setting oneself apart from the others. I mean, that's what designing is also about, right?
Yes, the risk by digital printing was at the beginning that you were able to produce any picture on a fabric or on a paper, but it's like music. So at the end of the day, you can play a piano in a way that your family will be happy with it. But, so not many people are going to buy your records. So if you want to have so really a good result in production of fashion garment or of home textile, you need the quality of the designing is increasing every year.
I like that example with the piano or singing under the shower. It's like, oh, my friends say I can sing so well. I should try out at the talent show. Maybe not. Next question, do microfactories have a role to play in backshoring production to Europe?
For sure. So I am now in a cluster in North Portugal, which is very strong in producing of garment for the store chains. Why am I here? Because that's where we have our production. And there are some clusters in Europe, let's say north of Italy, some clusters in France, or some clusters in Lodz, in Poland, and so on. But these clusters need to have the opportunities to produce in small lots. And then digital printing is one of the main issue, what you can offer. And it's for sure, we have a backshoring. So the capacities, if I take even during the Corona time, the capacity are well utilized in north of Portugal. So it means that we have a strong backshoring of production, and small lots are going to be important to cover the needs. That's why I do believe that microfactories are a main issue for backshoring.
All right, clear answer to that. And what would you say, what are the biggest challenges to make a digital printing microfactory actually work?
One of the main challenge is, apart from the technical issues of which is difficult because textile is quite a complicated substrate to print, but one of the main issue is to ensure that the administration of a microfactory is easy to be used. So that's why ERP is one of the main issue of a microfactory. Web to print is one of the main issue of the microfactory. You should be able not to only to save personal cost in the production by robotizing all the process. You should be able as well to automatize all the process from the web order up to the production. So web to print is one of the main issue in a microfactory.
All right, web to print, we'll take that as a key takeaway here. And how can virtualization reduce the complexity of garment making?
That's for sure. So if you look at, when you visit the production, the confection all over the world, you have quantities of prototype which are done for nothing. So virtualization means that, and the young generation is better understanding that than anybody else, because they know how to use a picture to imagine a product. But virtualization means that you can develop a lot of product and you can choose and be very demanding on the quality of the product without doing so many prototyping. So prototyping is a main cost, and in the fashion industry, for the smaller business even more than for the bigger ones. So as said, I do believe that the new product managers in companies are going to use to 90% virtual prototyping, and that's what I believe.
And I think in other industries, we also refer to this as the digital twin, right? Is this something that is basically?
Yes, so you will need digital twins as well in the fashion industry, which means that you as well to be able to produce in a micro factory on one way and on the bulk in the production some place. And I do believe as well that the future is the networking of micro factories, so that you have standardized way of prototyping product, and that you are able to produce locally as close to the customer as possible.
All right. Well, looks like we're done with questions here. So I'd like to thank you very much, Francois, for joining us. Wishing you a great day. Continued success with that initiative, with the collaboration. Sounds very interesting and promising for the future, and hope to see you again next time in person.
Okay, thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Je vous en prie. Merci.
That was all I could say in French, by the way, just in case you're wondering. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to take a quick break. We're a bit ahead of time, 3 minutes more time for you to step out and get some fresh air, grab a cup of coffee, or whatever you need to refresh and be back here on time. Once again, 20 after 1, we'll be continuing with the topic of make sustainability fashionable and make fashion sustainable. In the meantime, you'll also have a chance to visit our exhibition partners in the exhibition area. The so-called live web sessions are running there right now. So take a look at that. See you again in 10 minutes.
welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. Hey! We embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now.
There we go. Once again, our Drupa song for the virtual Drupa 2021. Welcome back, everybody, to Stream 2 here on day 3 of the virtual Drupa. Today is World Earth Day. And everything here is evolves around sustainability. And also our next topic with the interesting title, Make Sustainability Fashionable, Make Fashion Sustainable. I'm going to tell you a bit about what to expect. Now, despite a growing social trend for sustainability in the EU, textile and fashion industry Europeans are quoted as consuming an average of 26 kilograms of textiles per person per year. Again, 26 kilograms per person per year. And each item is reportedly used only for a short period of time, resulting in 11 kilograms of textiles being discarded per person every year. Now, a number of initiatives are being undertaken, obviously, within Europe to address sustainability within the fashion sector, and the printing industry is directly impacted by the sustainability shift. Now, this session, organized on World Earth Day, will open with a presentation by the European Chemicals Agency and will include a panel discussion with some of the world's leading ink manufacturers. Looking forward to hearing more about this with the help of our host for this session. She is the Director of the Chemical Compliance Advisory Services, Elaine Campling. Elaine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much for that introduction to this great session that we have planned for today.
Elaine, maybe you can tell us a bit about what you do.
Yeah, sure. So aside from running my own chemical compliance business, which focus on chemical regulation, not just for supply, but also in relation to environment. But as I say, aside from that, I'm also the chair of ESMA's Health, Safety and Environmental Protection Committee. And I have a strong focus on environment and have been very much interested in sustainability of the textile industry.
And you've brought some guests along who you're probably going to introduce now also, and then we'll get right into the panel, right?
Yes, I have. So I'm joined on the panel today by Eric Bailey, who is the Global Marketing Manager for Artistry Inkjet Inks at DuPont, and also by Dr. Simon Daplin, who is the Product Marketing Manager for Sun Chemicals Digital Ink business. And we're fortunate, as you mentioned, to be joined by Dr. Uti Tanella, who is the Scientific Officer at the European Chemicals Agency. On the topic of the sustainability of the textile industry, Uti is going to give us a short presentation, which we are looking forward to, and we'll start right now. So Uti, can I hand over to you, please? And could you let me know when you would like me to move to the next slide?
Yes, thank you very much. Just finding the right button. Indeed, okay, I'm a little bit the odd man out here, indeed, because I have very little to do with the industry you all represent. So, but I was asked to sort of go a little bit into the regulatory side of things. And now, indeed, I work at the European Chemicals Agency, ECHA, and we are involved in the sustainability issues. We're not entirely sure yet how much and what our role entirely is, but through what we do in our daily work, we definitely are a player. So could I have the next slide? Firstly, of course, I'm talking about chemicals and what is sustainable chemistry, what are safe chemicals, what are sustainable chemicals. This is all something that is actually under discussion. You probably are aware that the chemical strategy for the Commission was published late last year. It's been a topic of a lot of discussion, and it is a part of the whole zero pollution which is part of the Green Deal. So it all ties together. The point is to indeed improve efficiency with the natural resources, clearly, when we talk about chemistry. But then it's very important to think about the design and the manufacture, the use of efficient, safe, environmentally benign chemical products and processes. And it's not all about environment, it's also about human health. Next slide. Regarding textiles, of course, that's the big lump area. You're involved in the printing side of the textiles, but clearly that is a very integral part of textiles. So anything that is covered by, let's say, the EU strategy for sustainable textiles would apply to the printing industry in the same way. So it's less toxic chemicals in the whole supply chain, more resistant materials, which can comply with the circular economy principles. So you can get rid of the bad substances in order to be able to circulate the materials and the final products in themselves. Less waste, less disintegration into microplastics. That's a big topic currently. The transport thing, well, okay, it applies to anything that is transported, and of course, social responsibility. They're all parts of sustainability, eventual sustainability criteria. The next slide. And so obviously this all covers the whole process design, the substance design, what are the substances used, and indeed the chemical content of a product. It's not about what you put into the product at this point of time, but if you're using recycled materials, you need to know what there is already in there. And as far as I know, the printing inks, etc., have been quite a big part of certain discussions regarding whether it's textiles or paper or whatever recycling. Just to mention that clearly all of this will take resources, but how to make it more attractive to those who buy it, whether it's consumers or professionals. Sustainability is also an advertising, let's say, promoter. Next slide. Through regulation, we try for whatever products we're talking about. We push for a substitution of the most hazardous substances with less hazardous ones. Clearly, the worst ones need to be restricted in one way or another, whether it's through regulation such as REACH, or whether it's product-related regulation. Those are the two paths. Then under REACH, we also have the authorization process, which requires a proof of safe use. So if you are indeed using some hazardous substance which does not have an appropriate substitute, you need to show that it can be used safely. And the safe use of articles and the appropriate waste management measures are something that is fairly new. So this information needs to follow the article, ideally throughout the life cycle, so that indeed at the time of reaching the waste operators, the recycling can be done in such a manner that the worst substances do not go back into the circulation. Next slide, please. And I've already mentioned, well, you are fully aware of the general legislative framework, I mean, we have REACH and CLP. Then the skip, I will say a couple more words about skip later. For textiles, okay, the biocidal products and eco labels, etc. They are also relevant. And then the specific legislation for textiles, as far as I know, is quite limited. There, it's more about terminology issues. Next slide. Just a quick overview of examples of problematic chemicals that I saw to be relevant for the ink industry. And obviously, if you're working in this area, these are fully familiar to you, and you know that this kind of substances, in one way or another, you need to find substitutes, you need to find appropriate risk management measures, and they shouldn't really be in the final textile. Next slide. Under REACH, we have quite a few restrictions, and this just is a list of those restrictions that would be directly related to textiles, and therefore also related to whatever is put on the textile. If you have something that comes into, even theoretically, let's say on the outside of the garment, it is potentially something that comes into contact with the human skin, and this makes many restrictions sort of applicable to those parts of textiles. On the next slide, I just have two upcoming restrictions which would be of interest, I'm sure, because the skin sensitizers in textiles in general, that is something under preparation and will affect a great deal of substances. I mean, very many, and which I am not able to say how it will go, because the preparation of the restriction is still sort of in the first early phases, but this is undergoing. And then you have heard about the microplastics initiatives, and we have a microplastics restriction which has been sort of approved, but that would not necessarily be entirely relevant at present for you, because indeed this does not address the generation of microplastics from macro size plastics by degradation, which is clearly an issue with certain synthetic textiles. But this is about the use of micro-size plastics in the production of products. Next slide. Then the SCIP database. In case you have managed to miss the information about this database, which is based on the Waste Framework Directive. The SCIP acronym comes from Substances of Concern in Products. So under REACH, you need to provide information on the substances of very high concern when they are present in articles in a concentration above 0.0%. And this information needs to be provided to anyone who is a professional user, sort of proactively, whereas to consumers, you need to provide the information on request. However, now the Waste Framework Directive and the sort of now provides an obligation to anyone, every supplier who is placing articles on the market needs to check in principle whether these articles contain SVHCs, substances of very high concern, and if this is the case, then the article or the complex object within which this article resides needs to be notified to the SCIP database, which is hosted by ECHA. I say that this obligation to notify applies to all articles without exemption and all suppliers, but for suppliers there is an exemption. So if, which is, okay, if someone is supplying directly to consumers only, retailers that is, they would not be required to submit such notifications. But this means that for a textile producer, they would really need to know whether the print of the textile would contain an SVHC in such a quantity that they would be subject to this notification. And then the last slide, that is just a simply a glossary. And then if you want to have more information regarding articles and substances in articles, I just put the links there for the guidance and for the SCIP data notifications, because, well, someone might indeed be interested in these areas. So I think that's my introduction into the sort of regulatory side, and I give the floor back to you, Elaine.
Well, thank you very much for that excellent presentation, and it certainly puts some of the regulatory checks and balances into perspective, which I think is contributes in general to the holistic approach that we need to make fashion sustainable. And that was a great sort of insight into the reasons that the SCIP database and other initiatives have been put in place by the European Chemicals Agency. I'd like now, please, to turn some questions to our panelists, and perhaps I could start with Eric by asking what are your thoughts on screen and inkjet, digital inkjet technologies, and how they can improve the goal of sustainability, and what are your views about the differences in the sustainability potential of the two technologies?
Well, thank you, Elaine, and yes, that's a big question, and I'm going to warn the audience is I'm going to try not to take the entire 20-25 minutes left for our panel. So please, Elaine, feel free to stop me if I go too long. But there's multiple levels on where the choice of manufacturing that you have in the world of textile printing is going to impact the impact to environment, right? The environmental footprint altogether. And so, yes, there's a difference if you're going to do your traditional, printing and dyeing methods versus water-based inkjet printing, which is most of the digital textile printing is based on. So already the chemistries of the products there are different. The processes that are used are different. The efficiency of these processes are different. And the resources these processes use outside of the essential products, right? You need a colorant and you need a substrate. And to put them together, one of the advantages of inkjet printing is you need a machine, but with some of the chemistries, and especially if you think about pigment-based, water-based inkjet printing, you do not need anything but your equipment, the ink, and the substrate. There's no washing, you don't use extra water, right? So your footprint when you use water-based pigment inkjet printing is very limited from an environmental footprint. So, and it's very flexible from a space standpoint also. If you think about the size of the equipment that you need, these are smaller size equipment. So it can be very flexible. So there's all kinds of advantages. And then the last thing is with the digital process, you can stop and go and change the image in a very flexible way. Whereas in the traditional methods, if you want, because you physically design the image on an item, then to change the image is a more complex procedure. So short runs are very doable with digital printing. So I think there are, from the processes and the products that we use, we can make a significant impact on the sustainability, if you want, from end to end of the textile printing process.
Okay, thank you, Eric, for that great summary there. I have experience also of the different technologies, and I think both have an important role to play going forward. And certainly as the textile print market grows for digital, there will be some opportunities going forward. I think another good question, perhaps to Oti, if you don't mind answering this question, if you can, given that you've just given that great presentation. How do you see trade associations playing a role in the goal of sustainable textiles or eco-fashion going forward? What recommendations would you have to trade associations, and how they can sort of influence their members and effect change?
Yes, well, I mean, okay, regarding the trade associations, I see their role as quite a big one. Not everyone is probably following all kinds of say developments as closely, so they have a role in both education and sort of increasing the awareness of their membership. But they should also, I mean, proactively look into the sort of substitutes for certain substances, because from Eric's talk here, the question arises regarding digital printing. I'm sure probably the amounts of chemicals you need would be smaller than in the conventional methods. So that would also be very good from a sustainability and safety perspective. But when you think about water-based, then I immediately think about would you then have certain other things? You might need to have preservatives, which are again mostly sensitizers. So if you're talking about textile printing, you need to take care that that type of chemicals don't suddenly appear there where you don't really want them. Yeah, and the dyes on themselves, of course, and the durability. So everything there plays a role, and this for the textile associations, they are probably pretty well placed to look at these sort of generally used substances and to determine whether there are needs to substitute them with something else, if there are possibilities to substitute them, and how to minimize the exposure from these.
Thank you, Oti. It's clear you know quite a bit more about the printing industry than you perhaps thought you did at the start of the session.
Use of logic, let's say.
Thank you. Could I ask Simon, please, to pick up on some of those points made by Oti, in particular with regards to, you know, less chemicals used in the digital ink process, please, and any other comments that you would have on that point.
Sure. So thanks, Elaine. So I think there's a couple of points that we can highlight, particularly in reference to digital print, which I guess has been touched on already. But the reduced amount of chemicals that you add to the garment is certainly there. The up to kind of 90% reduction, if you go by general reports, we're reducing water and waste. So there's significant advantages. Of course, there are chemistries of concern, and I think from an ink manufacturer's point of view and a general industry point of view, where the agencies can help or provide guidance is by clarifying something that becomes more standard. What we often struggle with is that there are a number of initiatives and there are people doing great work in this area, or organizations like ZDHC, so Zero Discharge of Hazardous Waste. You have Okotex, you have various bodies within the industry, all talking around a similar theme, but with different requirements, different limits on certain materials. And then many of the brands have their own standards that they apply to themselves. And so having something that could be lobbied as a coherent set of guidelines for everybody to kind of follow would certainly help in terms of guiding the chemistry providers into the industry as to exactly what the maximum limits of certain chemicals. I mean, OT mentions biocides as a particular issue, and there's been a lot of, let's say, reclassification of biocides in recent years that has meant a lot of us have had to look at formulations and ways of preserving inks due to certain changes in legislations. And some apply in Europe. They don't necessarily apply to other parts of the world, and having some kind of standardization would certainly help all of us to provide the right chemistry in the safest way possible.
Yes, thank you, Simon. I think you made some really good points there, because there are different aspects and elements to achieving this goal. Some controls are already in place that we can use, such as the brand standards and also the certification models that are out there. As well as some of these regulatory controls that we've mentioned. I think there is an opportunity, as you've alluded to, for trade associations, perhaps to pull some of this together, and organizations such as ESMA and try to make a sort of unified approach to it, bringing all of these inputs together. And that is something maybe ESMA and other trade associations can think about. One element to consider is that sustainability is more than ecology, and what are the other critical aspects of a balanced and fair textile supply chain that we haven't thought about here today. Could I go around the panel and pose that question, please, starting with Eric, if you don't mind taking the lead in starting this discussion off.
Yeah, so that one is a little more complex. As you know, we're in the on the ink side of the business, so not much part of the entire textile trade picture, right? But as you described, having fair trade and the ability to sell throughout the world is always important for all of us on the business side, and the same way, providing the people who work in the industry with, and that maybe links to the discussion we had before. Sometimes we think about environmental regulations and footprint and sustainability, we tend to think of just the end user. I'm thinking from the people who manufacture the chemicals, who put the ink together, who print the ink. There's people all along, right, that value chain that are involved, and their level of exposure is quite different, versus an end user. And we need to think about all that, right? Is the last thing that I think any employer would want is to put their employees in harm's way or to put their customers in harm's way, right? So all that is important, and the sustainability of a business, right, is also one that you have availability of product to purchase that you can use, and you can use in a responsible way, and as you sell it, you result in revenue that continues to grow your activity. So I think all that actually fits very well together. That's why I think for us, sustainability and business success and trade is all really going in the same direction.
Yes, thank you, Eric. I think that there's some good points made there, that we have to think about sustainability of a business also, and in many respects, opportunities arise from having these desires for a more sustainable future. And I think that is one element that the print industry, along with other industries, will take into consideration going forward. The amount of textiles that excuse me, are produced and then wasted are obvious concern, as highlighted in the introduction to this session. And all of the inputs into those textiles, the energy, the water, the transportation, and the consumables that are necessary to produce that product mean that there is a supply chain consideration that we must look at when looking for eco design and more sustainability of the fashion industry. And I'm only touching on a few points there. Could I also pose the same question to Simon, please? Just to recap, it was sustainability is more than ecology, and what other critical aspects of a balanced and fair textile supply chain are perhaps relevant to the print industry?
Sure. So if I try and tie that with the comment that you just made, because I think they are linked. A lot of it does kind of link back to ecology in a way, but where we as an industry in textile, but also kind of most industries kind of need to think is our reliance, or the amount of production that goes on in Asia, Southeast Asia in particular, and making sure that the workers and that whole supply chain, the ethics of doing that, of paying a fair wage, of not just locating your manufacturing in a site where you can pay people less, or there's maybe less regulation on some of the chemical inputs and outputs from the production point of view. And I certainly think when you link that through to your comment about waste and the amount of garments that are produced but never worn, I mean, it's a fairly shocking statistic. And in some ways, weirdly, the pandemic that we're all kind of experiencing now will potentially accelerate the change in this direction, along with new technology adoption. So one of the issues that the Western economy has is a lot of the production is in Asia, which means you're on 3-month lead times in terms of production, getting the product finished, getting it on a ship or a plane, getting it to the store and the consumer. And when a tragedy like this hits, there was a lot of stock for a specific season of the year that was either stuck in a factory in the middle of production, or on a boat when shops and retail outlets shut, which meant there's going to be a huge amount of waste because a lot of people had inventory tied up because of where it was being produced and how it was being produced. And I think what we'll see now is a move to bring production closer to the consumer, and not printing or producing so much of it so that you can replenish product as and when it's sold, rather than producing a huge amount of stock and hoping that it sells. So I think you'll see a much more dynamic supply chain. I think digital technology industry 4.0 will kind of drive that to happen, to make us produce in a more focused way, both in terms of the people and the workers, but also the consumer need and the amount of waste that we're producing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simon. And that was very interesting. I think for sure we need to produce more locally, as you say, I think also the pandemic has had an impact also, obviously, on the textile industry in terms of, you know, personal protective equipment, the need for that, and it being produced in vast quantities. You know, from a personal protection point of view, the face masks, and we've seen really a lot more need for this type of protective equipment, textile, to be produced, and that it is, you know, something that we will have to think about going forward in the future with regards to local production. Oti, do you have any further comments in relation to discussing there?
Yes, I mean, the workers' perspective is, of course, something very important, something we also work on quite a lot. But then you were wondering also, so like, what the European industry as such could do. I mean, for one thing, I mean, for everything you need to consider what is it, what's sustainability in the sense what needs to be sustained. Okay, sustainability includes the well-being of workers, the provision of work to workers, etc. But then because we also need to think about the sustainability in terms of longer term issues when we are no longer here. But then how to work towards that? In the supply chain, it would be good to set already, even without sort of official criteria, there should be criteria so that you only buy raw materials and chemicals that fulfill the criteria of sustainability, let's say, that they have been produced in processes that fulfill the requirements for sustainability, for social responsibility, etc. So every step of the supply chain would be much encouraged to really think about where they buy and to ensure that those they buy from fulfill these criteria. Then it will be much easier for that step and the following step to sort of make sure and sort of be sure that they are working on a basis that is sustainable. Because if the steps before you are not sustainable, then what can you do? Yeah, it's not.
Yes,
it's not just a principle. You just sort of have to act.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to demonstrate your credentials, and that is one thing I know that analysts work hard on within their organizations, and it is something that ESMA as a trade association also tries to promote with its members. You know, you have to act, not just talk, and we do try to demonstrate that within the trade association activities, if you like. And it's a process of change, as you mentioned, and we are looking not only to our industry, but to other industries across a global sphere, thinking for the future, not just for the now, and finding those opportunities to effect change. Just before we wrap up, I just want to say, you know, if there are any questions, ESMA will gladly put them to the panelists at later, and then publish them on the website. And I'm sure that you can contact ESMA to reach the panelists if you would like any further information, advice, or help with the topics discussed today. So if there are no other comments, shall I hand back to Chris now for the final moments of this session.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Thank you to all panelists for your valuable insights. Wishing you wishing you all continued success. Stay healthy, everybody, and hope to see each other again next time in person. So I'd like to say goodbye and see you again soon. Thank you.
And goodbye. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was our session, and I'm going to welcome you to our next session. Let's just put it that way. Talking about transparent and sustainable production within digital textile microfactories based on the MFCA method. Now, you might be wondering, what is the MFCA method? Well, this lecture will explain how to set up a model for the digital textile microfactory using the method material flow cost accounting. There you have it, MFCA. And this model supports three different views: material flow on the one side, cost, and carbon footprint. And this model will be used to simulate different scenarios like lot size 1, for example, compared to small lot production, or effects of waste shared during cutting on costs and carbon footprint. Well, I'm not the expert that has to go into detail, but Dr. Jürgen Seibold is, and he is from the German Institutes of Textile and Fiber Research. So Dr. Seibold, great to have you with us. How are you doing today?
Thank you. I'm doing quite well. Thank you very much for your nice presentation and introduction. You made everything clear, so it was very nice to hear your words. I couldn't have done better, so now I can really start with the real content. Everything is clear now. Thank you.
Perfect. And then I'll see you again later for the Q&A.
Thank you. So, thank you. I will start now. So, I hope you can see my presentation now. Again, welcome. The title was perfectly explained by Chris, so I don't have to go anymore in some details. As he already mentioned, I'm from the German Institute of Textile and Fiber Research, shortly the ITF. And within the ITF, I'm working in the Center for Management Research, and there I'm responsible for the topic sustainability. Before I go in detail, just very few words, two highlights in the field of digitalization, which is part of the topic of my presentation today. I just want to show the Microfactory Living Lab, where we can do anything from any kind of body scanning, the 3D design in the software. We have virtual augmented reality software support. And for today, very interesting or important is we have the digital printing and the cutting, and the cutter is here shown on the figure above. And on the other side, my specific topic is to have a holistic view on sustainability, looking for energy, material, and the cost, using the famous method as just very excellent explained by Chris, material flow cost accounting, short MFCA. So what can you expect from the presentation today? First, I want to give you a very short impression of a physical microfactory of a fair event last year, and just a few words about MFCA, and then to show you a product model and the associated economic and environmental benchmarks. And then finally to show some sustainability potential of such a digital textile microfactory. So some impressions. This event was more or less 1 year ago, the last one before this Corona crisis. And what you see here is the layout of a digital textile microfactory, which we did on a fair. Here you can see the sewing, the cutting, and here is the heat setting and the printing. And here not so good to see some of the virtual part. So we start with the 3D design of a garment. In our case, we have a polo shirt. You see the ITF, and this is just a print screen. And we can support this by virtual representation. Of course, we need some color management to support all those things. And then here we start with the physical process, with the printing process. In this case, an inkjet printing with the print of paper. And then we have the heat setting together with the fabric here in the calendar. And finally, we have the cutter to get the cutted pieces. And then they are sewn together in the confection part. And finally, we get a nice result, a polo shirt, a printed, individualized polo shirt with a famous model. That's me from my backside. So, and from here, from the design starting point to here, the final product, we talk about round about 1.5 or 2 hours to spend for this. So material flow cost accounting, as already mentioned, is an instrument used typically by manufacturing companies to improve material efficiency. It calculates the waste and there the hidden costs. And by avoiding material losses, waste, it is obvious to save energy, costs, and carbon footprint, which is very important today. And the method is standardized by ISO, so it's not an own thing. We use for this a software, Umberto from the company IFO Hamburg for that software. Why? Because it's nice to have a graphical modeling of the production system so we can very clearly identify the system boundaries. We have a system that allows a graphical visualization of the production processes. And most important, we have one model with different views, perfectly explained by Chris. So we have the model here in the middle. We have the material and energy flow. We have the cost on the other side, and we have the carbon emissions within one model. And so we can make environmental or economic potential very easily identifiable. We can calculate, as said, many different scenarios, and the used Sankey diagrams are very nice to support exactly the hotspots. So enough for the words. What we see here is the model of the digital textile microfactory. On the right side, you see one unit, and one unit in our case means one polo shirt. And to do the sewing, which is shown here, we need, of course, the cutted and printed fabrics. And to get these cutted printed fabrics, I switch to the left. We start with the 3D simulation, where we make all the design. And having the design finished, we go to the digital printing. We make a transfer printing, what means that we use paper at the printer. And at the calendar, we take the fabric and combine the paper with the fabric to the printed fabric. So just from the material analysis, we see that in our case, we need 1.8 square meter of paper, which is shown here. And we need some other resources, the ink to print, and here the electricity, and also the print head. Here at the calendar, we combine the paper with the fabric, therefore we need the same amount of fabric as here, and we need some electricity. And what is also very important is to show, or part of the method, what is interested, we have here waste streams, and because we need the paper, we only use as transfer medium for the ink. So at the end here, the quantity of paper is here again a waste. And another important waste stream is at the cutter, because typically we have the share of waste in this example is around about 15%. So from 1.18, 1 square meter we use for our product, and the rest is waste. So this is the main thing about the material flow. The same model, but a different view, is now the figure cost analysis. What you can see from the presentation, the thick arrows, thick costs. Here on the right side, you can see that there are the highest cost for the personal cost, which is not surprising because the confection part is always cost sensitive, but we have also personal costs here in the design and in the printing and also in the other processes. And the other part, which is dominant, very easy to identify, is this blue one for the fabric. In this case, €3.50. So, and again, we see that the losses of material are also losses in case of cost. So this paper, for this, we lose €1.08, and at the other side, we lose €1.25. And our final product, with the cost included in the final product, are around about €13. So the total costs are, if we have to add up these, around €15. And finally, the third view, which are the carbon CO2 emissions, carbon footprint. what we see here, most of the carbon footprint emissions are resulting by the fabric, which is here the dominating very thick part. And again, in the final product, we have around about 2.6 kilogram CO2 equivalents. And what we can also see, again, same story, the quantity, the carbon footprint of the fiber, around 0.4, is here part of the waste. And the ink, which makes around 0.02, is another part which is relevant. But again, most of the carbon footprint is lost, again, also for the cutting of the fabric. So just a few words for the total results of the polo short. So for the final result, if on the left side, the blue one, we see the cost, on the right side, we see the carbon footprint. So as already mentioned, around about 70% of the total costs are part for personnel, another 23% for the fabric, 3% for the paper, and all the rest are the remaining 4%. But now interesting, if you're looking, okay, what is part of our final product, the blue part? So very good share, I would say 85% are part finally of the product. So 85% of the costs invested are really part of the product, but there are around about 8% which are lost by the cutted fabric and 7% by the paper invested for the transfer printing. Looking on the carbon footprint, we see that here the totally dominated by the fabric, because personnel has no carbon footprint up to now. And therefore the other part, the next part is the paper with 12%, and the electricity is here with 4%, so it's not so dominating, and all the other rest is more or less very small. And again, the same idea, if we look what is part from the carbon footprint of the product and what we lose by the waste, we can see that only in this case, 74% is part of the product, and we lose 14% for fabric and 12% for the paper. So looking on these 12% and 7% leads to the following idea of scenario. Okay, we said, what can we do? What different possibilities we have? And part of this different scenarios you see here is that we are the blue one is what we have seen up to now is a transfer printing. And we have made scenarios with a direct printing. So not printing first on paper and then the calendar, but using direct the ink on the fabric. What means on the other side, we have to invest no more paper, but we need the double quantity of ink to reach more or less the same result. So just a few words. The blue bars are from the transfer printing. This is a scenario shown just only for the printing process. So around a little bit more than €2. And what we can see, if we make the direct printing, we save the amount for the paper, which was around about 40%, but we have to invest another 20% for the ink because we need the double quantity of ink for direct printing. And so the total saving is around a little bit more than 20 cents. And this saving are the same for different scenarios. So what you can see here, if we use the double resolution dots per inch in both directions, so 1440, then of course it takes more time. Time means more personnel costs, more depreciation costs for the printer, more energy costs. And therefore this part is dedicated higher with a higher resolution. But what we see here is if we change the number of pieces, so here we made really one lot production of one piece, which means any setup costs, fixed costs are just for this one piece. And now we produce 100 pieces with a different resolution, and we can see that the fixed costs are now shared for 100 parts. Looking on the carbon footprint on the other side, we have more or less 0.45 kilogram at the printing process if we use a transfer printing, and only 0.05 for the direct printing. So this saving potential can be shown here very easily. Most of the saving results from the paper, which has an amount of around about 0.42 kilograms CO2 equivalents per square meter. So this is more or less now zero, and we have only to invest double quantity of ink, but this double quantity is only a smaller part. So to summarize, conclusion, sustainability of a digital textile microfactory is not simply yes, no, black and white. Sustainability of such a microfactory has to be designed. You have many opportunities to do this. And therefore, the MFCA model supports to find a sustainable layout and also a business model for your personal or specific digital textile microfactory. And this is based on technical, economical, and environmental parameters. Just to give you a figure behind, this little model you saw is much more in detail. It is hierarchical and has much more elements. So around about 150, 200 parameters were used to set up this model. So thank you very much for your attention. And then I'm ready for your questions.
So here we go. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we're going to start it off right away. Maybe you could tell us which parameters are dominant for the costs incurred and the carbon footprint.
Okay. This is in this case complicated because it depends on the scenario. But to give you a very short and few answers. From the cost side, what we have seen, the personal costs are dominant and also the costs for the fabric. And for the personal cost, of course, it's a big difference. In the backside, we use an hourly rate. And if you use, for example, in the sewing, a 15 euro hourly rate or a 25 hourly rate makes a completely different figure. So this is part. And also, in principle, the costs for the fabric can be very, very different. Carbon footprint, on the other side, is completely dominated by the fabric, and how the fabric is produced before we use it can be significantly different. And what is very important for the carbon footprint, the share of the waste, as shown, is more or less this key parameter, which is indicating a good or a bad result. So maybe just to stop at this point.
All right, thank you for that answer. This is a call to action to our viewers. Once again, if you have any questions, send them to us now. This is your chance to have them answered by our experts directly. Next up, maybe you could tell us what is the optimal layout for a digital textile microfactory?
The optimal layout depends on what is your idea, what is your business model, so there is not a good and a bad microfactory. So we have to adjust the microfactory exactly on what you want to do. If you are willing to make a single lot production, it will not be a good idea to buy an expensive printer and an expensive cutter and to use it a few hours a day. So the idea, you must take care. You should then be part of a production network. On the other side, if you're trying to make a reshoring production and you have more or less continuously 24 hours of production with a small lot size, then a completely different layout would be good. Then you should be part of all of these production processes. So this is exactly the idea we are following within our research activities, how to support the customers to find the best solution from a layout and from the business model.
All right, thank you very much for that. We still have a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, so any questions left, keep them coming. We'll try to get as many as answered as possible. Next up, is it possible to produce lot size 1 under sustainable conditions? A general question.
Yes, in principle, it's similar to the one before. It is possible to make to produce a lot size 1. The sample shown was lot size 1, but also there the production for the generation of the design was, I did not go in details, said, okay, the effort shared for this was for several parts. So the idea must be similar as presented 1 hour ago by the company Zünd. If you have a lot size 1, you must be part of a production chain which allows you to continuously print and cut and automatic sort your parts and then make only the sewing. So to be part of a continuous production chain supporting lot size 1, I think this would be the answer to your question.
All right. And this wraps up our session here together. So I'd like to thank you very much for joining us. Stay healthy and hope to see you again next time.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for your nice introduction and perfect support. Bye.
Anytime again. Anytime again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you to enjoy another quick break, 15 minutes to be exact. Take the chance to once again visit our exhibitors in the exhibition area. New innovations, products, and technologies there on display by our platinum, gold, and silver partners. And everybody else, obviously. And I'd also like to let you know that at, let's see, 2:35, we'll be continuing with the topic of the German eco-label Blue Angel. So stay with us and see you again in 15 minutes.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies.
Embrace the future.
Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
Embrace the future. The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now. Hear the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Embrace the future.
Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
Embrace the future.
Okay, now listen to you one more time.
Embrace the future.
We embrace
the future with the passion for print.
Yes, B.B. Thomas with that Drupa song, Passion. Love it, love it, love it. So welcome back, everybody, after our short break. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you're ready for our next session. Let's jump right in. The German eco label Blaue Engel, or Blue Angel in English, for printed matters. That's what it's about. The Blue Angel is basically the environmental label from the German federal government. And this has set stringent standards for environmentally friendly, healthy, and durable products and services in an independent and incredible way since 1978, and is Germany's most well-known environmental label. And the Blue Angel certifies a large number of printed matters, for example, books, flyers, newspapers, and they represent an environmentally friendly alternative to standard printed matters available on the market. To tell us more about this, I'd like to welcome from the RAL, or RAL, as we would say it in Germany, GmbH, Antonia Pott. Antonia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, is it correct that I said ARL, RAL, RAL? How would you
Yes,
say?
it's RAL.
It's RAL, right? Okay, so the German way. So, Antonia, we're very excited to hear what you have to say. The stage is yours, and I think I'll see you again afterwards for the Q&A.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the German eco-label Blue Angel for printed matters. At the beginning, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Antonia Pott. I'm working at RAL, and this is a certification body of the Blue Angel. And there I'm responsible for the Blue Angel for printed products and also for other product groups like the writing utensils or movement area de-icers. So at the beginning, I like to say something. What is the Blue Angel? The Blue Angel is the environmental label from the German federal government, and it is a well-known environmental label, and it sets stringent standards for environmentally friendly, healthy, and durable products and services. The Blue Angel is a type 1 eco label. That means that it is a voluntary label. It awards products and services with the proven environmental benefits, and it addresses multiple environmental criteria. So it does not concentrate only on one criterion, but on several criteria. And this assessment based on a life cycle consideration of the product, and the assessment requires third-party verification. So the Blue Angel is a type 1 eco label. In contrast, a type 2 eco label is a self-declaration of a manufacturer, which does not need a third-party verification, and a type 3 eco label addresses business to business and is a label like a data sheet which provides specific information concerning environmental criteria. So we take a short look into the history of the Blue Angel. It was founded in 1978. And on the left picture, we can see the German Federal Ministry of the Interior, Gerhard Baum, awarded in 1979 the first eco labels. And in this picture, it was a low noise lawn mower. So in the year 2018, the Blue Angel had its 14th anniversary, and there was a greeting from the German Chancellor. On the right side of the slide, you can see the development of the Blue Angel logo. There were different changes over the over the time, and on the bottom you can see the current Blue Angel logo. So the Blue Angel cannot be awarded only to printed matter, but to a wide range of product groups. Currently, there are 120 product groups which can be certified with the Blue Angel. The product groups come from different branches, for example, furniture, laundry detergents, textiles, data centers, floor coverings, and many other product groups can be certified with the Blue Angel. At the moment, 1,500 manufacturers produce products which are certified with the Blue Angel, and 12,000 products and services are certified. So, which institutes are responsible for the Blue Angel? The German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety is the owner of the Blue Angel label, and they also appoint the member of the environmental label jury. Then the German Environment Agency developed the criteria for the Blue Angel, and there is the office of the environmental label jury. So what is the environmental label jury? The jury is the independent decision-making body for the Blue Angel, and the jury includes representatives from different branches, for example, from environmental and consumer associations, trade unions, industry, the trade, local authority, and other branches. So, and then there's RAL, where I come from. We are the certification body of the Blue Angels. So the applications are submitted to us. We look at the applications, and if all the criteria are fulfilled, we conclude the contracts with the companies. So I already said that the Blue Angel is a well-known environmental label. And here we can look at data from a representative survey of the German Environment Agency. They asked people if they are, they asked people in Germany if they are aware of the labels and if these environmental labels influence their purchase decision. The data show different environmental label, the energy label, German organic label, the Blue Angel, Fairtrade, FSC, and the European Eco Label. And if we look at the data, we can see that over 90% in Germany knows the Blue Angel logo, and that about 37% base their purchase decision on the Blue Angel logo. So what makes the Blue Angel strong? I mentioned some of these points already, but I'd like to sum them up. The Blue Angel is independent. The independent environmental label jury decides on the criteria. Then the Blue Angel is neutral. The owner of the Blue Angel logo is the German federal government, and the German Environment Agency develops the criteria. Then the Blue Angel is always up to date. The criteria are regularly reviewed, so they are checked if they are correspond to the technical development. Then the Blue Angel has a holistic product view. The Blue Angel looks on several criteria of the products and also on the product cycle. And furthermore, the Blue Angel has a wide range of different products from different branches. So the Blue Angel can be awarded to printed matter since 2015. The German Environment Agency developed the criteria because the printed matters are products that are highly disseminated. The manufacturing processes requires a high level of energy and resources. The printing process and the cleaning of the machines can lead to the emission of organic solvents. And some of the components in the printed matter can hamper the recycling of the paper. This is a quite important aspect. We will look at this later. And furthermore, auxiliary substances can be linked to environmental and health-related hazard during the use or afterwards by discharging into water bodies. So what printed matters can be certified with the Blue Angel? The basic award criteria mention a long list of printed matter which can be certified. Newspapers, magazine, brochures, journals, books, catalogs. I don't read them all allowed. But I'd like to draw your attention on the last point on the list, because there is the printed matter which cannot be certified: packaging, customized invoice paper, company letter paper, and printed business cards. The reason why these printed matters cannot be certified is that there is the risk of confusion for the consumer, because they cannot distinguish whether the printed matter is the packaging or the company letter is certified, or the product in the packaging or the company of the company letter. So this is the reason why these printed matter cannot be certified, but there's a long list of printed matter which can be certified. So which printing processes can be certified? The basic award criteria mention several printing processes. These are the commonly used printing processes: sheet-fed offset printing, cold-set web offset printing, heat-set web offset printing, rotograph for printing, flexographic printing, and digital printing. So which environmental properties should a Blue Angel certified printed matter have? So these are the objectives which should be achieved by the basic award criteria. They should preserve resources, avoid substances that are harmful to the environment and health, and they should reduce the energy use, waste, and polluting emissions. So how it is done? The basic award criteria I mentioned a long list of criteria which should be fulfilled by the print job during the printing process. One of the most important criteria is that it is only allowed to use paper and cardboard with a high proportion of recovered paper. So it is only allowed to use a paper which is certified with the Blue Angel. There are different product groups for papers: graphic paper and cardboard, recycled cardboard, and printing and publication paper. So what are the benefits of these papers? Using these papers, they are primarily made from waste paper, and some of them are made from 100% waste paper. And this saves energy, water, and wood. And these papers have a low level of harmful materials. So these are the reasons why it is only allowed to use Blue Angel certified papers for a Blue Angel certified printed matter. So then the next criterion is that the printed matter which are certified with the Blue Angel have to be recyclable, and this is achieved by using appropriate inks, varnishes, and adhesives. This means that the printed matter must be de-inkable, which means that the printing inks and the varnishes must be removable from the printed matter after their use. This is proven by a test report using a standardized method, INGEDE method 11 in this case. And if the printed matter, the printing inks and the varnish are removable, these printed matter can afterwards be used for the paper recycling cycle. Looking at the adhesives, this is quite the same like looking at the printing inks. The adhesives on the print matter must be removable. This must also be proven by a test report, in this case INGEDE method 12. And if the printed matter, the adhesives are removable, this enables high quality recyclability of the paper fibers. So, and we have a further criterion. There are requirements for renewable raw materials in printing inks, varnishes, solvents, and cleaning agents. For example, one requirement is that the renewable raw materials have to be cultivated in accordance with sustainability criteria. So then another objective of the Blue Angel is to avoid substances that are damaging to health and the environment. And this objective is achieved, for example, by excluding azo dyes in printing inks and varnishes. And there are also limits for the use of aliphatic and aromatic hydrocarbons in printing inks and varnishes. And this is a new criterion, the use of biocides in the chemicals is limited. Furthermore, there are several substances which are excluded from using during the printing process, especially substances which are assigned with specific hazard phrases, for example, substances that are carcinogenic or substances with a long-lasting toxic events on aquatic organisms. So, and there are further criteria which have to be fulfilled by the print shops. There are limits on the emission of organic solvents during the printing process. This must also be proven by a test report. And then there are requirements for minimizing the waste paper. There are, for example, limits for the maximum paper waste per year, which have to be fulfilled. And there are requirements for the energy consumption of the print shop. For example, there are requirements for the compressed air system to reduce their energy consumption. So I hope the basic award criteria have really a long list of criteria. So I hope I could give you just a short overview here. If you're interested in more details and more information, the basic award criteria are published on the Blue Angel Homes webpage in English and in German. And now I would like to thank you for your attention.
All right, and we'd like to thank you very much for your presentation, Antonia. And like you said before, now we have time, 2 or 3 more minutes for a little Q&A. And I'm totally familiar with the brand, with the logo, Blauer Engel. I grew up in Germany most of my life. And like you said, since it's been around since 1978, this is something that has accompanied me through my entire childhood. So once again, I'm living proof that this is something I think basically everybody in Germany knows. First question would be, you mentioned before that the Blue Angel basic award criteria is regularly revised, right? Now, maybe you can tell us how long are the current criteria for printed matter still valid?
Yes, correct. The basic award criteria are regularly revised. Looking at the printed, the criteria from the printed matter, it was the case in the last year. There was the revision process, and then it was checked if the criteria are still state of the art, and several criteria were added. And some limits were made stricter, and the criteria are still new, and they will be valid until the end of 2025. That means that if a print shop submits an application now and they fulfill all the requirements, we can conclude the contract until the end of 2025, and then there will be the new revision.
All right, thank you very much for that answer. And one more question. Print shops print many different printed products, obviously. Does an application have to be submitted for each individual print product?
The print shops who submit an application can apply for a defined product group, for example, books, magazines, newspapers, and they submit all the documents for the materials they use for these printed matter, like the paper and the chemicals, printing inks, and we check all the documents, and if all these materials fulfill the criteria, they can be used for all the printed
products.
matters, yes. And the documents don't have to be submitted again every single time.
Okay, good to know. So thank you very much, Antonia, for joining us today. Have a great evening. Well, it's not evening yet. Have a great day. I was about to say have a great evening. Well, somewhere in the world it is evening already, but not here in Germany. So thank you very much, Antonia, and see you again soon.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now, before I send you off into the next break, I'd like to once again invite you to visit our exhibition area. The live web sessions are currently on, of course, with our exhibitors showing their newest products, technologies, and services. So take advantage of that. And I'll see you again in 15 minutes with our next topic, packaging sustainability, a design perspective. So don't miss that, and see you again at 10 after 3.
Welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagements and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
Please, the future with the passion. Oh, we embrace the future, and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future, and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future, and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go. Okay, now listen to you one more time.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future, and we do it now with the words of printing here into
All right, that was Bibi Thomas once again, hailing from Düsseldorf, Germany, the hometown of Drupa. And welcome to Virtual Drupa, broadcasting live from this wonderful city here, based right on the Rhine River. My name is Chris. I'll guide you through this stream number 2 here. Today, everything is about circular economy, and it's World Earth Day, by the way, also. So a lot of our topics evolve around the topic of sustainability, and so does our next session, packaging sustainability from a design perspective. And in this session, you will learn about the ways in which sustainability inform and drive packaging design. And for this, I'd like to welcome the brand director at Packaging Europe, Tim Sykes. Tim, are you with us?
I am. Thanks very much, Chris. Thanks for the introduction.
Tim, just quick, maybe you can tell us a bit about what you actually do and what can we expect from the session?
Yes, thanks. Yeah, as you said, I'm brand director at Packaging Europe, and we're the leading media brand on international packaging innovation. And we're also the organizers of the Sustainability Awards, a global packaging sustainable innovation competition, and of the Sustainable Packaging Summit, which is well, in these days now, it's a hybrid physical event and year-round virtual platform that's aiming to discuss all of the crucial strategic and technological topics around packaging and the environment. We would have been a content partner of Drupa Touchpoint Packaging in Düsseldorf in 2020, and we're very much looking forward to collaborating with Drupa in person again in 2024. But I'm delighted to also be here today with Marcel Verhaaf, who would have been, again, one of our speakers at Drupa last year. So I'll introduce Marcel a little bit as well before we get him to speak.
All right,
so Marcel is Executive Creative Director and Sustainability Team Lead at the leading creative design agency SGK, which many of you will know by the name of Anthem, which it bore for many years until it rebranded. Marcel is responsible for the creative vision and design effectiveness of SGK's work across brand and packaging design. And he also manages the teams across both Amsterdam and Brussels studios. He has a career in design stretching back about 30 years, I think. And in addition to his work at SGK, Marcel has established various independent design agencies. He also founded a sustainable beer brewery, and and unfortunately, I didn't know him at that time, which would have been a useful connection. And along the way, he's obviously been recognised with numerous awards and has a vast amount of experience working with global and local brands. However, most importantly, in terms of today's discussion, Marcel has been something of a trailblazer for sustainable packaging, and has been since the early 90s, at a time when perhaps it wasn't such a big priority for the world of packaging or the consumers. And to this day, he's the driving force between SGK's work on sustainable innovation and sustainable design. So hi, Marcel. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Tim. Thanks for such a lovely introduction.
You're very welcome. So I'd like to start by delving into that history. As I said, you were talking about sustainability before consumers were particularly thinking about that in terms of their packaging, and certainly before it was such a big priority for the brand owners. Can you describe what your thinking was about sustainability back in the 1990s, and what was the reception of those ideas that you were putting forward by clients at that time?
Well, in fact, it was one of my clients at the time who inspired me, which was a local dairy brand called Mona, who started with some really interesting packs that were more sustainable. The issue at the time was more called pollution, and we were very much concerned about how pollution in rivers and in the landscape, landfills, was causing trouble. So that was the topic at the time, not called, in fact, sustainability. It's more seen as how to get rid of pollution. Not linear, or sorry, not circular thinking, but quite linear still at the time. it's inspired me because of actually two aspects. One is, yeah, as packaging designers, you're causing a whole lot of waste all around the planet. It's not your fault, but in fact, it is a responsibility to think about having better packaging, I think, for future. And at the time, future was 25 years ahead, which is now. We are now in that future. The other part I'd like is the innovation part. Making packaging more sustainable is a very complex process, and it asks technical aspects, but it's also branding aspects involved, both together that make your solutions, and that's simply very attractive for designers and design thinking, the innovation part of it.
So, I mean, if we think back at the packaging and the packaging trends of the 1990s and indeed the early 2000s, there wasn't the circular thinking, as you've already alluded to. There was, within a lot of primary packaging, there was a lot of focus on downsizing and creating more complex structures that were more cost effective, and also reduced the material volumes, and had an impact on resource efficiency. Was that something that you were pushing against? Were you trying to introduce ideas that weren't in fashion at that time?
Yes, absolutely. And it was, in fact, especially in the old days, but often still, the technical aspects of packaging are countered by different people at client side, but also at the agency side. Often there, you recognize it as nobody else, is that there is a kind of a split of anything technical and anything creative, say, on the communication side. And that was one of the reasons it was a complicated topic. So marketing wasn't that much involved with the technical aspects, with printing technique, with in fact, making packaging cheaper, possibly, yes, it had a lot to do with their final cost, product cost for consumers. But buying new materials was often not really a topic. Now it's different. It's an everyday topic, sustainability, especially for marketers, because their brands need to be sustainable. Consumers are asking for that. And then we organized to come up with a proper solutions is having a team of, well, we actually have two team leads on sustainability. My colleague, Ronald Leverissa, he's not here now, but he is a real structural designer, and I'm more a brand designer from the brand strategic perspective, so to say, graphic design. And we are a combined team, and that's great because solutions have to come from both sides. So once you start changing a physical pack, structural design, it can have an impact on how we can apply the brand design, or we so now and then can make changes to a certain shape that is affecting sustainability as well.
So would you say it's become an essential part of the design brief in a way that it wasn't years ago?
Yes, absolutely. And having the two disciplines on one table. Sometimes we even have triple disciplines, also have advertising on the table. So how to communicate about aspects of sustainability. And that's another topic. If you make a pack more sustainable, investments are needed. And that also means we need return on investment. Brands need return on investment. And how to communicate on pack or in advertising. For instance, how to use the pack after each use. That's an important aspect.
Yeah. So I remember in my early days in my career seeing sustainability described as a opportunity for differentiation, as added value, and I think my observation is that it's moved well beyond that now, to the point where it's just a question of basic brand hygiene. Is that something that you also see then reflected in this kind of deeper stage
Well,
of brief?
I agree with you that it's a brand hygiene, should be. On the other hand, there are so many consumers who have no idea which pack is sustainable and which isn't. And so the communication on pack and beyond about how to choose a more sustainable pack, if there is the options, is still in its infancy, in fact. And so a lot is done at the moment, but consumers really have difficulties to find out which pack to choose if they regard sustainability as one of the priorities.
Yeah.
We learned that it's not yet the number one reason to buy a brand or the other brand, but if the product performance is equal and the brands are liked equally, yeah, then sustainability is the next topic. And then consumers have too little information on pack currently to decide at the point of decision which one to choose.
And presumably it can sometimes be, if not a positive reason to choose one thing, it can sometimes be a disqualifier if something is suddenly exposed as having a more harmful impact than necessary.
Yes, absolutely. You see that the first reflex of many consumers is plastic is bad, and anything that looks like paper is better. And we see a lot of greenwashing now also in packaging, that's printed brown craft paper look, pretending to be more sustainable. And that's something I personally really think is nasty. We should overcome that.
Yes, and you even see plastic films which have a tactile coating to give the impression that they're made of paper, don't you? So
exactly.
Feels a little bit dishonest to me. So I'd like to burrow more into your insights into consumer attitudes and this question of communicating sustainability, because you're really at the center of the dialogue between the brand and the consumer. So yeah, what do you know about consumer attitudes? How do you go about ensuring that sustainable designs actually penetrate the marketplace in an effective way?
It is quite a difficult challenge because of the high investments often needed. And yeah, introductions are often defined by, for instance, retailers that ask for update or they have a certain challenge. So there are many other reasons to have a deadline for a new design that is not based on the reality of making a pack more sustainable. So what we now find is that in some of the products we are now working on, are started, short and long-term goals and projects are started next to each other. So short-term, because we need to make steps, make better packaging, make packaging more sustainable. And the long-term vision is that packaging, and so the pack, but also the packaging process should be circular. And yeah, don't choose either one, because if you choose only long-term, then your brand might suffer. And if you do only short time, it will be a halfway house. So in parallel, we see now as the best way. Also, some of our clients see that as the best way.
And in terms of communicating the sustainability of a pack, do you have a kind of a manual of how you would do that as a brand designer? Is it a question of education, of giving information, and also things that inform the consumer's behavior, telling them about how to recycle, for example? Or is it a case of appealing to the intuitive design cues that you can send them?
I will be open about this. We initially wanted to do it with the intuitive cues, but then you often end up with making packaging look more natural. In fact, and natural seen as more sustainable, paperish, cardboard-like. But that's not reality anymore. So what we do, of course, you need to communicate in a very clear way what the aspects are that make your pack more sustainable. Back of pack, of course. But we are now promoting more and more to do it with connected pack solutions, because then you have more opportunity to really explain your, in fact, your sustainability strategy of the brand. That's the most important bit. You can't put everything on pack. There are so many other things, especially in food, about health. You know, all those the panels and claims we already have floating around. And this is additional. So that's why Connected Pack is a solution to entice consumers to join and learn more. It's also a way to make sure that packaging is actually disposed of in the right way. And depending upon the area you are, the country you are, that's different. That's very different. So one pack that is will still be thrown in landfill, maybe in the UK, will be properly disposed of in another country. And how can you know that as a consumer? And by the way, it will change every few months even. Waste management systems in companies are updated. And then your pack is suddenly more sustainable than it was before, while the pack you have in your hands is the same.
Yeah, that's great. So as a designer, and with this, you know, challenge of communicating as much as you can on a very limited physical space, do you see the advent of the whole digital world that appears around the product these days, and the shift from that first moment of truth that I guess 20 years ago was very much the focus of your design brief? Is that something that both in sustainability and generally you see as, you know, a very liberating tool and makes it your job easier in many ways?
Yes, absolutely. And it's all because they're, especially young consumers, they know a lot about products and brands from their peer groups, and also, of course, being constantly online. So that makes it much easier, indeed, to communicate about what your sustainability efforts are. So that's quite positive, of course. I think it's also important as a brand to be very transparent upon what your goals and what your current status is. Be honest and say maybe the pack is not sustainable yet, but be honest to your consumers and tell what you're intending to do. You can't fix it all overnight, but at least tell us as consumers what your plans are, what your next steps are. And also be possibly sometimes you can co-create even with consumers. They like that.
So we were chatting recently, and you used a very intriguing word, which I believe you probably invented yourself, or maybe your colleagues did, which is temptainability, which is a very interesting concept in relation to this. Can you describe to our audience what you mean by temptainability?
Yeah, it's indeed, so far it was a non-existing word, so we will try to get it on Wikipedia. It is the combination, as suggested, of temptainability and desirability at the same time. And the reason we created this is that we believe that you need to have both desirability and sustainability at the same time. The temptation side is the desirability part. Why? Because we see that if brands spend a lot of effort and money on making their brands into a love brand, or some companies call it brand love, you can imagine that you will suffer if your packaging is not seen as something that is free of guilt. So we call it no brand love without packaging hate. You can imagine that you will destroy a lot of investments if your packaging is not loved. So from that perspective, we need to have sustainable packaging. for being a brand that can be loved. But the other way around, it also is true. So if you do have sustainable packaging and it looks awful, it will not be loved either, and will therefore not be bought. We recently had one of our bigger clients coming up with a splendid pack from a technical perspective. It was really, really smart in using less storage space, so less space in transport, saves CO2 too, of course. But it was for a product of which the desirability is really important, and consumers started coming up with all kinds of ideas themselves why the brand has done that. Are they going for cheap, or no? It was explained it's sustainability. Okay, yeah, it's very sustainable, but the competition looks more desirable and nicer, and then you are in a tough situation. Consumers tend to choose the better looking one for that's the emotional side, than the rational side, and go for sustainability.
Yeah, and you don't drive through the sustainability advantages and environmental gains if it doesn't work on the marketplace, do you?
No, and that's again, we come back to, it needs to go hand in hand, and that's why it's so nice to be one team with both aspects at the same time.
Yeah, and the plenty of examples of consumer survey behavior differing from the behavior that they exhibit once they're in the supermarket. I recall some research in the coffee pod marketplace where I think it was German consumers very heavily favored, in theory, biodegradable pods, but when it comes to it, they really like those shiny aluminium ones, and sometimes the aesthetics win out over the what they think is motivating them.
And that brings me also to research is key. The kind of research you have. Consumers, especially on the topic of sustainability, tends to give the social, the answer that they think you want to have. I would do too, to be honest. So if you ask me, do you choose the sustainable version or the other one? Of course, I will say the sustainable version. But also, I'm just a human like others. Sometimes I really think a different offer is more desirable. So finding out what consumers really will do when they have the choice is asking for research methods that are more into or implicit association tests, or more into neuro research with MRI. We have partners that do that to really find out what they will do. And that also gives, so now and then, opportunities. We are sometimes surprised which sustainable solutions are preferred, not because they are sustainable, but simply because they look more natural or better.
So I know that neither of us believe there's a silver bullet, that one particular format or material is always better from a sustainability point of view than all of the others. But I wonder to what extent, working at SGK, you have particular technologies or formats that you're a fan of, or particular solutions that you see as a good opportunity to make gains over standard formats. Are there any low-hanging fruit that you particularly like to pluck when you have the opportunity?
Yeah. Well, I think it's the low-hanging fruits are of course obvious, because I think the two of us, but also our audience now, are aware of, because we see them in like in your own Packaging Europe posts. So having alternative materials, most of our clients they're not sitting on their hands, so they are also searching for the low-hanging fruits, different materials. So drop-in solutions are preferred. That means that the knowledge of current machinery is crucial when we are developing new solutions. And that's, as I said, my colleague Ronald It's very much into that part. When it's low-hanging fruit on the graphic design part is also interesting, and meanwhile also quite complicated. So going, for instance, for CMYK print instead of using an array of 7 Pantone colors, that can make quite a difference. And then the issues start. So printing in CMYK makes that we can't have some colors really at full vibrancy in shelf, and your pack will look a bit, look more dull. Orange colors, very nice turquoise kind of colors, some special blues. They are really difficult to capture in CMYK, and that's the fight I have in my mind if I'm developing. So I can. The first question from clients to designers always to stand out. If a pack doesn't stand out and if it's not seen, it cannot be bought. So we so now and then need special colors to do that. And there's other ways to do it, like metallic effects can be a very nice way. If you walk along a row of packs and some are metallic, you get a kind of animation effect. The light is flickering and it's attracting your attention. Now, having just the traditional metallics is not very sustainable. So there's quite some solutions to do it better. So going back to the start of my topic, CMYK or special colors is a big issue on saving on multiple inks, on solvents and so on. But it's a disadvantage for my communication. What we can also do is have ink reduction, so less surface of ink, having more white in. If you have a very white pack, it can stand out on shelf. We even developed a pack that was an experiment, but it's only white, no ink, only embossing of the brand on it. It stands out in shelf a lot, but online not so much. And so you have also to take in account that online we also have to attract consumers, and that's more and more important, of course.
Yeah, and in fact, we just had a question from a member of the audience asking about whether you're driving color reduction. So it's well anticipated, Marcel. Yeah, I suppose the emergence of e-commerce and the fact that it's not always about the first moment of truth may give you some leeway in that respect, that you can the design can be digital and the product itself can be slightly more functional, I suppose. And as that trend increases and we increasingly interact for the first time with the product when we unbox it or when it's delivered to our home, there's more scope for simpler, more minimalist designs.
Yes, and well, that's nice of being part of the Drupa and being all about print. That's so often when we minimalize, and so less colors, in case you have a photo, especially in food packaging, appetite appeal is crucial. Then PMAs, so lithographers, printers, start complaining because when they if they have a very limited set of colors, it's very difficult to get consistency. So to have a consistent color all over the place, you need to have more colors, and that's less sustainable. So we are also always in this juxtaposition of finding either one, optimal communication or better sustainability. And that's often, until now, we haven't often been able to quantify it, but now we are. So we have now a tool that we can actually calculate. Then if you go for less ink, what will it give you? What will it bring you in the reduction of CO2? So if it's really worth having slightly less impact on shelf compared with how much CO2 you can reduce, compared to like print issues. If we make a complex image with less color, it's more difficult to get a consistency.
Yeah. So we have about 10 minutes left, and we will have some time for audience questions if we have any. In the remaining time, I'm interested in slightly zooming out from the day-to-day concerns and dilemmas that you face, and to think about some of the bigger ideas in sustainability and packaging. And one thing I didn't mention in the introduction is that I believe when I first got to know you, Marcel, through you becoming a judge in the Sustainability Awards, as you've very kindly served for a few years now. And as such, you know, we've both had this overview of a lot of the innovation coming into the sustainable packaging arena. I was wondering whether there are any particular areas of sustainable packaging innovation that excite you, or any particular trends that you've, as a designer, finds you know, very exciting opportunities to work with.
Yes, there are some. That's the absolute nice bit of being a judge, is you have to bring your expertise to the judging, but meanwhile you're also inspired by all those cases that companies bring forward. I especially liked one of the entries personally. I forgot the company who entered it, but it was a kind of a cardboard, corrugated cardboard plotter that makes packaging for how to say, for sending stuff all around the world. That is made to fit the exact product that is inside. We have so many empty boxes being brought around by all those little delivery vans, and I now currently have, like I think everybody, a huge pile of corrugated cardboard in the house to find a way out again. That's what I think. That's really smart thinking. But then, apart from being more sustainable in the sense of saving space, it's inspired me. And can we, with the technique, you can additionally also make the design more interesting. So I haven't found the time yet to actually make some sketches for that, but that was one of the more exciting ones.
And e-commerce in general, I find very exciting, both because it's, you know, an incredibly important challenge. It's a new arena that explodes all of the paradigms that have been refined over decades about, you know, optimization and efficiency, and therefore, you know, it's hugely important that we can improve those standards. But it's also a completely young arena, and as probably the biggest disruption that I've encountered in my time in packaging, and therefore it's, you know, an opportunity for really disruptive innovation to meet those challenges. And yeah, the optimizing cube space, reducing the amount of air that you're shipping is really important and very exciting area there.
Yeah, and I think what is nice is that you see more and more companies actually making an effort of the unboxing experience. So by COVID, you lose the experience in store, but it will be on your lap, that experience when you open the box, the way what comes out, the little cards, the little messages. So that's indeed a new opportunity to make packaging exciting again, instead of just being the brown boxes.
Yeah, yeah. If I had your talents, and if I were a brand design director, that would be one of the things that would excite me in the industry.
Yes, absolutely.
Another would be, if I could become you, so would be the reuse trend, and the ways that we can start to reimagine, you know, what a container is and what its purpose is, and in particular the kind of opportunities for the returnable packaging, reusable, that you see in well, the best example is the Loop platform that TerraCycle has been involved in. And I guess that it's both an opportunity to address the packaging waste issue, and to again think about delighting the consumer. And I guess that's a really good example of that temptability. Oh, sorry, temptainability.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
is that something that you would be keen to add your creativity to that kind of model?
Yes, certainly. So in most conceptual stages of the projects we are doing, it is one of our favorites to see if we can reuse. Meanwhile, it is highly complicated in the sense of logistics. So you can make a pack. It's not too difficult to make a pack reusable, but then how do you get it to be reduced? How to get it back to where it has to be filled? And that's absolutely stunning what Loop made to happen. And it was a huge effort, of course. They solved this issue by having big brands together to make it happen. For smaller brands, it's very, very hard to bring out reusable packs. We did some experiments ourselves, as you might have seen from our Packador Collective, which we are a member of, to avoid having all those one-way trays that you get from the Asian takeaway or home delivery that really spoil your experience when you're having your meal. And it's always with all the paper and plastic bags and so around you. So that this has to change. And we're not the only one who came up with an alternative, but we really made it beautiful, I think, really make it very attractive. But yeah, the thing is that we are now in contact with the producer who also wants to go to make sure that the logistics is solved for the restaurants that like to adapt the system. But this has to be solved first, the whole logistics. They're developing an app to see if we can use that for it. Otherwise, yeah, no way to get it returned. And you also see that, in fact, with maybe the oldest system of returnable packaging, which the beer breweries use. It's a returnable bottle, but only, in fact, it's only done locally. It has everything to do with distance. So when we started this small little sustainable brewery in the area, we were also searching for calculations. Yeah, until how far can you deliver a returnable bottle until it starts being starts having negative effects. If you travel too far with that bottle, then it's not sustainable anymore. And then one-way glass is better, but it's quite some calculations that have to be done.
Yeah, yeah.
And for smaller brands, it's doable as long as they are delivering in this case, their beer in the area, but otherwise it's not feasible.
Yeah. So we're nearly out of time. One other thing that I would like to mention in terms of the innovation and bringing it back to the Drupa and print topic is the Holy Grail project and digital watermarking as a technology, which is another one that I think has a really great potential to tick both the sustainability box and the delighting consumer box, in that it's for those who aren't aware of it, it's basically a code that can be printed or embossed across the whole of a package, which is not really discernible to the human eye, but can be picked up and read by both a smartphone, so it enables consumer engagement in a way that Marcel was alluding to earlier, but also by scanners in the recycling center, which enables improved sorting and therefore, improves the viability of the recycling process. And I think this could be quite a game changer. And we see with the Holy Grail Consortium really a momentum of the big players across industry lining up behind it. I guess that's something that's also going to be coming across your desk, Marcel.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the name is chosen right, the Holy Grail, because it's a really great way of having your waste management being done in a more effective way. But there's more to it. So with this digital watermarking, we can connect to all other kinds of media and other kinds of messages that brands want to bring. So it's much more than only a solution for waste management, therefore more sustainable packaging. And it's also something that is in fact should be part of the initial briefing when you make a new design. I say that because before we start design, if we know the digital watermarking will be involved, you know that it has little effect on the design, but it does have some effect. So if we know in time, then we can make sure that we create brands and packs in such a way that you really don't notice it. We can work with that knowledge.
And I think there's potential for it to be used to be scanned at the checkout as well, which could mean we can remove the horrible barcode, which I guess is something you always feel spoils your beautiful design in the first place.
Yes, absolutely. I'm really a fan of the technique, and I can't wait till that barcode is gone, Tim.
Okay, so I think our time is up. I see Chris is back in place, ready to introduce the next session. So Marcel, thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure talking to you as always, and thanks to the audience for joining us.
Thank you too, Tim. Thank you to listeners. See you soon.
Yeah, hopefully in person.
Yes.
A big thank you to both of you, Marcel, and also to Tim. And I learned a lot also, not only about packaging, about packaging sustainability from a design perspective, but also a new word there. Once again, temptainability. I like that. And there are a couple of mashup words that I think we're all familiar with. One of the most popular, probably brunch. Just think about it, right? Brunch or hangry, one of the more current and hip mashed up words, I suppose, nowadays. Nevertheless, let's get back to what we're focusing on here in our stream, and that is once again circular economy on this annual Earth Day. We're going to stick with the topic of sustainability, and we're going to take a peek into a brand owner's perspective. And this session throws a light on a brand owner's perspective on sustainability, and you'll also learn what challenges and opportunities this specific company is facing on its way to become more sustainable, and what the print and packaging industry can do to help them realize their sustainability goals. Now I'm going to hand this over to the general manager of the European Brand and Packaging Design Association, who, by the way, is also partner of this year's Touchpoint Packaging here at Virtual Drupa, Claudia Josephs. Claudia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Now, that was my quick and short introduction, but I'm sure you're going to go into a bit of detail. Maybe you could tell us a bit about what you do, obviously, and then also introduce the guest. And I'll be back then afterwards for the Q&A.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, a very good afternoon to everybody. Exciting Drupa days. Really happy to contribute to the conference program on behalf of EPDA today. Yeah, as Chris invited me, well, to just say a few words about EPDA, who we are and what we do. As the name says, EPDA, we are the European Brand and Packaging Design Association, a European-wide community of designers. We believe in sharing experiences and insights and in creating a community around shared values and ideals. Our mission, of course, is to empower and connect our member agencies, the designers. But as we are one part of the whole value chain, so we are one member of this whole value chain, and there are well, lots of others, well, from the brand owner to the material supplier to the printer. We are very outwards directed because well, we think it's important to always seek the contact to the other members in the supply chain for an exchange for mutual growth and better understanding. Our main contact points are our conferences on and offline. We used to run 2 conferences per year in different cities all over Europe, and we will do for sure go back to having these conferences. I can only say, well, feel invited to join us whenever you find the topic interesting. Brand owners are designers' clients. So we invite brand owners to our events. We have them speak at our conferences to, again, share perspectives and get to know each other better, to understand the needs of brand owners, and in the end, to serve the end consumer best. Today, I'm here with the brand owner. I'm here with Merete Auga from the Nordic ice cream company Hennig Olsen. Hennig Olsen is the oldest producer in the Nordic region, and the company has developed and produced premium quality ice cream based on secret recipes for more than 90 years now. The company has about 270 employees, and they come from 30 different nationalities. Today, Merete is a marketing manager, and she has been working for the company as a marketing manager for 14 years now. She is supporting and leading initiatives in corporate strategy and branding, in product development and packaging design. And of course, last but not least, sustainability is one of the key issues she is concerned with. I got to know Merete a couple of years ago. It was at another conference, and well, I got to know her as a very passionately promoting meaningful, passionately promoting a meaningful and respectful brand management, a very open-minded person. Merete has now spoken at our conferences, and together in 2019, EPDA and Hennig Olsen have been carrying out the EPDA Award Future Packaging together. And of course, it was about ice cream. Welcome, Merete. I'm very happy to have you here with me today.
Thank you.
Sustainability is a big word. It's a term that's widely spread and used and overused, I should say. So all the more so it is important to know, what does the person who uses the term means with it. Can you explain a little bit about, what sustainability means to Hennig Olsen?
Yes, thank you. And thank you very much for the introduction. Well, first of all, sustainability is the new buzzword wherever you go these days. But to be honest, it's not really new, is it? For many years, we have known people being advocates of the field, but they were always maybe a little too few, a little too fragmented and scattered, like a voice that seemed too narrow and a topic a bit fluffy. But really now the game has changed, hasn't it? You can't go anywhere without the word sustainability being brought up, and you might even get a bit tired of it, but it's one of those buzzwords that doesn't go away. The topic of sustainability differs from many buzzwords because it has come to stay. So whether we like it or not, we need to learn what to do with it and how to deal with it. There's this new sort of halo to the word now, a halo that binds us all together. It's like a halo that more or less invites us to working together differently. And for Hennig Olsen, sustainability is therefore about having a holistic approach. We think it's the only way to being a successful company also tomorrow. If you are focused on a sustainable approach only within one area, I believe you will fail. You need to look at things being connected. And I'll try to give an example of this, like sustainability needs to go hand in hand with profitability. And profit is necessary foundation for running a company, but being profitable doesn't exclude being sustainable or working towards a sustainable future. The only thing we will know in the long run, being unsustainable in the future, will not be profitable. So let's find ways of playing with the future instead of against it and holding only on to what we are used to. I guess the question is, can we find profitable solutions that are also sustainable? And just as an example, because there are many, but as a production company of food, we naturally have some food waste. Some of the food waste we can sell as food to our local and happy pigs. And some of it could also be sold as fertilizers for a farmer's field. And there are many examples alike. Another thing I would like to talk about is the connection it has to environmental issues. I know we have some people who might disagree, but in our company, we believe that we will face certain problems in the future with regards to environment. For years, maybe we didn't know exactly what impacts our actions had, but now we know, or at least we know more than we did. And for Hennig Olsen, that means we have a responsibility to plan and to act and start changing, but also ensuring that it's changed in what we will be profitable in the future in a bigger picture. Sometimes it can cost more to make environmentally friendly choices, but that doesn't mean that it's not right to make them sometimes. So we always need to have the bigger picture in front of us and try to make everything connect to one another rather than excluding maybe one thing. And I guess it's all about finding the right balance to find the rhythm of your company toward that future. It also means that we can't just jump on the easy and quick solutions before having seen the solutions in a bigger picture. A change might have implications further down the chain of life. So we need to try to think both small and big at the same time. Not that easy, but it has to be done. For example, changing from one packaging material to another, it sounds easy, doesn't it? But if it means reduced lifespan of the product and more food waste, maybe it's not so great after all. Or, for example, if the material isn't recyclable in that particular country, because countries differ. And then yet there's another side of sustainability, which I really hold close to my heart, which is social sustainability. And normally people think of the environment when you say sustainability, but social sustainability is just as important, or maybe it's even more important. Having a culture of social sustainability gives you the strength for change from within. If the willingness to look for sustainable growth comes from within, you have a competitive strength. And we know the search for meaning and purpose in a job, especially for the younger generations, is only growing stronger by the day. So I'd say for many years, we have worked to optimize our carbon footprint, but too often we worked a little too fragmented and too much reliance has been made to certain employees being passionate about the environment. And for many years, it has been part of a business strategy, but not fully integrated. Now, I believe that in the very near future, sustainability will be entirely integrated into our business strategy, actually even one of the foundation stones in our business strategy. So that's why we are just about to launch here internally a sustainability board with people from different areas of expertise, mechanical, electricians, HR, communication, people from production, economy, business development, and so on. We need people from different areas with different competence and motivation to take part in that change. So I guess my advice would be move away from being fragmented and working in silos. It's all about sharing. Share inside, outside, vertically, horizontally. Yeah.
You said it all. I mean, this holistic approach, I mean, it's just amazing, though I believe it's not always so easy to really pursue it. Not at all. Well, let's have a closer look at packaging now. What would you say are the priorities when it comes to packaging and sustainability?
When it comes to packaging and sustainability, we try to go and pick the low-hanging fruits, but in parallel, work on reaching the fruits that are the furthest away. And we believe that becoming more sustainable doesn't necessarily mean a downtrade. And we have to remember that the expectations from the consumers toward the brand owners to go in a sustainable directions are high. So we need to make sure we deliver and are on top of the game. So for us, that means number one, we need to make sure that all of our packaging is recyclable. So we design for recyclability, both when you come to materials and when it comes to inks and proportions of certain types of inks or proportions of certain types of material. And secondly, we will look for the whole portfolio on how we could reduce and minimize packaging material for every new product to get this into our mindset of thinking. We also, number three, which is maybe a little bit long-term, it's can we replace the packaging material that we use by something that's more renewable or sustainable material, or even a recycled material? But it's important to know that we don't make the change before it has been proven that it's actually a good solution again, which we talked about earlier.
Yeah. There are many different steps to go from the brand idea to the final product in the market. Well, thinking about structural and communication design and packaging, so what design agencies' work is about, how do you think can brand and packaging designers help brand owners to become more sustainable? What would you recommend?
Well, I think the branding and design agencies, they have something that we brand owners don't, and therefore they can take a crucial role with regards to sustainability. They have this creative and visual mindset and can imagine things that are not visible from a brand owner's perspective. And the branding and design agency also have a key role to play in making a clear and consistent communications towards the consumer, ensuring this famous red thread, and that the message of sustainability has that impact and it reaches the consumer. So very important. And I also think that the agencies should change the way they work with brand owners in order to move towards more sustainable solutions. Bring in the sustainability issue in every brief, even if the brief doesn't mention it. Make it kind of like an agency sport. How can we make this in the best sustainable way? Is the way the brand owners propose the best one? Or do we have ideas of how it could answer to the brief while also delivering on sustainability? So that's really where I think the agencies.
It's good news that there's a lot we can do, but still, I mean, we have to push hard to become better here. I believe there are many experts from the print and production industry here with us today in the audience. So as there are different printing technologies, there are innovative ways of creating smart packaging, there are offers for embellishment and much more. What are, and I believe this is quite interesting for them to hear, what are your expectations as a brand owner towards the print and production industry?
Yes, good question. I do think they would benefit from being even more proactive towards the brand owners and making sure that the brand owners can stay on top of the game or give them an advantage why to stick with you. Be a supplier who understands the needs of the consumer for the brand and the society of tomorrow, because that society will soon be the problem to the brand owners. And I really think they should think about their own branding. Build your brand towards the brand owner. Make sure you will be the sparring partner they will call when the need comes. So it's kind of working on staying top of mind. What does that mean? Well, I think it means let us know more of your thoughts, what you are working with, different type of inks, processes, materials, machines, the collaborations you have with the other partners and networks, tests you would like to run, etc., etc. So I think it's really to be much more upfront, because necessarily the brand owners do not know what's out there and the possibilities.
Again, it's all about being proactive. I understand.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we are almost running out of time. We have a couple of more questions to come. If you had to say, well, what is the biggest achievement for you at Hennig Olsen on your way to become more sustainable? What would you say?
We are in a good position where we have made quite a few achievements, but there's always more to do. One of the things we have been working very much on is making sure that all of our packaging is recyclable. So going through critically our whole portfolio of products, and if it's not recyclable, make plans for each product to reach its best potential to sustainability. And one example is, for example, the Flopex now being of mono material. And that means that now the consumer can recycle the flow film and actually corresponding to as many kilometers as it would be to walk around the globe. And I think that puts things in perspective, you know? it doesn't look very big when it's on a roll, but when you really see it in a big picture, there's quite a lot to do and what we can do, even up from Norway. We've also reduced our plastic needs drastically, for example, just by changing the shape, and the thickness to one of our pillar products. And just by that, more than 50 tons of virgin plastic is spared every year. So small changes or big changes. And another example is that we have changed into recycled plastic for much of our promotional material and making sure it can be recycled again. Now, this is not necessarily cheaper or a better print quality, but it's good for its purpose and also being for a good purpose. Another aspect is that we have included and strengthened the sustainability as a theme in the communication on all surfaces, from packaging to promotional material and to social media. So those are some.
Wow. Yeah,
some
thanks a lot. Well, at the end of our session, we wanted to have a look into the future. What would you say on the one hand, what is perhaps the biggest challenge we're facing, and what is a great opportunity we're having ahead of us?
Yes, well, Claudia, the challenges are many, but the real challenge is changing our mindset on business and creating a sustainability culture. Having a true purpose and a new business model where we integrate a holistic sustainability view into the foundation of the company. So I think the challenge is to see and take in all these dimensions, both vertically and horizontally, and doing the think slow and think fast, and think the big, bold ideas, and at the same time, do the small, smart ideas. When you look, you also asked about opportunities. Well, for me, I would really like to emphasize this about create a culture of sustainability within your company. It really comes from within, and let it be part of your business model. Stay on top of the game, of course, and focus on innovation, and don't grow tired. Propose ideas, propose tests and new insights to the brand owners and to one another between you. And again, I think you really have an advantage of building your brand towards brand owners, and don't wait for the brief to come. Show and tell the story of your motivation, where your motivation lies, and what idea you have, and how you look at the future and the consumer needs and wants. So if the brand owners don't get to see and hear about the possibilities, they won't ask for them because they really don't know it's there.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Merete. It was super interesting as always. Thanks a lot for these open thoughts as well. I believe very, very interesting for design experts as well as for the print and production industry. Let's join forces all together to fight for a world to become more sustainable.
Yes.
Chris, are there any questions from the audience?
I have one more question, and that would be how to optimize the interplay of the different partners in the value chain.
Oh, well, thank you for the question. I think, again, the real key is collaboration. I really think that is the key. Collaboration between units, between different print studios, between different design agencies. I'm very interested in this thought about maybe creating a sustainability board between 4 or 5 other companies within your field. Exchange and share thoughts on a regular basis, ideas and achievements. So I think within your field, and maybe even both vertically and horizontally. That's what I think.
All right.
Okay,
thank you
let's do our homeworks.
So thank you both. Thank you, Claudia, and thank you, Merete, for joining us. Super added value for the virtual Drupa. Stay safe, continued success, everybody, and hope to see you again soon.
Thanks a lot.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, that was our topic, our session about sustainability from a brand owner's perspective. And now it's time to take another quick break. We have another 15 minutes. Once again, for you, the ideal opportunity to check out our live web sessions with our exhibitors presenting their newest technologies, innovations, and services. And please be back at 4:30 for the topic of nice and necessary, the importance of achieving balance between commercial success and environmental responsibility. So, see you in 15 minutes.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace it and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
Okay, now listen to you one more time. We embrace the future with the passion for print.
All right. I don't know, that song somehow, it always gets me. So welcome back, everybody, after our break, and welcome to our next session here on Stream 2 during virtual Drupa 2021, broadcasting live from our fantastic studio here in Düsseldorf. Now, the topic, nice and necessary, the importance of achieving balance between commercial success and environmental responsibility. And as sustainability efforts continue to grow, the question is, how do you find the right balance between commercial success on the one side, industry due diligence, and environmental responsibility? Now, in this talk, we'll get an insight about the importance of planning ahead when building new printing plants and investing in efficient equipment to lower the overall carbon footprint on the one side, as well as bring operational savings to your bottom line. And I hope you are all ready for a creative way to use strategic business to remain relevant in such a dynamic industry. I'm sure you're ready. To tell us more about this, I'd like to welcome the President and CEO of Ship and Shore Environmental, Anushe Oskuyan. Anushe, you with us?
Yes, hello, how are you?
Very well, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you. Wish I was in Düsseldorf. Really feel bad. Yes, that's right. But I guess this is a way of future, and we're trying to step into the future of how to do things from now on.
We're very looking forward to your presentation, and I guess you'll be doing the Q&A later on also, or should I join you for the Q&A later after your presentation?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so see you in a few minutes.
That'll be great, wonderful. Well, thank you for the opportunity. As I was introduced, I'm Anushe Oskuyan, President and CEO of Ship and Shore Environmental, and I am speaking to you live from California, the mecca of air pollution control. However, one of the most important things I wanted to go over today was that we often think about the costs and expenses associated with doing a plant environment in an environmentally conscious way. Is it really much more expensive to live and operate an environmentally conscious life and operate a plant that is extremely environmentally conscious? I think not. Could we have managed to prevent the climate change disasters and the issues that we have at hand if we would have lived a little bit more consciously, and if we had operated our plants a little bit more consciously? My goal is to offer just a few ways that we could think in that direction, and we could operate our plants in that mindset, and think about it from the get-go. Every single step we take in our lives, every single thing we do will definitely have an impact. So in my opinion, no step is too small to prevent this. And that would lead into greater and bigger things to come in the future for all of our lives, all of our plans to operate successfully, and continue mindset to move forward. So what I like to do is to talk to you a little bit about a proper mindset and how do we go about doing that. Most often when plants are beginning to have their overall assessment, whether it's a brand new facility or a conversion to newer technology, people on the ground level have to convince the management to have an environmental plan in mind. The most important thing is for management to buy into what a proper mindset would be to have a totally environmental friendly operation in terms of pollution that is generated out of a plant, out of any printing facility, in terms of the potential VOCs that are lingering around in a facility, if not totally mitigated. And how do they go about operating a plant without thinking that this is going to cost us a lot more. My main point throughout this whole presentation that I may be repeating a few times is it does not necessarily cost you any more. At times it even costs less if you have that in mind from the beginning, from the get-go, which is why the strategic planning of what is the long-term goal and objective of a facility, how do they see themselves being a player, a major player in years to come, and how do you plan for your growth while never ever taking your eyes off of the environmental issues and addressing all that would eventually have an impact on our overall climate change. Think creatively. There are a lot of ways to address these issues and think outside the box. With all of the new innovations with our industry in terms of newer and more efficient presses that are available, a lot of the lamination equipment are now more than ever efficient in terms of operation and production or producing any VOCs if there are, and solvent recycling units, and having the recycling in your mind as you're trying to go through your plants and your operation. And eventually that way of thinking and that way of operation would bring about your operators into the mode of thinking environmentally conscious. I have walked a lot of facilities and plants that a lot of waste takes place due to the fact that the operators in the plant are not as serious or careful about thinking of the waste that is being generated. The responsibility lies with every single person in any manufacturing facility. People on the ground, people on the floor, running the presses, running the equipment. If the mindset of the management has always been to make sure we do the right thing, not only for our employees, not only for our environment, not only for the pollution that we may be putting out, not only for the waste that may be generated out of the plant, that mentality would eventually travel across the plant and everyone else would become fully engaged. So the mindset, in my opinion, is extremely important, and there are a lot of ways to start a plant to operate that way. And it truly is a myth that it costs you a lot more to do it. It costs a lot less to do things right from the beginning. Another point that is extremely important, which we are extremely involved with here in California, as I mentioned earlier, the mecca of air pollution control, which sets the rules and regulations not only for this state, but most of the country, USA, as well as the region, all of the Americas, Canada, and also in Europe. What are the rules and regulations that are dictating what you can and cannot do? Believe it or not, I've been to a number of facilities that they thought they didn't even need to have an air quality or an air permit. And if you don't have it and come back in and try to apply for it after you've done a lot of things, it becomes extremely expensive to convert, and it becomes extremely difficult to get rules and regulations in place in your operation once you've overlooked it for a long time. So it is of great concern to make sure the industry rules and regulations are followed, as well as the state that you are operating out of and the local ones. We're very familiar with all of the ones in US and Canada, as mentioned, and most of them do have extreme rules in place, depending on what the EPA dictates. And another important issue is that a lot of the rules and regulations in USA were rolled back in the last administration, and they are being put back in place with much more stringent rules, as well as reinforcement that was not in place for a long time. So having that mindset again, that you will live by the rules and regulations and do what is necessary from the inception of your either growth of the plant or a brand new facility would definitely be of great cost savings, as well as setting you up for a fantastic future. There are a lot of details about the rules and regulations, which this is not the time or the place to share. But I just wanted to make sure that a lot of the people that are listening to this are aware that there are many that are being enforced in various areas. And as technology develops, the rule makers are looking into what else can be done. How can we get to lower carbon footprint for each and every industry? So just think ahead and be aware of what may be coming down the pipeline. There are a number of organizations that are all supporting the printing industry that are fully engaged with all the upcoming rules and regulations. And I'm happy to share some of that with anyone that is interested after this through emails. One of the most important issues that we faced last year that has been used over and over and over, how did we do with the COVID crisis all over the world and globally? Perhaps one of the most important things that the takeaways from that was that plastics became the heroes of this pandemic we had. I'm sure you have all noticed that packaging became extremely important. At one point in time, single package was frowned upon, and now double and triple packaging is of great importance to people. And plastics really came to save lives with overuse of plastic in every sector that you can possibly imagine. So we should take this opportunity and take a look at what are the possible ways that we could take a look at alternatives for us to eventually address the need of the industry and the planet. What do we do with all this excessive plastic that we have created to protect ourselves? So that would be another issue that we would like to address, and let plastic, our hero, to remain a hero, but to have a solution for it for the future. Another area of concern, and one of the ways that I wanted to originally open this conversation before the pandemic, as we were all planning to come together and meet one another in person. And I had hoped to see a lot of the European-based printing and packaging companies, is that due to the high demand of what we need in US and globally, a lot of companies are opening up facilities elsewhere, and one of which is in US. And what I wanted to use as an example and a footprint of how to go about having a brand new facility started with the proper mindset. A European company, very successful, decided to open up a plant in California, where everyone thought, oh my God, California, how can you even live through the rules and regulations they have? And it's impossible. However, we were on ground with them from first step. If you do design your plant with the rules and regulations in mind, as well as your expansion of where you would be going, it was actually very easy to get them permitted. It was very easy to find ways how they can operate successfully. And the overall design of the plant and the layout of the plant, with all the presses that were coming in and the laminators that were coming in and the ink suppliers that were being interviewed, was all done under the environmental consciousness mindset. And one of the most important things that I wanted to discuss towards perhaps the end of our conversation is that there are major incentives available in USA, as well as partially in Canada, to incentivize companies to think in terms of most efficient investment in equipment. And as a result, the more efficient your systems are, your presses, your laminators, even solvent recycling systems in place, there are incentives to take advantage of, which is offered by the government through various states and then through the local utilities. And we have been very successful to help a lot of the companies with tapping into the funds that are available. So the government pays you to become environmental conscious, to become much more efficient in terms of utilization of the gas and electric. So the myth, again, to be environmentally conscious costs you a lot. It actually would save you a lot, not only in your operations, but also you have incentives to take advantage of and be able to use. And there are a number of other European companies that have come to USA. We've been very successful at getting them not only permitted and started and operating successfully, also being able to provide them with a lot of know-how for future expansion. So in the flexographic industry, we do get very involved with the press selection, laminator selection, naturally Drupa being the location for it. Every 3 years, we have an opportunity to have everyone under one roof so we can take a look at what is feasible and not. But we have also been very involved with various equipment suppliers to make sure their selection does set them well for an environmentally conscious operation, as well as having a sustainability plan in mind and getting their permitting and everything else done properly. Do not forget that these incentives are extremely lucrative and available to take advantage of. And towards the end of this, what I like to do is bring about the global consciousness that we need to have in mind. I have always mentioned that the air does not have any geographic boundaries. Whatever we put out in the atmosphere in one part of the world will eventually travel to other parts. So we need to think globally and act globally, and make sure that we address all of these from the beginning of any plant design, any operation expansion, and making sure that we address it all from the beginning. Is much easier to have it in place rather than having to tear things apart and redoing it later. So on that note, I'd like to invite any questions that there may be out there, and happy to answer anything that may come up. Or you can always send us an email and we'll be more than happy to engage with you directly on particular questions that may be there.
So thank you very much, Anushe, for this presentation. And yes, we do have questions coming in now, so we'll get right to it. What are the biggest challenges you've seen with companies switching over to environmental efforts?
As I was just mentioning, one of the biggest challenges that we face is if you do have a running facility that has not necessarily looked at a pollution control abatement system, for example, retrofitting them and going back to implement what the new rules and regulations are, at times are much more costly than it would be from the beginning. It's not impossible. Therefore, my goal is to make sure people think of this as rules and regulations are getting tighter and tighter around the world, rather than having to wait and thinking that let us install all the presses and the equipment and we'll eventually get to it. That should not be one of the last steps. It should be one of the first steps.
Obviously. And you just mentioned rules and regulations around the world. What do you think, what are the stringent rules and regulations that are coming to the industry, do you think, in certain areas?
Well, naturally, we are under the mandate of reducing our overall utility consumption in USA. As I mentioned, the previous administration had rolled back about 95 rules and regulations that were in place in US with EPA. They're all coming back in with more enforcement. And one of the major issues outside of getting closer to a lower carbon footprint number per facility and making that an important issue for any facility to have a carbon footprint number associated with it, naturally, you have to address NOx rules that are all as a result of combustion process, not getting into technical side of things. And these are all rolling out. Numbers are being reduced. Overall, pollution limits are being reduced in US and in a lot of other regions or countries that we have worked with. So it will get tighter before it gets easier to pollute.
Hence, it's even more important, once again, to think about this right from the start and not when you have your plant up and running. So thank you very much, Anushe, for your time and the information. Great to have you with us and hope to see you again next time in person.
Thank you, and look forward to being there in person. And it's been great to share what we have here with you and look forward to many more years of collaboration in Drupa.
Then continued success with your important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next topic, talking about hybrid molding, the necessity of doing it, and the cost advantages in production on the one hand and the cost reduction of additive manufacturing on the other makes it more and more necessary to skip to hybrid molding. However, there are also some new developments where the development could go to. So let's hear more about it from the CEO of the Eisenhut company, Dr. Thorsten Hickmann. Dr. Hickmann, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you.
Also, very interesting topic here. First of all, how are you doing today?
Thank you, I'm fine.
All right, so we're going to get right into the presentation, and then I'll join you for the Q&A right after.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I presume you can see it. So I would like to start. First of all, I give you one slide who we are, and then I'm stepping into the issue, into this topic. So we have different business lines where we also deliver parts to the packaging machine industry and printing industry. So we make molds for them. We produce a small volume of plastic and rubber and silicone parts, and last but not least, but this is not the issue of today, we are producing components for fuel cell and electrolyzers. And yeah, this is our supply chain. So we have CAD/CAM, we have the whole supply chain in our factory. So, and now I would skip into the 3D printing area. We have also several 3D printer in our company. And the fact is that, well, I just want to pick up the word, the necessity of environmental doing. I think this is also a good mean or a good tool for also cleaner production, to use these materials so you only get it or you only use it when you need it, and you do not have too much spare parts or parts which are not being used immediately in your company and so on. And in fact, this 3D printing is a part of our complete role in additive manufacturing. So we start with the development. It's a CAD/CAM, which is always a very important basis. Later on, we are stepping into machining, and additive manufacturing is also part of it. And later on, we're doing the testing, evaluation, and the serious production. So now I want to show you an example how it could look like in order to use this technology. It is, this is an example of an injection mold. You see in the inside area, the U shape, that this is the part which is going to be, or where we are going to look at. And in fact, the idea is to use this technology, but you have to reset also your thinking, because on the left side there might be the design of the traditional doing, and on the center you see how it is going to be used today. So there's a lot of additional space integrated into the mold inserts, and this means that you save production time, that you save money, and yeah, this is also saving resources. That means material which is not, which has not been necessarily to be used. Then you can save material, and you save, do also a small step into a better environment. Okay, and this means that you have to think not only the final part you want to produce, but you have to think how to do it. And it's not helpful to use exactly the same part as you do it in conventional machining, rather than looking at this as well. Here you see the part on the left side. It is about 10 centimeters long, 108 millimeters to be exact, and it's part of a separation part, a spacer for automotive industry, but this could be also for packaging and machining as well. And plastic material which is going to be used is that this is a high performance, high temperature polyamide 6.6. So if you can do 3D printing for your part, then it is always a better choice to do if the volume is not very high, and also for spare part production. But sometimes you need very very characteristic plastic material which has been able to withstand higher temperature on the one hand, or a special atmosphere like liquids or oil, or sometimes even acids. And this has to be considered in order to use the right material at the beginning. And then the next question is how to produce it. And then you have to look how to reduce also, or make a smart design of the plastic part. And sometimes it is necessary to use this plastic part also for other applications as well. And for that reason, it is also necessary have an analysis of the dimensions and so on. Yeah, and then the other issue is in order to have a good production time, you have to put the cooling very closely to the place where the part is going to produce, to the cavity area. And this is already the basis for a good performance of the part production. So you can save time and can do it very easily. And here you see how the cooling is integrated into the mold. So you see very parallel to the cavity areas. It means that you are very close to the cooling area, very homogeneous cooling, so you can make high quality parts at a very fast velocity. And this cannot be milled or machined otherwise. If you're drilling holes like this, this is impossible. So you have to think how to do it in the best way. And in this case, we realized it. The second is a topology optimization in order to reduce the mass. As I mentioned before, you have to reset your thinking, and then you find a solution in order to get it well done. And that means here that the solution can be reduced very easily, or the material can be reduced very easily by looking at the special topology of the inserts. And here you see on the right side now the cavity area of the part, and you see the mold area as well. And on the left side, you see what can be done here in order to have this at a very good atmosphere. So you can reduce your cooling time and by over 60%, and the cycle time in total by 40%. That means 40% faster. That means also a reduced price, and it's independent from the volume, to be honest. So if you have an application where you very often use a certain amount of plastic parts, this is already worth it to do it. And that's the reason, the necessity of doing it. Yes, this is not only an economic necessity, it's also a question how to do it in a more economic and ecological way in order to reduce the resources of it. Yeah, so here you see that the original was reduced with conformal cooling. We had a mass of 2.3 kilogram. Now we have a reduced mass of 1.5. And with conformal cooling, additive manufacturing, you also reduce with this new technology as well, the production time of the insert. And this is not only applicable for a mold insert, it is also applicable for certain machine inserts in order to do it smartly to reduce this. Here we have now the all-over cost. And this means even if you have a production of 50,000 parts a year, you come already down, even if you have higher mold prices for additive manufacturing, and so altogether, you already have a tremendous reduction of pricing. And that means that if you look over on the right side, you see already far below, between 10 and 25,000 parts, it is already a break even here to be seen, and this makes it, this makes it necessary to use this new technology. So the practical learnings are post-processing must be as little as possible when the part comes off the plate. Connection of additive manufacture with conventional manufacturing is necessary. And I have to look how to handle the injection molding tool together with the complete process. and that means that cooling holes must be protected against corrosion. That's very important because you want to have a long-lasting tool, and this is necessary to use this. And you need also a certain treatment against corrosion. So this is not only an option for plastic molding, it is also an option for aluminium and die casting or hot forming or pressing, or also to a certain extent for standard machine parts, which are kind of tricky and challenging. And you have the advantages of conformal cooling possible, you have homogeneous cooling, you have variothermal process also possible, and thermal barriers. And that means at the end of the day, faster cycle time, less scrap rate, more homogeneous material property, less energy consumption, and a better part surface qualities. Yeah. This is a sample issue for the future that we're going to step also for 2K parts, 2-component parts, which are acid resistance. And yes, with this slide, I also want to terminate my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you also very much for your presentation. And we do have a question coming in now. Maybe you could tell us, do you also have experience with parts for packaging and printing machines in this field?
Yes, of course we have. We have realized already a prototyping project for a paper printing machine, newspaper printing machine, which has to be replaced regularly and has also a metal insert, which is put into the mold automatically, and then the part is going to be produced. So this is also a very interesting option here.
All right, thank you very much for that answer. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, once again, now's the time. We have another minute left that we could use. Let's see if we have any other questions coming in here that we could have answered by our expert. I always have to say this once again. I think so many people are sometimes hesitant and think, I don't know, should I really ask? Hey, what do you have to lose? This is the chance. You're not going to get any closer to our experts, all right, in these times. And so just pose your questions and we'll get them answered. So let's give our audience maybe a few more seconds, and otherwise we'll close it. But once again, very interesting topic here. And hybrid molding. And like you said, the necessity of doing it. So it's not just something you see as an option. You would say it is necessary.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. So let's see. No more questions coming in so far. So I'd like to thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And now we're going to move on to the next one. Take good care and see you soon.
Bye-bye.
So that was Dr. Thorsten Hickmann, the CEO of the Eisenhut Company, talking about the necessity of hybrid molding. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next topic. Empower your pre and post press. And in this panel discussion, we will meet 3 representatives of 3 companies that make unique products thanks to a brilliant business model combined with unique processes upstream and downstream of printing. And this will be hosted by the CEO of Milan-based publisher Density Media, Lorenzo Villa. This is a young company founded in 2015 by 2 entrepreneurs passionate about printing and packaging. And here he is already, the host for this session, Lorenzo. Lorenzo, how are you doing today?
Everything is fine, Chris. Thanks. What about you?
So I'm going to hand it over to you. You're going to take full control of this, and I'll be back then after your Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our third session of the cycle behind the print technology here at Virtual Drupa. My name is Lorenzo Villa. As mentioned, I'm the co-founder of Density and a publisher of the magazine Italia Publishers. Before starting, let me remind you that if you want to submit your questions for our panelists, you can do it through the platform. These days, many printers think that their success depends on printing, and as a result, they focus primarily on it. Print is, of course, their core business, and equipment is clearly their favorite topic. Nevertheless, the market shows that those who don't sell print but consider print as a functional component of their product normally make more money. In our sessions, during Virtual Drupa, we are meeting in total 12 printing companies from around the world that are helping us to look at print from a broader angle. Today's event is named Empower Your Pre and Post Press. We are going to meet the representative of the free printing company with whose unique decisions and investment in pre and post printing technologies enable to create unique products and set themselves apart from the competition. Our first guest is René de Haai, the director of Probo, a Dutch digital printing company that markets its products through an extensive network of resellers. Welcome, René, and thanks for joining us at Virtual Drupa.
Thanks. Happy to join you.
Thank you. And our second guest is Michael Oakfellner, an artist of photography and the owner of Art Studio, a small self-appointed art printer based in Austria near the city of Graz. Welcome, Michael, and thanks for accepting our invitation.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation, Lento.
The third panelist today is Simon Smith, the CEO of CS Labels, a digital label converter based in the UK near Birmingham. Good afternoon, Simon, and welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting us onto your panel.
Okay, let's start. René, first of all, please give us an insight of Probo. How have you grown and expanded your business, and who are your customers?
I think, first of all, Probo is a large format printing company founded in 2001. Really focused on innovation in large format at the start and made the move to work only for professionals. So as we call them, resellers of our products, but actually they added necessary value to our products. And we started selling online in 2012. So we're really a production company selling our products online. Currently around we produce I think around 330 different materials every day, around 4,000 orders every day, in very small quantities. That's actually what we do, and it's not only large format, it's also home deco, so lots of different target groups when you look at our customers.
Okay, very well. Thanks, René. And Michael, how did you get into photography and then into printing, and who is and what is your art studio?
So at the beginning, I aspired to a career as an engineer for a very long time. And then I realized at the age of, I think I was 23 years old, that is not the content that makes me really happy. I'm then relatively quickly fully immersed into the world of photography. As a photographer, I always had the vision to make exhibitions with large format prints. Because I always reached for a very high standard, it was a logical step to have the complete workflow in my own hands. And then back in 2015, I have become attentive by the brand Chromolux. And I was enthusiastic about the product from the beginning. That was the starting point. And since then, my team and I, we try to create better and better products every day. And with the art studio, we put together these two worlds. So on the one hand, or on the one side, photography, and on the other side, the printing process. A brand that perfectly summarizes our interlocking services. At the art studio, we provide our customers with expertise and advice to get the most out of the objects to be printed. Yeah, so this is it so far.
Thanks. It's exciting. It's an exciting story. And now it's time for a CS label. Simon, how did CS labels evolve in the last couple of years, and what led you to become a fully digital label converter?
Okay, well, we have a staff of 60 people. I mean, we've been fully digital now for probably 10 years. And it's really for us is to how we differentiate ourselves in the marketplace. In digital is a very crowded marketplace in the short run market. So it's how we utilize the technology and apply the technology that we find the innovation and the ability to perhaps run much larger volumes through a digital press than normally would be the case for most providers of this technology.
Okay, and thanks, Simon. And well, let's now get into the details of what you do that makes your business or your businesses unique and turns into a problem solver for your customers. René, how Probo is considered a unique resource for your customers, and how do you develop specific products, specific solution for those who are often very technical, very specific requirements?
I think one of the main differences to a lot of other companies is that we really only focus on working together with resellers and professionals, so no end users. So it really allows us to work on product innovation together with our customers. So we entered a lot of different markets in sound absorbing products, in home deco products, in all kinds of functional wallpapers, for example. And I think innovation often is between markets. So the fact that we have a lot of different target groups really allows us to get a lot of information and develop new products. We said, okay, we are actually a fulfillment and production backend of a lot of small customers. So they outsource their production partly or completely, and we really see ourselves as the backend. So we have around 8,000 customers who do sales and marketing, and we try to help them strengthen their business. So it's not really focused on being very customers orientated. It's really we need to strengthen the business of our customers with product innovation, with our platform, with the services that allow them to sell more or to order easily. So I think that is really differences. And we said, okay, it's about fulfillment and logistics and not only about printing. So we have our own transportation company, what we started 2 years ago. So we deliver around 70% of our products ourselves currently. And we really try to be innovative in products, build new services, and be very connectable. So we have a website where we sell, but still a website is something we can improve, because a website, you need to go to a website, so you're not already there. So it needs to get easier and easier and easier for our customers.
René, one of the special things that you have in among your inside your product range is this series of special materials, of special panels that are quite a unique part of your offering, right?
You see a panel behind me, which is sound absorbing as well. I'm not moving, so the lights go out, but it's sound absorbing and it's a home deco product as well. So we really try to create brands for our customers so they can make a difference to end customers as well. So you see that in wallpapers, all kinds of panel products. And we really try to make printed products with also new functionalities in it. So that will develop further, not only in sound absorbing and easier to use, but also, for example, with heating in materials and these kind of developments.
Okay. Mikkel, why is Art Studio so special to your customers, and why do they come to you not only for the regular photo shoots, but nowadays also for a very, very special printed product?
Okay, so first of all, I think you need to know we just print one product. We just print Chromolux, and I think this distinguishes us a little bit from my two colleagues. And to get a better idea, I explain you what is Chromolux to get a rough idea what we do. So Chromolux is the world leading brand of print media for sublimation printing. This results in high definition images and colors. Using dye sublimation, images are injected into hard substrates such as aluminium, wood, or metal. These substrates have been processed with a very special coating, which guarantees us a high quality print with very long durability. And in this small, it looks like this. So this is a small sheet of Chromolux, and combining now the expertise of photography and the product Chromolux makes the Art Studio unique. Customers come to us because they know that their artwork is in good hands and that we get the maximum out of every single pixel. To make at the end of the day an exhibition or a single image which leaves nothing to be desired.
It's a very nice combination, Michael. Your beautiful images and these beautiful prints and these beautiful objects. And Simon, what are the unique traits and the unique services that make CS labels again unique and different from the other label suppliers, from the other label converters?
What we think digitally is about is not necessarily just doing short run labels with a quick turnaround and obviously no origination costs. It's for us, it's about what you're trying to do to develop your brand and also enhance the communication platform that you have with your customer. For us is that it's about providing a solution. For us, the added value is providing something that perhaps you can't get from a conventional printing technology. So it's really about how you can engage your customer in looking at viewing digital in a very, very different way.
Okay. Thanks, Simon. And as I did with the other panelists in the last 2 days, we agreed that not to talk about print, but just talking about value. But in any case, printing is a relevant topic for your companies and for our audience. So let's find out more now about your equipment and your production tools. René, why some of your products, I mentioned it before, your panels, couldn't be produced using standard printing and finishing equipment? And how did you research, test, and validate very, very specific tools, very, very specific equipment to do that?
Good question. I think, of course, we've got a wide range of printing machines. So from textiles to labels to banner UV printers. We've got 4 machines for rigid plates, Durst machines, a lot HP machines. So yeah, we print around 300 different materials every day. So that's a very wide range. I think the difference is in what we do is that we try to combine that with a lot of machines that are sometimes more conventional as well. So we glue materials together, we coat materials. So we try to come to product innovations by using different techniques out of different industries and develop new products.
Yeah, René, well, in particular, I am impressed seeing what and to what extent you had to enter the dynamics of the textile industry to produce and to design some of your products.
Yeah, I think when you look at the textile industry, we invested there a couple of years ago. We were very early to go into textiles because you still see a big growing demand in smaller quantities, more personalized stuff, personalized products. And I think sometimes we forget that that's only the tip of the iceberg. So you still see that lots of people produce things for stock, but the movement is to smaller quantities and more personalization. That's still growing. And we're in the middle of that.
Okay, thank you. And Michael, you already mentioned your particular relationship and to what extent Chromalox made a big difference in your life as a photographer and was the foundation of your new life as a printer. Can you, I don't know, probably tell us a little bit more about this process, about this technology itself, and about your particular, I don't know, use and how you have been able to, and you are able to impress your wonderful images onto objects and furnishings as you do.
So I think we have seen that many customers have ideas of applications that go far beyond a conventional picture on the wall. And now it was my technical background again that helped me to realize such exciting projects, as you have seen, or if you see in the pictures, like the art bench, which we've designed together with a local national park. And there the idea was a small bench with a big effect. In this specific case, we rethought an ordinary park bench for the national park. Art in the green combined with the possibility to sit elegantly. All made in cooperation with regional partners from sustainable products as well as with particular strong focus on design. And here, the great thing of Chromalox is the variety of the possibilities. There are really no limits to the imagination here. And we often get feedback from our customers and viewers that these extraordinary installations give pleasure and invite the viewer to stay and have a closer look to these beautiful installations. And the same counts for, like you say, we can do this in industry, in companies, entrance areas where we have made big Chromalox walls with up to 20 meters. This is more than a print, this is an experience. And this is what we are searching for and where we try to help our customers to aim these goals.
And Michael, not everyone, I'm pretty sure that not everyone knows how the Chromalox works. Can you quickly describe it?
So Chromalox is, for example, you see this is the final product. And we print on, it's a thermosublimation printing process. And we print the image on a transfer paper. This transfer paper is like our medium A. And then there's, before the Chromalox plate is still just a white plate. And then we put the sheet A on our plate, and under pressure and temperature, the pour of the aluminium opens and the color gets into the aluminium. and after it's cooled off, we have some really great issues. So it's scratch resistant, fire resistant, water resistant, and this helps us to use this material in such a big kind of varieties and fields where we use it.
Okay, Michael, since the idea was today is to show that it's not a matter of I don't know which particular printer or print technology you use or I don't know which particular equipment. In the case of Chromolux, you can use any printer, any model of printer, and any model of I don't know thermo press. Yeah, what's the ideal setup? What's unique in the process?
In the theory, yes. So I think I don't know. I aim for the perfect product, and I try to get machines or technical equipment which help me to reach these standards. Like you say, you can use different presses with vacuum, or you use air. So there are a lot of possibilities and ways to get a final result. But what I have learned over the years, that there is a lot of time and also testing process necessary to get it to this very high standard where my customers get in touch with us. And this is the great thing also, the cooperation with Chromolux, that we get better together. And this is also what the brand makes really interesting to me.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Michael. Simon, you choose digital printing as your main route using one particular technology. And how did you scale up your digital print operations? And above all, the preparation and finishing to adapt to the type and the size of the jobs that CS labels process and deliver every day?
I think it's about identifying new marketplaces where you can differentiate yourself. Obviously, as I said before, the market is very crowded at the low short end run marketplace. And I think if you, as we do, have 7 digital presses and 13 different finishing lines, the actual capacity that you can bring in the economy can enable you to differentiate yourself in the marketplace, not just in terms of pricing, but it also enables you to bring different solutions to the marketplace. And that's what for us is we feel the value is. It's not that we're selling you a label. What we're trying to do is meet a particular requirement or application, or enable you to promote your brand in some different way.
Okay, and is it to what extent being able to not only print but to finish and to I don't know embellish or die cut or whatever? Well, your beautiful labels became the key of your unique offering.
Well, I think it's, as you say, it's not just the printing, it's whether or not, as in terms of when you're printing a peel and veil, you're providing a customer with a unique label in terms of how they can actually present their information, enable you to run a competition, obviously using the area on the label to get across and interact with your customers in a different way. I mean, to give you an example, we're just running a food label at the moment for a fast retail food outlet, which is a instant win competition. It actually involves 18 million labels stuck onto a product, with each label being unique. Because it's containing variable data, not just in terms of a sequential number or a unique number, but in terms of variable images. So it's very much like either you open up the peel and reveal and you can have an instant win where you can go to the counter and collect a free item, or you actually can potentially win a much larger item, whether it be a cash voucher or even in this case a car. But obviously, for us, it's about how we use the technology, not just the digital press, but the front end. Because when you're printing 19 million labels, which involve 32 million pieces of data, each one which is different and has to be randomized through the run, you need software in order to process that, in order to give you the ability to just make each label unique as it comes off the press.
Okay, but one of the big issues not only in the label converting, but also in a packaging, in the boxes, and in the folding carton, and so on. One of the big bottlenecks normally is the die cut of the smaller quantities. Sometimes the micro jobs. So how do you deal with this, such a variety of
one of the ways
coming from the customers?
One of the ways you can do that, if you're not going down and utilizing a standard cutter, is to, for example, use laser. So, for example, we do some price stickers for a major retail outlet in the UK, where we may be printing 4 million sheets of price stickers, but each sticker is unique to that particular store and is cut uniquely to their particular requirements. So the barcode on the label is enacting the laser to cut a unique design shape for that customer and that supplier. So really it's a question of utilizing software and also utilizing things like laser, where we feel as a company we're able to differentiate our offer, because obviously every label not only can be unique in terms of the content, but its appearance could be different. So by utilizing laser, you can cut to a different shape. So your price sticker, rather than simply being a circular, maybe a star, maybe a square, but obviously as each store outlet may be of a different size, they may require a different number of price stickers on each sheet, which they then apply to the product. So it's how you view and talk to your customers about the opportunity as to what their ultimate requirement is. The example I've just given, the customers printed, and it involved printing 11 million sheets of stickers. Now, because we're printing it bespoke to a customer-specific requirement, and each sheet is unique, they only need 4 million sheets. So although you may be charging them a little bit more per sheet, in terms of the overall volumes is significantly reduced by about 60%, the actual cost of the overall job for them is significantly lower.
Thanks, Simon, and thanks, guys, for entering more in your technical details. And as for my previous guests in the last 2 days, I have a question for you, or maybe a provocation, which is how relevant are the technical aspects or your particular machinery for your customers in the conversation with your customers? What about you, René, at Probo?
I don't think the technology is really a big issue to our customers. What we can do with the technology and how we can help them make a difference to their customers, I think that's the main subject. So we are really in our contact with the customers, talking about their business, and as entrepreneurs, how can we make a difference? And I don't think the technology is a big difference. I think the innovation and the products that you realize with these technologies are.
Okay, what about you, Michael? Is the particular decision to have this quite a unique technology or this particular technology brand, is it really relevant to your clients?
So to be honest, customers care little or not at all. I can also understand this somewhere, because at the beginning we tried a lot to reach our customers with these unique possibilities which offers Chromolux, like it's water resistant, it's fire resistant, and things like this. I'm at the point or at a level of knowledge where I know the customers don't care. They just want to have the perfect product. How you get there, they are not interested in. For example, when I'm interested in a new kitchen or a new living room, I'm also not interested in the technical aspects, much more on the final result. And for me, the most important thing is that we give our best every day to provide the customer with a result which triggers a wow effect for him or for his customer.
Okay. And Simon, what happens in the label industry? Are the consumer brands or the smaller brands that buy your labels, are they, to what extent are they interested in the, I don't know, in the particular colorants and technology and press and laser die cutters that you use?
Yeah, I would agree with René, to be fair. I mean, most customers aren't concerned as to whether or not the labels are printed on a Zycon, a HP, or an inkjet technology. What they're more interested in is the actual solution that you're going to provide them with and how that meets their particular requirements, whether it is cost savings in terms of cost, whether it is actually providing them with a new way in engaging with clients in a much more focused way. So to be able to just simply differentiate your print technology, whether it's because it's a HP or because it may have a wider color gamut than a Zycon, for most customers, I feel is irrelevant. It's more of a question of, can you help them provide a digital solution to their requirements?
Okay, thanks. And now it's time for Q&As. And we have plenty of time for a couple of questions and answer. And let's start with. I have a question for Michael. Michael, what is the main trait of the technology you use that convince your customers? And looking at your applications, how can you guarantee an outdoor durability of probably many years?
Okay, to the second question regarding the outdoor situation, we guarantee 3 years. 3 years, like the customer picks the final print, and after 3 years it looks exactly the same. That doesn't mean that after 3 years the color falls off. That means that there can be colors, light colors like red, orange, yellow, that slightly start to reduce in saturation. We have now this project in the national park since 3 years. It's 3 years out there the whole year. It was planned that it's just for, I don't know, 3 months, and now it's the whole year. In National Park Gesäuse, they had about 1.5 meters snow in the winter, and I went through, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, they still look the same. And this is something we are trying to get an idea how long it lasts. But what we see now, it's really a great product which lasts outdoor.
Okay. And have you got an answer also for the first part?
Yeah, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, it was
Please.
related to what really, I don't know, convinced you. Which are the traits, the unique traits of your technology that convinced you?
I didn't get the question. Unique traits. What do you mean with this?
yeah, it's probably simply okay. Does this technology, the result of this technology, convince your customers, satisfy your customers?
Yeah. So of course, Chromolux is a very special product, and it's a product which is still new on the market. So we do it since 2015, and we were not the first, but we were still there where it was a starting point. And people, also very good artists, photographers, some of them are at the moment, they all also still do not know Chromolux. But I think customers we have, they are coming again. We are doing exhibitions again for them with Chromolux because they like the product, they like the style it appears, and they like it that it is different to other possibilities to print. And this is the reason why not only me really is hyped about Chromolux.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Michael. I have a question for Simon. Simon, how could you replace all the printing and finishing technologies currently used in the label production, such as screen printing, hot stamping, etc.? Do you also use external suppliers?
No, we try to do everything in-house. So we do our own screen printing, we do our own foiling and embossing. Obviously, over the years, we've invested considerable amounts of money in the technology in terms of finishing, but also in terms of the front-end software. Quite often we do in partnership with a number of developers like Hybrid to provide unique solutions to our customers. So everything we want to control from if you like, from initial ideas and conception to the final product. So we variably don't like trying to outsource any part of that process because ultimately you lose control.
Okay, thank you. And okay, I have one for René. How at Probo can you produce non-graphic materials like your panels and wallpapers that should meet certain technical and safety requirements? How do you obtain certifications? Do you have your own lab, or do you cooperate with external labs?
I think we've got some cooperations with other customers, or with other companies out of different industries to develop products to get together. So sometimes they have knowledge about certifications that we didn't even know they exist. So we learned a lot in the last couple of years about certifications. We've got our own lab, and of course we use also external companies to really certificate our products, and our brands.
Okay, very, very clear, René. So this underlines how important it is to open the conversation and open the discussion and share the skills and the challenges with more counterparts than just printing and let's say selling the prior art. It's very important. So I have another question for Michael. Michael, how can you produce, or no, it's probably, can you produce on other substrates than metal?
Yes. So we can, as mentioned, we can produce, the main substrate is aluminium. This is caused because one thing is the weight, and the other thing is that it's easy to mill. But we also use substrates like wood and steel. It would be also possible to print it, to get this substrate on other surfaces, but the thing is the problem is to get a clean surface on these different objects, products, is not always possible. So we focus on one thing, and this is printing high quality prints, art and pictures. Yeah, we cannot do we cannot make party there and there, so we're focused on one.
Okay, and okay, thanks, Mikkel, for clarifying. And I have one more question for René regarding your textile products. Can you just print on polyester, or can you also print on cotton and other type of fabrics?
I think we use a lot of different fabrics, so it's not only about polyesters, it's also about viscose, cotton, so different cotton products, and so it's natural fibers, and it's really the more artificial fibers as well. So both.
Okay, René, this is my own question. Is just again, just to clarify, as far as I know, and that's why I was asking about your additional skills coming from the textile market. Cotton and other fibers are not so easy to be printed, not only digitally, and this creates an additional challenge for this created an additional challenge for you guys. Probably you had to adapt these fabrics to your printing equipment, to your colorants. Am I right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, and we do a lot of own testing and lab research as well, so we understand our products a lot more than we did 2-3 years ago. I think the main difficulty in textiles is the supply chain. So it's a lot longer supply chain that we are used to for a lot of our other products. That it's not as stable as a lot of products. So that's the textiles coming into your factory. That's a very important factor, that you get them stable. But afterwards, of course, it's a different ball game. But when you do something that's more difficult, it's also easier to make a difference.
Okay, it's very clear. It's very true, René. And thanks, guys. Our time is over, and I want to really thank you. Thanks, René. Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Mikkel, for being with us today, and thanks to the entire Drupa audience. So I hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo,
Okay,
for hosting this last session. Oh yeah, sorry, Lorenzo, you have something?
No. I was just it was just a reminder for the next meeting tomorrow, same time here at Virtual Drupa. So thanks.
Perfect. We'll see you again then tomorrow. Once again, Lorenzo Villa from Density Media with his panel also tomorrow, same time. So you take care and see you again tomorrow, Lorenzo.
See you. Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of day 3 here at Virtual Drupa. Today, once again, was the annual Earth Day. I think we heard a lot about the topic of sustainability, how important it is not only for this industry, but in general for us all. No matter what we do, no matter where we are, I think this is something that affects everybody. I personally, I enjoyed basically every talk here today. Very interesting to hear what everybody had to bring to the table, has to bring to the table, and thinks about this topic. And of course, we'll be continuing tomorrow with some more. Tomorrow, again, about the platform economy here in Stream 2. And be sure to join us again then. Don't forget, any session you missed here today is available on demand. So don't worry about that. Besides that, I'd also like to invite you once again to our live web sessions daily from 8 a.m. So the first thing tomorrow morning, even before we start here with our conference area, you can already take a look around. In general, just take a look at the Virtual Drupa website. There are a lot of things going on parallel at the same time. We mention this every morning, basically, all the different forums, the different special topics, panel discussions, and so forth. So it's not only taking place here in the conference area, where you are right now if you're watching, but once again, also in different areas. And I'd like to invite everybody just to explore the site. I'm pretty sure you're going to find something. We have something there for everybody. Make use, once again, of the live web sessions in the exhibition area. Our exhibitors there have all their newest technologies, products, and innovations on display. Also make use of the matchmaking tool in the Network Plaza. There you can You can, coordinate appointments with our experts directly, which will probably also generate some leads. So take use of that. And besides that, I'd like to thank you all once again for your attention. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you again tomorrow morning here in all freshness at 10:15. So until then, auf Wiedersehen, bleiben Sie gesund, take care, bye-bye.